Chapter 173. Under the night sky, in the deserted ruins of Shield District, the blood mystic gently turned around and stroked the black Kilika. In the next moment, the dense shell on the spider-like Kilika's body began to tear, change shape and expand. Its black exterior began to turn red, and a dozen blood-red tentacles formed from human limbs extended from its body, growing larger and larger. Kilika's body grew larger until it turned into the blood-red hydra that Thales had seen before. Like a giant squid that was dozens of meters tall, it shook its tentacles and let out a strange whistling sound. Find that child. Giza's madness and stubbornness just now disappeared without a trace as the purplish-red markings on her face faded. At that moment she was quiet and peaceful like an ordinary and innocent girl. The mystic gently stroked Kilika, her tone light and gentle. You know his scent, understand his presence and are familiar with his bloodline. Giza exhaled softly, her expression strange. Belongs to that fellow's bloodline. That guy that you want to eat even in your dreams. The hydra's dozen or so giant tentacles trembled at the same time, and there was a sizzling sound of flesh and blood rubbing against each other. Boom. The tentacles fell with a loud bang, creating dozens of deep ravines in the ruins. Smoke and dust rose into the air. Giza laughed. She looked at the terrifying Kilika with a doting gaze, as if she was looking at an angry puppy wagging its tail. Go. Find him. The girl next door. Giza paused for a second before she opened her mouth slightly and exhaled softly. Before he becomes a mystic, kill him. Even if it means destroying all of Dragoncloud City. Even if it means exposing myself. Even if... Kilika's huge body once again let out a strange, unsettling sizzling sound. In the next second, its dozen or so blood-red tentacles plunged into the ground one after another from different directions. Bang. 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 Its flesh and blood seemed to be multiplying endlessly, continuously extending the length of its tentacles and digging into the ground. Suddenly, Giza narrowed her eyes and turned her head with a solemn expression. A figure suddenly appeared in the smoke and dust stirred up by Kilika, slowly walking towards the mystic. Giza exhaled softly. As expected, I've wasted too much time. The silhouette in the smoke and dust approached slowly, one step at a time. The blood mystic closed her eyes and shook her head gently. He actually evacuated the people in the surrounding districts. Riku's descendants aren't completely useless. At this moment, boom. A medium-sized tentacle suddenly shot out from the ground beside the figure. Amidst the smoke and dust, tentacles broke through the ground and attacked the uninvited guest. However, the figure in the smoke only moved slightly. Chi! The sound of a weapon piercing flesh could be heard. The next moment, Giza's expression changed drastically. She fell to her knees. The blood mystic screamed in pain. Boom! In the districts adjacent to Shield District, more than 10 huge blood-red tentacles broke out of the ground again. For example, in the Sword District, which was the closest to the few noble districts, there was a huge tentacle like this. After it destroyed a stone house on top, it broke through the soil and rocks and shot towards the sky. The moment it came out of the ground, the heads of these terrifying tentacles, which were formed by bloody human bodies, suddenly burst open and scattered into countless smaller tentacles. The small tentacles first stopped in the air and slowly turned around, occasionally trembling once or twice. It was as if they were sniffing. Not long after, these small tentacles trembled at the same time, and then quickly grew, proliferated, and extended in all directions. At this moment, a thin figure in a white cloak suddenly appeared from a corner and instantly landed in front of the roots of all the tentacles. The tentacles sensed the approaching flesh and blood. In that instant, countless tentacles attacked the cloaked figure like a wild beast with its hair standing on end. The figure turned around gently and brandished a special white-hilted blade. The blade flashed. Swoosh. Surrounded by countless tentacles, the figure flashed incessantly in that instant, even leaving afterimages. So much so that from afar, it looked like he was brandishing the blade in a few different directions. The blade grazed almost every tentacle, leaving a wound. But it was far more than that. The next moment, the tentacles that were grazed by the blade trembled violently. Then these tentacles that seemed to have a life of their own immediately began to blacken and wither in large swathes. Finally, as if they were burning, the entire tentacle turned into flying ash and scattered. Flesh and flying ash instantly floated into a ball. The cloaked man swung the blade again. This time the strange blade stabbed into the roots of these small tentacles, the big blood-red tentacle. The huge tentacle shook violently, and bubbles and a large amount of steam began to emerge from the place where the blade had stabbed. Then it also began to blacken and wither, until it completely turned into flying ash. Left the roots. The small tentacles that fell on the ground seemed to have sensed something and immediately trembled violently. Like snakes, they scattered in all directions, escaping from that terrifying man. At this moment, countless hurried footsteps could be heard. Dozens of masked figures in gray appeared at the corner of the street. They wore special equipment, arm shields, light crossbows, and streamlined long blades with white hilts. They stepped swiftly and skillfully, blocking almost every tentacle that tried to escape. Their movements were swift, their bodies agile, and their minds calm. Then they raised their hands and swung their blades. Xing. Sush. This time, the small tentacles that were cut by the blade did not turn into flying ash. Instead, they were like normal limbs that were injured. Bright red blood gushed out of them, but their vitality was obviously not as strong as their roots. After a large amount of blood flowed out of the severed tentacles, they immediately fell to the ground and slowly shrunk. The man who first appeared, the star killer Nicholas, flung his cloak off. With a stern expression, he ignored his subordinates who were busy clearing out the tentacles and walked towards the corner of the street. There, even more white blade guards clustered around an old but dignified man. According to Madame Calshan's information, there are at least a dozen of these things in Shield District and its surrounding areas. Fortunately, we evacuated the residents in time, or else they would have become food for those things, Your Majesty. The Star Killer reported solemnly. Nuven VII furrowed his brows and looked at a trembling tentacle in the distance. A white blade guard stepped on it and chopped it off. Bright red blood flowed out of it. Nicholas noticed the king's gaze. He swung the strange blade in his hand and said slowly, "We've tested it. Normal anti-mystic equipment can only ensure that they can maintain their basic mobility under the siege of these things. Only a legendary anti-mystic equipment like the Severing Soul's blade can protect themselves and get rid of these disgusting things at the same time." The king nodded. His expression was terrifying. Gleeward has already set off with the Soul Slayer pike. That calamity won't be jumping around for long. Behind the king, a bureaucrat who looked like a disciplinary officer said worriedly, "But these things are still expanding, trying to find more people to feed on. Now they've even appeared here. Sooner or later, they will extend out of Shield District and catch up to the residents we arranged to evacuate to other districts, and even to those outside the city. It's one thing for it to continue growing by absorbing, but if this goes on, the entire Dragon Cloud City." King Nuven raised his hand abruptly and stopped his subordinate from reporting. His eyes flashed with anger and determination. The tentacles in this area were quickly cleaned up. King Nuven clenched his fists and raised his head to look at the warriors around him. He shouted loudly, "White Blade Guards!" Yes. All the White Blade Guards, including Nicholas, turned their heads in unison and shouted angrily. They stared back at the Northland King with sharp gazes. King Nuven took a heavy step forward. He glared at each of his personal guards, the elite White Blade Guards, the Dragon's Imperial Guards, the most valiant existence in Extet. The sound of earth and rocks collapsing came from afar again. King Nuven took a deep breath. The flames in his eyes burned brighter. "Tell me, boys. When Extet needs your protection." The old king's old and powerful voice rang in everyone's ears. "When Northland needs your bravery, when you need to sacrifice your lives, when you bleed dry." King Nuven turned his head and fixed his gaze on the blood-red hydra in the distance. He stared at the blurry but huge figure and roared ferociously. "Will you hesitate? Tell me." At that moment, all the White Blade Guards straightened their bodies without hesitation and punched their left chests with their right fists. Thud. The dull sound of a punch rang out at the same time. It was heavy and shocking like a person. All the elite warriors roared angrily at the same time. Their voices were deafening. "No, Your Majesty." Swoosh. King Nuven turned around and abruptly drew his saber. With a dignified expression, he nodded and looked at his guards. "Very good. Nicholas, you're in charge of dispatching." The Star Killer knelt on one knee and punched his chest with a solemn expression. All White Blade Guards, equip yourselves with anti-mystic equipment and walk around the edge of Shield District, King Nuven said calmly to the captain of his personal guards. Whether it's delaying, intercepting, or strangling, block this thing in Shield District. It can forget about touching a single Northlander. Nicholas nodded fiercely and stood up to give his orders. Everyone split into 8 teams. Each team has at least 30 people. Check the anti-mystic equipment and bring signal arrows. Send messages according to wartime standards. The Star Killer looked at his subordinates and said coldly, form a circular formation of 5 people each. Focus on dealing with these little things. Slashing and slicing are the most effective methods. Pay attention to your footsteps, don't get entangled by more than one enemy. If you run into such a big fellow. Nicholas kicked the large tentacle that had already withered into black dried limbs and shook his severing soul's blade. Send a message to inform me. King Nuven sighed. Kalshan said that the more people that Calamity faces, the stronger it will become. So you won't have any backup. The king extended his right hand and pressed firmly on Nicholas' right shoulder. He stared straight ahead. Whether it's the patrols or the recruits, they don't have anti-mystic equipment. They will only die in vain. Our hope lies with Glee Ward and you, the Soul Slayer Pike and the Severing Soul's Blade. Glee Ward has already gone to find that calamity. The Soul Slayer Pike is the best way to deal with it. What you need to do now, King Nuven's eyes flashed, is to trap a rat in a cage. Completely cut off that thing's strength and escape route. Nicholas and the king exchanged a deep glance. Then he nodded firmly and respectfully. We have no problem, Your Majesty. Please wait for the news of our triumphant return in the palace. But King Nuven shook his head. I'll go with you. In that second, Nicholas widened his eyes. Your Majesty, it's not safe ahead. King Nuven raised his hand sternly and stopped him from speaking. Most of the White Blade Guards are here. Heroic Spirit Palace may not be as safe as here. And I have never doubted that the place where the White Blade Guards are located is the safest place in the world. King Nuven's eyes were filled with unquestionable majesty. Do you have any objections to this statement? Nicholas shuddered violently. In that instant Nicholas said nothing. He only gritted his teeth and nodded solemnly. King Nuven let go of his shoulder and laughed boldly. Come, my brave warriors. Today we will set foot on the land of our homeland and rush into a war between humans and non-humans. The old king raised his head and looked at the cliff of the sky, at the valiant statue holding his spear. Today we will follow in Raiku's footsteps. To hunt the legendary calamity. The White Blade Guard's expressions became solemn. Nicholas' pupils gradually narrowed. He slowly tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand. Nuven VII turned to the Hydra in the distance. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Take out those crazy criminals who have committed heinous blood debts in Northland 600 years ago and now. Take out those unreasonable freaks who have caused endless disasters for thousands of years. Take out those evil beings who take pleasure in killing and bloodshed. Take out those scum who see us as ants. King Nuven clenched his fists. His gaze was fierce. Destroy them all. Giza suddenly collapsed to the ground. Her originally rosy and healthy face suddenly turned gray and shriveled. Moreover, this gloomy color continued to intensify on her face. Behind Giza, the Hydra Kilika sensed its master's condition and trembled madly. Following Kilika's movement, a few tentacles appeared around the figure again and attacked the uninvited guest. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk rip. Asterisk 2 sharp sounds of flesh being pierced came from the smoke. Kilika, that's. Giza screamed in pain. Her entire body trembled and her face became increasingly gray, as if she was enduring torture. Kilika suddenly writhed like a madman. Asterisk crack. Asterisk the ground between the mystic and the figure cracked open. A huge blood-red tentacle extended from Kilika's body, twisting madly as it struggled to break free from the ground. It trembled continuously, as if it was experiencing the most terrifying torture. The bright red tentacle formed by severed limbs started to blacken and wither at an extreme speed, starting from the figure in the smoke. Like a fine cloth dyed with ink, the blackening and withering of the tentacle spread all the way to its roots. It extended to Kilika. Giza. The blood mystic raised her black and withered face, gritted her teeth and roared, Don't even think about it. In the next moment, before the blackening and withering tentacle reached Kilika with that terrifying momentum, it swelled up by itself from its roots and suddenly broke. Bang. A large amount of blood burst out. At that moment, Giza Streelman cut a sorry figure and looked nervous. Like a gecko with its tail cut off, struggling to survive. If she was a moment late, she would be doomed eternally. The blackening and withering spread to the point where it broke off. Finally, it could not continue and the huge tentacle was completely turned into a withered branch. Only Giza's panting could be heard in the air as she lay on the ground. Her face finally began to regain its rosy color. The mystic raised her head, gritted her teeth and stared straight ahead. She stared at the figure walking towards her from the smoke. The figure in the smoke approached her slowly. What followed was an unpleasant sound of friction. Crash. Giza stood up from the ground and frowned slightly. The figure was tall but his pace was strange. With every step his right leg would drag. It was like a cripple. Crash. The unpleasant sound continued. It sounded like exquisite tools rubbing against a rough rock surface. Finally, a rough voice came from the smoke. Shield District is a sad place. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed, revealing a strong and capable man. Under the Northlander's forthrightness, generosity, optimism and positivity, it hides the darkest and most obscure colors of Dragon Cloud City. Crash. The noise continued. The crippled man was about 30 or 40 years old. The contours of his face were flat, but his nose was high. The stubble on his chin made him look rather boorish. Some people were born in this unfortunate place. Their parents only left them poverty and hardship, and they learned only tenacity. The man limped forward, his tone filled with grief. Crash. Giza's frown deepened. She found the source of the noise. The man was dragging a 2-meter-long metal spear behind him. The pitch-black spearhead was dragged on the ground, making an unpleasant sound of friction. The blood mystic's eyes were fixed on the spear. Her eyes were filled with a strange light. Some people came here for the sake of standing out. They used the most precious moment to exchange for the most unpredictable future, to preserve something memorable for themselves, for their families and for their descendants. The cripple dragged the heavy spear with his right hand. As he turned, the left side of his face was revealed. Giza saw his most obvious feature clearly. The man did not have a left ear. There was only a round hole where his ear should have been. It was as if it had been cut off at the base. But no matter who it was, they were forced to seek shelter in this broken place known as Shield District. It doesn't even have a complete thick wall to shield them from the wind and snow. Here some people are busy, petty and unscrupulous. Some are illiterate and tremble in fear. Some are lonely and despairing and covered in wounds. Some are impulsive, hot-tempered. Crash. The man limped forward. His expression was sad and his voice was low. They are just ordinary people, but they are also pitiful people. But they are still living under the feet of the most powerful person in all of Extet. With the Northlander's most contented attitude and the strongest smile, they do the lowliest of jobs. They receive the merest income, have the most pitiful hope and live the most miserable lives. They do not have unparalleled power, no great achievements, no respectable honor, no noble titles and no glorious bloodline. But they still clench their teeth, swallow their blood, hold back their tears, tighten every muscle and struggle to survive. The man stopped limping and stood in front of Giza. He turned his head and glanced at a ruin. There a child's severed hand lay quietly. The man turned his head abruptly. This time his eyes stared straight at the mystic without wavering. His eyes were filled with indifference, loneliness, disappointment, pain, hatred and dead silence. This is Shield District, a filthy place where even the snow is black, the cripple said flatly. In the great Extet, in the majestic heroic spirit palace, under the dazzling glory of Northland. The man's gaze swept across the ruins around him, and there was a hint of pain in his eyes. We struggle bitterly, struggling at death's door. We are more like Northlanders than the strongest Northlander. The crippled man with only one ear had a cold expression. He raised the spear in his hand and looked at Giza. But you, even this tragic and unfortunate chance, this chance to grit our teeth and fight for hope, had to be taken from our hands, which were empty to begin with. Stripped of everything. We are in your eyes. The man closed his eyes gently. He tightened his grip on the spear in his hand. His words were filled with pain. Like worms, you can trample and knead us as you please. Is that so? Calamity. The blood mystic exhaled deeply. Her gaze was extremely solemn. She did not answer the man. It was as if she did not want to waste time. She only fixed her gaze on the spear. A few seconds later, Giza finally spoke slowly. 600 years later. The controller of the Soul Slayer Pike. Giza pacified Kilika behind her while panting. She said flatly, "So it's you, a cripple?" The man snorted. The blood mystic raised her head and looked at the cliff of the sky. She glanced at the heroic statue of the human hero, Rikuru Extet, and then looked down at the lame, one-eared man. She frowned. It was as if he was making a comparison. A moment later, Giza heaved a long sigh. "Isn't that too far off?" The man stared at her without saying a word. "What in this era?" Giza said in disdain. "As long as you're a supreme class, you can master a legendary anti-mystic equipment?" Phew. The one-eared man spun his hands. His spear whistled through the air and the pitch-black spearhead was pointed straight at Giza. The spearhead vibrated slightly. Buzz. It was as if the spear had a life of its own. Drew Gleeward, an ordinary heavy swordsman in Dragon Cloud City, conscripted, he said in a low voice. "By the way," the lame man named Gleeward said coldly with the Soul Slayer pike in his hand, "the entire Shield District. I'll cover it." Giza's expression turned cold. She gritted her teeth but she did not show a smile, which was a rare sight. "Then you'll have to thank me." She looked around at the ruins on the streets around them and shook her head. "You're home. It's so clean." Gleeward was not angered by her words. The man only dragged his lame leg and took a light step forward. "I was just greeting you just now. You should also know the origins of this weapon, right?" Gleeward tapped the ferocious-looking spear in his hand and said quietly, "When I received it 10 years ago, Merc almost nagged me until my other ear fell off." The man's gaze became pure. The Soul Slayer pike, King Rikuru's great weapon. All life in this world, from great dragons to ants, demons to flowers and plants. Once pierced by this pike. Gleeward stared at the tip of the pike, his eyes sparkling. All life in one's body will be drained. At that moment the one-eared lame man's aura began to change. It was as if he had arrived at the most horrifying battlefield. All life. Every part of your body. Giza did not speak. The touch of death, Gleeward raised his head and emphasized coldly, only requires a light touch. The girl who had always smiled gently, now stared at the pike without any emotion. Her gaze did not shift for a long time. It was as if she was recalling something. "This is the unparalleled ability of the legendary anti-mystic equipment, the Soul Slayer pike," the heavily injured heavy swordsman said through gritted teeth. "Extermination. This is a legendary anti-mystic equipment forged especially for you, a guy who can't be sealed normally." Gleeward exhaled gently at the pike. "Blood calamity. Enemy of life." In the next moment, a cold glare shone in Gleeward's eyes. Asterisk boom. Asterisk his uninjured left leg stomped on the ground with a loud bang. His strong but injured body shot up in a shocking manner. He charged towards Giza, who had an unpleasant expression on her face. The ferocious Soul Slayer pike thrust forward with an invincible momentum, as if it was charging on a battlefield. Asterisk buzz. Asterisk in the air, the pitch-black pike released a joyful vibration. It was as if it was longing for something. Chapter 174. The moon was gradually setting in the west. Asterisk bang. Asterisk a loud rumble came from the center of Shield District. The once insufferably arrogant Hydra Kilika had once again dived into the ground and disappeared without a trace. In the endless smoke and dust, a man with only one ear dragged a long metal spear behind him. He limped and rushed up a slope made of ruins at an extremely fast speed. His posture was strange. Gleeward swept his gaze around him. He could only see a few blood-red tentacles scrambling to crawl into the ground. The boss of Shield District calmly raised the Soul Slayer pike and swept the spearhead in all directions. Just as the spearhead swept to the left, the Soul Slayer pike suddenly trembled. Asterisk buzz. Asterisk Gleeward no longer hesitated. He took a step forward and rushed in that direction. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk his pike was faster than a human figure. It instantly pierced into the smoke and dust. Asterisk bang. Asterisk one of the ruins exploded. A disheveled girl revealed herself in the blasted ruins. She avoided the pike by a hair's breadth and flew out. Gleeward did not stop. He chased after Giza and stabbed at her head. The spearhead swept past the left side of Giza's face. The latter's face immediately sizzled as if it was being roasted and began to melt. Damn it! As the blood mystic cursed softly, a few tentacles suddenly extended from under Giza's simple dress. They struck the ground violently and pushed her away. Away from Gleeward's pike. Very well. Gleeward stopped in his tracks. His eyes were filled with coldness and he said calmly, "Hide, run, hide. This is the attitude you should have, Calamity." Giza gritted her teeth and glared at Gleeward with a furious expression. Then the latter charged at her again. Giza moved. She rushed through a ruin without stopping. The many tentacles under her dress swung swiftly, allowing her to leap as if she was running on flat ground. Gleeward chased after her relentlessly. At that moment, asterisk boom. Asterisk a blood-red monster with 4 tentacles and 2 sharp pincers crawled out of the ground beside Gleeward. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the lame man's footsteps came to an abrupt halt, and he abruptly stepped on a large rock to stop himself, narrowly avoiding a sharp pincer that swept past the tip of his nose. This weird and disgusting creature was actually made up of blurred and sticky limbs. On what seemed to be its head there was a huge eye that was spinning. Gleeward frowned. "These are your warriors?" Giza did not say a word. She just looked at him coldly. In the next instant, the monster expanded into a strange form that was several people tall and several people wide. It attacked the man with the gun from 6 directions at the same time. The tentacles curled around his limbs, one of them stabbing towards his crotch, the other reaching for his head. But Gleeward still did not move. He had no intention of dodging even in the face of a fatal encirclement. He just stared at the mystic. "That's a bad idea." Gleeward was unmoved. His tone was flat as he continued to observe his opponent. A second later the crippled man's eyes flickered, and he swung the Soul Slayer pike in an arc. The moment his opponent's killing move was about to reach his body, the pike lightly brushed past one of the monster's tentacles. Sisik. Asterisk the monster shuddered violently. Its shockingly powerful tentacles and sharp pincers began to tremble uncontrollably. Giza's expression changed as she witnessed all of this. Then her body swayed as well. In the next moment, Gleeward quickly rushed down the slope. Behind him, the monster had already changed its shape and color as it trembled. Cracked open like a piece of charcoal and fell down. 5 meters away from Gleeward, Giza screamed uncontrollably again. She covered her face with her hands as she trembled and contorted. Her face, which was starting to turn black, was filled with pain. "How does it feel to be killed?" Gleeward's voice was heavy, and his footsteps were steady as he swiftly approached his inhuman opponent. "Whether it's Kilika or these monsters you created, they're all essentially you, right?" In pain, the blood mystic raised her left hand with great difficulty and extended it towards the dying monster. She gritted her teeth in hatred. Sisik. Asterisk before it completely turned into black ash, the monster that was stabbed by the Soul Slayer pike exploded into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. As the monster sacrificed itself, Giza's pained expression lessened as well. However, in the next moment Gleeward, whose expression did not change but whose killing intent was hidden, had already rushed in front of her. He thrust the pike mercilessly. Giza's expression was ferocious. She screamed and quickly retreated. But it was too late. The power of eradication in Gleeward's body surged freely. His pike suddenly sped up. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the wind howled. In the next moment, the Soul Slayer pike's black pike twisted in the air in a bizarre manner as if it had a life of its own. The body of the pike bent in a terrifying arc. It stabbed Giza's left hand. The blood mystic screamed in pain. This time her screams were far louder than before. A visible blackness spread from her left arm to her entire body. Gleeward rotated the pike with ease. He knew that extermination had taken effect. The moment she was stabbed by the Soul Slayer pike, Giza did not hesitate. Her right hand immediately turned into a blood-red blade. Asterisk crack. Asterisk before the blackness spread to her chest, the blood mystic's expression was fierce. She chopped off her left arm. Her left arm fell to the ground. Then, before it completely turned into charcoal and ashes, it swelled and exploded. Giza clutched her severed arm and took a painful step back. Beautiful. But do you feel pain as well? Gleeward was the one who praised her, but he did not have any intention of showing mercy. His cold eyes reflected the girl's image. It also reflected the black pike he was thrusting towards the girl. The wind howled. The pike was raised again. The pike was pointed at the disheveled Giza. It was about to pierce her face. Giza clutched her left arm weakly. She gritted her teeth and stared at Gleeward with a mournful gaze. A satisfied smile finally appeared on Gleeward's face. But it was also at that moment that a few blood-red lines that looked like the branches of a tree and blood vessels slowly rose on Giza's face. The pike thrust forward. It was unstoppable. In the next moment, a figure burst out of the ruins on the ground. Asterisk boom. Asterisk it stood between Giza and Gleeward. Asterisk thud. Asterisk it was a dull thud, not the muffled sound of metal piercing flesh. Gleeward, who held the pike with both hands, frowned deeply. The tip of the Soul Slayer pike stopped right before the tip of Giza's nose. It was only half a second away. The Soul Slayer pike that the crippled man used to take the mystic's weapon was currently held by a short and muscular figure who was using both arms to hold the pike. Even though the latter's hands were already bleeding from the friction of his grip on the pike. The weak Giza panted. The blood-red lines on her face trembled slightly. She stared at the pike before her with the ghost of a smile. Her expression was complicated and subtle. But Gleeward's expression quickly changed. How? Gleeward stared in disbelief at the short and muscular man who was holding his pike in a death grip. The man's attire, figure, and appearance were no different from a normal Northlander. How could it be you? You are. Gleeward stared at the man in front of him, whose face was filled with despair. He called out his nickname in shock and bewilderment. Glacier Sentinels. Big leather belt? Giza revealed a long-lost smile when she saw Gleeward's expression. At the edge of Shield District, Nicholas turned a gigantic tentacle into ashes with a smooth slash. Behind him, the shadows of countless swords and blades could be heard. The elite warriors of the White Blade Guards were carrying out their duty to kill even more smaller tentacles. The Star Killer frowned and walked down the battlefield. In the distance, King Nuven, who was tightly surrounded by a dozen guards, narrowed his eyes and looked at the captain of his personal guards. Your Majesty. The sound of horse hooves came from afar, along with the loud reports of the cavaliers on the horses. The secret room has sent news. Kilika has disappeared. Very good. King Nuven's expression changed. He nodded and said to a noble behind him, "This proves that our strategy is effective. That calamity, it does not dare to face the Soul Slayer pike head-on." Nicholas, who had just gotten rid of a tentacle, came forward. We used the best strategy against the blood calamity. On one hand, we used a small number of elites and legendary anti-mystic equipment to attack its vital points. On the other hand, we divided and surrounded it to cut off its source of power. Your Majesty. The Star Killer's expression became solemn and his eyes shone. We suppressed it. King Nuven nodded heavily. Behind the king, a few Northland soldiers rode over on horseback. They brought along a few noble bureaucrats who were in charge of delivering the news. They continued to deliver the news. Also, Your Majesty, we still do not have any news about the Prince of Constellation and your granddaughter. King Nuven's expression did not change, as if he did not care about his granddaughter's life or death. Also, the nobles and the residents of the other districts are talking about it, especially the residents you evacuated. Many of them saw that monster. There are all sorts of comments about the invasion of the calamity. Many of the militias who have been enlisted have asked to immediately change their equipment and join the battle. The situation is a little chaotic and the patrols are a little overwhelmed. Reply to Madame Calshon. Continue to monitor that thing and keep the news flowing. King Nuven turned around and frowned slightly. He thought carefully and then decisively ordered. Also, inform the chief garrison officer to disperse the patrols and pacify the civilians one by one. In the name of the king, this place will be solved very quickly. Ordinary troops without anti-mystic equipment will not be of any use. No one is allowed to recruit or gather troops for any reason. The officials nodded and continued to report the situation. The outskirts of the city are very close. We also received news when we evacuated the residence. Your 6 counts and their vassals have already sent fast horses and messenger crows 3 times, requesting to bring their troops into the city to provide support. Bringing thousands of people to feed that calamity? The king rudely interrupted them. Reply to them that the Waltons have seen their loyalty, but this is no ordinary battlefield. A large number of troops will only make the situation worse. A clerk quickly recorded the king's words while another worriedly said, in addition, the 4 archdukes have requested your majesty that for your own safety, you should immediately return to Heroic Spirit Palace and explain. King Nuven nodded and nonchalantly waved them off. Let Lispan deal with the nobles, including the archdukes. Tell them that the king is hunting at the front line. Under such circumstances, it is best for them to shut up. After issuing the order, the heralds rode away on their horses. You know, they actually have a point. You should stay in Heroic Spirit Palace, your majesty, the Star Killer said calmly. The king shook his head. Almost all the White Blade Guards have been mobilized and we can't summon troops into the city. Staying in the empty Heroic Spirit Palace with 4 archdukes and their personal guards with ulterior motives? King Nuven snorted coldly. Your king just killed an archduke not long ago. I think I know which option is safer. Nicholas nodded and shook off the blood on the severing soul's blade. At this moment, your majesty boss, look. A White Blade Guard pointed at the sky and shouted. In the night sky, a spark flew high into the sky above Shield District. What followed was a sharp sound. The White Blade Guards shuddered in unison. A signal arrow. This means. Nicholas' gaze flickered. It's the first group from the east. They found a big guy that's hard to deal with. We have to immediately. At the same time, a similar spark bloomed in the sky from another direction. At the same time there was a sharp whistle. King Nuven frowned. 2 places? But in the next second, a third signal arrow rose from afar. At the same time? That's not right. King Nuven stared at the spark and frowned. We've strictly assigned the routes. We split them into 2 directions, east and west, and gradually surrounded them from the edge of Shield District. While the 1st and 5th groups were clearing the route in front, the troops at the back shouldn't have met the big guy. Just as he spoke, a 4th signal bolt appeared not far away. Nicholas' expression changed drastically. So many signals at the same time. There's only one explanation, your majesty. A few seconds later, Nicholas panted and said, a new monster broke out from the ground, so other than the 1st and 5th groups, the others also met it. He could not finish his sentence. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, a loud rumble was heard. Amidst the smoke and dust, a blurry, indistinct, gigantic creature appeared in the center of Shield District, swinging its countless tentacles. Everyone present stared at the monster, the multi-headed snake Kilika, dumbfounded. How could this be? King Nuven gritted his teeth and looked at the nightmare monster that had reappeared. He took a deep breath and looked at the warriors around him. It's such a big target. Isn't it afraid of the Soul Slayer Pike's ability? Gleeward. King Nuven stopped talking. The old king's expression was unpleasant. He had obviously realized something. There was silence for a few seconds. Then Nicholas put the severing soul's blade into the scabbard on his back and slowly crouched down. He tightened the straps on his legs and nodded solemnly. Your Majesty, I request that we depart immediately. The Star Killer regained his extreme calmness. He said softly, we must slow down the work of clearing these tentacles. I think I need to bring the severing soul's blade as soon as possible, to save Gleeward. On the other side of Shield District. Dodge. Black Sword's furious roar was heard. Thales looked at the blood-red tentacle that was charging at them. He gritted his teeth and dragged Little Rascal backwards. But they were far from fast enough. The tentacle slithered on the ground as fast as the wind and instantly slid before their eyes. Then it suddenly bounced up and shot towards Thales with the sound of the wind. It was as tall as a person. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk, damn it. Thales cursed in his heart as he watched the tentacle lunge at the tip of his nose. I can't dodge it. Little Rascal cried out in surprise. At that moment, that strange fluctuation surged through Thales' body again. Thales felt time slowing down again. In this time that seemed to be playing in slow motion, he could clearly see that the tentacle lunging at him was made up of countless bloody human tissues. From skin to muscles, from blood vessels to bones. In the air it began to fork from the tip, revealing a section of sharp teeth. It was like a large abnormally shaped snake lunging at its prey. A wave of nausea surged in Thales's heart. What the hell is this? At the same time, a new surge of strength was born in his body. Thales felt the new strength in his body and calculated where the tentacle would land. The next moment he pushed Little Rascal away. Then he pounced on the other side. The tentacle brushed past Thales's right hand and Little Rascal's glasses. The two children rolled to the sides and fell to the ground. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the blood-red tentacle missed its target and crashed into a wooden plank in the ruins. It no longer had a chance. Because in the next moment, a small red sword pierced through the air and spun towards it. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the blade was powerful and accurate, nailing the tentacle to the wooden plank. It was unable to move. The hilt of the small red sword was still trembling. Although the tentacle struggled continuously, it was nailed by the blade and could not break free. Thales fell to the ground. He seemed to have overexerted himself. His right hand was sore and he was panting in shock. He turned his head and looked at Black Sword, who was lying on the ground covered in wounds. The latter's right hand was suspended in the air, maintaining the posture of throwing the flying sword. Only then did Little Rascal let out a startled cry. She quickly stepped on her legs and crawled backward. She did not even dare to look at the disgusting tentacle. Thales sat up from the ground and stared blankly at the tentacle struggling weakly by his feet. Well done, little one. Black Sword exhaled weakly and his head fell back to the ground. Your reaction. But Black Sword did not finish his sentence. The part of the tentacle that was nailed to the ground suddenly split open from where the blade had pierced through. Then it slapped the ground and the tentacle broke free from the blade. Thales shuddered. T. Be careful. Black Sword yelled. But this time Thales could not react in time. The tentacle pounced on him and wrapped itself tightly around him. From his left leg to his waist, from his chest to his head. Thales' eyes were also tightly wrapped, and he immediately lost his vision. No. Little Rascal screamed. Thales only felt a shiver run down his spine. It was sticky, greasy, warm, quivering and occasionally contracting. And a little dizzy? That was what Thales vaguely felt in his days. It seems quite comfortable. Until he felt a greasy, wet and warm ball slide across the left side of his face and stop at the bridge of his nose. The ball began to tremble continuously as if massaging his face. This feeling, Thales thought in his days, is like pressing my palm on my eyelid and feeling my eye tremble in my palm. When he thought of this, Thales shuddered violently. He knew what the greasy, wet and warm ball that kept massaging the bridge of his nose was. It was someone's eyeball. F***CK. 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 An unprecedented disgust engulfed Thales, immediately waking him up from his hallucination. In extreme panic and nausea, Thales desperately shook his right arm, the only part of his body that was not covered by the tentacle, trying to pull that disgusting thing off. But the tentacle only tightened its grip. Thales clawed at the tentacle in vain, but he only felt that breathing was getting harder and his consciousness was fading. Little Rascal and Black Sword's anxious voices rang in his ears, but he could not hear them clearly. And the eyeball that was quivering even faster? F***CK. His heart beat faster and the blood vessels in his ears surged more rapidly. Thales, who was suffocating, felt increasingly uncomfortable. And he began to see stars. What should I do? A thought flashed through his mind. Right. I still have. He let go of his right arm and reached behind his waist, wanting to touch the JC dagger that Jayla gave him. The dagger. The dagger. But when he touched his waist, he only felt something greasy and warm. The tentacle had also tightly wrapped around his waist. Thales felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. At that moment, despair overwhelmed him. T. What should I do? His right hand flailed about behind his waist. But he could not catch anything. What should I do? Then a hard object brushed past Thales' right hand while he was flailing about. The pain brought Thales, who was on the verge of fainting, some clarity. He mustered the last of his strength and grabbed the long foreign object firmly. He pulled it out. Then he reached for his head. But the accident happened just like that. The moment Thales lifted the foreign object, a wave of heat from the inside out, from his heart to his right hand, suddenly erupted. It was like the most terrifying flame roasting his entire body in that instant. Pain, scorching heat, and spasms, these three sensations reached his entire body at the same time. Inside and out, every corner, every tissue and every cell. Illusory sounds appeared in his ears. At first it sounded like the increasingly loud sound of blood vessels surging. But soon these sounds changed. Some sounded like waves sweeping across, some sounded like volcanic eruptions, and some sounded like the howling of a storm. Thales opened his mouth, but nothing came out. The only thing that entered his mouth was the fishy, salty taste of the tentacle. And the disgusting organs that slid past his tongue, pieced together from an unknown person. But at that moment he no longer paid attention to the disgusting tentacle and the restraint. There was only a burning sensation left in his senses. But in the next moment, Thales felt his entire body tremble. Then he relaxed and his vision reappeared. His breathing began to become smoother. His chest was no longer heavy, and the restraint on his face slowly loosened. The tentacle let go of him. Then it slid down silently. At that moment, the burning sensation from the bottom of his heart to his right hand gradually disappeared. Thales panted hurriedly. He struggled to sit up from the ground, gasping for air after surviving a disaster. Then he saw two pairs of shocked eyes. Black Sword and Little Rascal stared at him in a daze. It was as if they had seen something incredible. Thales was shocked. Then he realized that they were not looking at him. He lowered his head and looked at his right hand. Then he could not help but narrow his eyes. At some point in time, Thales' right hand had firmly grasped the weapon Black Sword threw at him. It was the small red sword. But at that moment the dark red blade of the small red sword was actually emitting a dazzling red light. Thales stared at the small red sword, dumbfounded. He watched as the blade, which was originally dark red and lusterless, gradually became lighter and brighter, becoming a color similar to the blade. It was as if it had just been sharpened. That was not the only abnormality. The disgusting tentacle began to change from the point it approached the small red sword. Thales had seen this change before. It was in the birch tree forest when the fortress flower was facing the blood mystic. The entire tentacle, which hung limply on Thales' body, began to dissolve, wither and turn black. Then it turned into ashes and dissipated in the air. It was as if it had met its natural enemy. All that was left on Thales' body was black ashes. "What did you do?" Black Sword frowned. He stared at the sword in Thales' hand and murmured, "Could it really be a legend, a legend?" Little Rascal blinked. She did not understand. At that moment, before Thales could react, he heard the sound of a raging tide, which resembled the surging of blood vessels. Whoosh! It seemed to be surging from afar. But the raging tide soon changed, turning into a low murmur of a human. Thales shuddered and jumped in fright. He raised his head and looked at Black Sword and Little Rascal, but both of them only stared at him in a daze. Black Sword's gaze kept shifting back and forth between Thales' face and the sword in his hand. He did not bother to hide his deep suspicions. However, the two of them acted as if they hadn't heard the voice at all. This scene is so familiar. Thales looked around in panic. Aside from the ruins, the night sky, and the glow of the small sword in his hand, he saw nothing. What's going on? What's going on? Staring at the glowing small sword in his hand, Thales was at a loss. Just as he was about to speak, the single syllable became clearer. It began to form words and sentences. "My name," the voice rang slowly like an old man from afar. "My name." It sounded like it was coming from countless wooden planks. Thales could not tell what language it was. But he clearly understood the meaning of the voice. "My name, Blade of Purification." Thales opened his mouth wide and stared at the glowing small sword in his hand in utter shock. Purify? Blade of Purification? Thales was completely stunned. But that was not what surprised him the most. Amid the raging tide, the voice uttered the last two sentences. "It's been a long time," the voice said slowly. Blood brother." Thales shuddered. Blood, brother. A second later, the voice and the light on the small sword fell silent. Cold snowflakes fell. It was as if nothing had happened just now. Except for the tip of the small sword. It had turned from a dull red to a pure crimson. It was the color of blood. Chapter 175. Dragon Cloud City, the border between Armor District and Shield District. A series of loud roars came from the direction of Shield District as well as faint tremors. We should evacuate together with the residents. A valiant swordswoman with black hair, light armor and thick black gloves stood on a roof. She frowned as she stared at the tall figure in front of her. It's not our duty to be nosy, and it's not in line with our principles to look for trouble. But the figure just stared at the sky of Shield District in the distance, taking in the crazily rampaging, unusual giant blood-red monster. Is this the reason Raphael asked us to leave? Cohen pursed his lips with a worried expression, his eyebrows constantly moving. This is what the Secret Intelligence Department wants to do? Did you hear what the residents said? That's the legendary Hydra Kilika. Cohen clenched his fists tightly, displeasure flashed in his eyes. It's those calamities, the mystics, those legends that we can only read about in family records and dossiers. Raphael Cohen looked at the ruins of Shield District, his breathing quickened. Did you do this? Is this your plan? Miranda frowned and looked at her colleague with a complicated expression. The disciplinary officers didn't evacuate the area for no reason. This is not something you should worry about. Dragon Cloud City definitely knows how to deal with calamities. Miranda looked at the Hydra flinging out another giant tentacle in the distance, sighed and shook her head. And no matter what Raphael did or what he wants to do, it's not something we can interfere with. Cohen was still staring at the Hydra, his golden hair was covered in snowflakes, but he did not notice it at all. That's Shield District, Big Leather Belt lives there. We even sat in his house before. Do you remember the man who fought against the orcs in the Glacial Sentinel? Listening to the sounds of destruction, Cohen's eyes were filled with sorrow. Him and his daughter. Miranda did not say anything, only lowered her eyelids slightly. After a while she said quietly, "We can't do anything." Cohen was silent. In the distance, as the Hydra Kilika's movements intensified, the tremors grew stronger. Do you know what's the most ironic thing? A few seconds later, Cohen said to Miranda behind him with an expressionless face, "On the day we, you, me and Raphael became seeds, what Master Shao said to the 8 of us on the Night Colossus." Hearing this, Miranda subconsciously put her hand on the hilt of her sword. The mission of the Tower of Eradication is to preserve the last, purest and most transcendent spark for mankind. Against the backdrop of the Hydra wreaking havoc in the distance, Cohen continued to speak calmly, to pass on the power of eradication, and to pass on the spirit and mission of our ancestors. Cohen's eyes flashed with mixed emotions. Be alert and ready at all times. The day they make a comeback, the swords of eradication will be unsheathed once more. Miranda raised her head and gritted her teeth as she stared at the Hydra's terrifying figure. Regardless of race, country, or seniority, we will resume the mission that belonged to our predecessors, and we will recreate the glory of the Calamity Hunters. In the darkest days, in the hellish battlefield, in the last moments of mankind, we will carry our swords in hope, go against the crowd, face death calmly and press forward. Charge towards the almost invincible calamities. This is the original and final mission of the Tower of Eradication. Raphael, as a seed with high hopes, Cohen sighed when he said this, "Turn the calamities, stop your meaningless and baseless guesses." Miranda interrupted him coldly, "We don't know what Raphael and the Secret Intelligence Department did. Maybe the Secret Intelligence Department has a more important political purpose. Maybe if they didn't do this, the Hydra would have appeared in Eternal Star City instead of Dragon Cloud City." Cohen sneered, which was rare. Politics. The blonde police officer shook his head in disappointment. The Tower of Eradication passes down skills to protect mankind and is above politics. This is also the most valuable thing about it. No matter how bad the relationship between the Tower of Eradication and Constellation is, it has never rejected students from Constellation. Cohen lowered his head and said in a low voice, "But we use these treasures, which have been passed down for thousands of years, to kill each other. Swordsmen are proud to be born in the Tower of Eradication. But over the past 600 years, how many swordsmen of eradication have truly died in the hands of the calamities? Died while guarding the path of mankind? And how many died under the swordsmanship and powers of eradication that were also passed down from the tower?" Miranda's expression did not change, but her voice was a little ethereal. Not every student can escape the shackles of politics. Not every student has the same ideals and goals as the Tower of Eradication. But, Raphael, Cohen sighed heavily. With his status compared to us, he should be the most detached from these things, shouldn't he? Miranda looked at his back in silence. A few seconds later, the swordswoman put away her solemn expression and chuckled softly. Cohen. Miranda looked at Cohen, who turned around in surprise and curled up the corner of her mouth. Has anyone ever told you, maybe you're not suited to be a suzerain or even a noble? The swordswoman flashed a thought-provoking smile and asked meaningfully, the ideal and kind heir to the Count of Walla Hill. Hearing that, Cohen was stunned and stared at Miranda in a daze. He tilted his head and stared at the roof under his feet. Desolation and loneliness flashed in his eyes. This time, Cohen was silent for a longer time than he had ever been. Finally, the police officer's voice rang out absent-mindedly. Ah, I know. From the first day I could remember things. I knew it. Cohen's voice was calm, but it made Miranda's heart darken for no reason. I can't be a good suzerain. I can't. Miranda did not speak. At this moment, the two of them looked up as if they had sensed something. In the next second, the two swordsmen jumped off the roof at the same time and hid behind the wall with agility. A minute later, two figures flitted past the streets that had already been evacuated. One of the strange footsteps was light, as if he was walking on the ground. The other's footsteps were more normal and his steps were steady. In terms of movement, Miranda, who was hiding in the dark, thought, both of them seemed to be good fighters. However, both of them seemed to be injured and their bodies were unstable. I think we should go into Shield District to look for someone, even if that thing is there. One of them sounded very young and impatient, as if he was not satisfied with his companion beside him. I say, can't you say something? Okay, I remember now. Can't you give me some reaction? God, don't make those gestures that I don't understand. Wait. Miranda's pupils constricted when she saw the two figures. In the next second, Cohen watched in shock as Miranda stood up, left her hiding place and blocked the two people who passed by. The two uninvited guests stopped in their tracks warily and adjusted their postures so that they could attack easily. But their hostility was quickly broken. You are, at that time, beside Lady Cecile. Thale's attendant, Wyacasso, held his saber and stared at the swordswoman. His eyes widened in shock. Broken Dragon Fortress. Lady Miranda. Why are you here? Waya asked in astonishment. It's a long story. What about you? Miranda frowned. What are you looking for? Is it related to that calamity? This. Waya was stunned at first, then he turned his head hesitantly. He was a noble of the Arund family, and even the heir of the Duke of the Northern Territory who had once tried to usurp the throne. The disappearance of the prince. But in the next moment, Waya frowned slightly. He saw that Miranda's expression was also not right. Both of them felt the tension in the air at the same time. They turned their heads. The companion behind Waya, a man with a silver half-mask and metal prosthetic limbs, was trembling. Ralph, the Phantom Wind follower, fixed his fractured hand on his body. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the blonde police officer. His hands could not stop trembling. He touched his throat with difficulty, then abruptly let go as if he was scalded. Soon Ralph's gaze was filled with hatred and anger. Cohen narrowed his eyes in puzzlement as he looked at the strange short-haired silver-masked man. His gaze swept across the man's lower body, which was covered by clothes, but he could still hear the prosthetic limbs. He scratched his head. Why are you looking at me like that? Do we have a grudge? Excuse me. Under the other person's extremely unfriendly gaze, the police officer asked cautiously and confusedly, have we met before? Cohen soon no longer had to be confused. In the next second, Ralph coldly swung his right hand, and a hidden blade popped out from his arm. Looking at the familiar hidden blade, Cohen's gaze tensed. A memory from not too long ago flashed through his mind. It was that night. Disaster sword, Groudon. The girl with dual blades. He himself. And the police officer frowned. He bent down and placed his hand on his saber. Miranda and Waya were both stunned. They looked at the two people who were about to fight, puzzled. So you're not dead yet, my old friend from Red Street Market. Cohen vigilantly took half a step back. His gaze was as sharp as a sword and his tone was cold. Scum of blood bottle gang. The expression on the other half of Ralph's face, which was not covered by the mask, became more and more unpleasant. He let out a low, guttural growl and clenched his fists tighter. The rustling sounds of flesh scraping against each other came from all directions. It was as if thousands of snakes were swimming wildly in all directions. How many threats, enemies and dangers do these scraping sounds signify? In the midst of the strange rustling sounds, Nicholas, who was under the eaves of a dilapidated house, opened his eyes gently. The power of eradication in his body began to circulate in a strange manner. It surged through his entire body in waves. In the next moment, the Star Killer descended like a bolt of lightning. He broke through the eaves with an astonishing momentum. Bang. As Nicholas' figure appeared, a dozen blood-red tentacles of various sizes appeared in front of him. The tentacles trembled in unison and attacked him from different angles. Nicholas, who was in the air, should not have been able to dodge. But his figure strangely began to flicker and blur. All the tentacles that were stretched out towards Nicholas curled, whipped, struck and stabbed at him from front to back. These life-threatening tentacles brushed past his ears, armpits, soles of his feet and waist in the air, but without exception, all missed his body by a hair's breadth. The air was torn apart by the tentacles. The howling wind glided past the surface of the Star Killer's body. In that second, the unscathed Nicholas' gaze was calm. He swung the severing soul's blade in the air. The trajectory and arc of the blade formed countless ellipses in the air as Nicholas' body descended. Thud. Nicholas landed steadily on the ground. Behind him, many broken tentacles fell and turned into ashes. Nicholas stood up. Without changing his expression, he stabbed the severing soul's blade into the large tentacle in front of him. Soon, Kilika's severed limb disappeared from the world. It's much easier than parrying the weapons coming from all directions on the battlefield, Nicholas thought to himself. After all, I only have to face one enemy. He broke through from the edge of Shield District all the way here, and the worry in his heart did not decrease. Instead, it increased. The number of enemies on the road was getting denser, and the Hydra's figure was also getting bigger. Clearly, he was already close to Gleeward. Hopefully, nothing will happen to him. As one of the few Supreme-class warriors who had fought their way out of piles of corpses on the battlefield, Drew Gleeward had an indomitable will, rich experience and resolute determination that matched his exquisite fighting skills. This kind of warrior seemed to be born to exist on large-scale battlefields. Regardless of whether it was a favorable or unfavorable situation, they could create unimaginable miracles. When he thought of that person, Nicholas could not help but frown. The kingdom's wrath in the south. This was also why, even though Gleeward's temper was terrible and his relationship with the officials of Dragon Cloud City was bad, he was still chosen as the wielder of the Soul Slayer pike 10 years ago, even though he was still cursing and insulting Nuvan VII and the other archdukes of the Walton family and their parents on the first day he received the pike. Of course, it was also because of his bad temper that Gleeward, a heavy swordsman, lost his title, official position and wealth after he retired. His name was also not among the 5 war generals. Instead, he became a famous boss in Shield District and Hammer District. The Hydra was right in front of him. Nicholas gritted his teeth. Before new monsters or tentacles reached him, Nicholas did not stop moving. He moved forward quickly. When he bypassed the ruins of a collapsed mill, Nicholas was stunned. He saw Gleeward. Gleeward was not suppressed to the point where he could not fight back as he had expected, nor had he fallen. This was the worst-case scenario he had expected. Gleeward stood in front of him, perfectly fine. His back was facing Nicholas. The Soul Slayer pike was still in his hand and the spearhead was still trembling. What really stunned Nicholas was not Gleeward. Instead, it was his surroundings. Behind Gleeward were countless corpses. Adults, children, old people, men, women. Most of them were dressed in rags and had serene smiles on their faces. But their faces were as black as dried wood. Nicholas stared at the corpses all over the ground with an unpleasant expression. He had seen this kind of death before. It was the effect of being hit by extermination. But Nicholas stared at Gleeward in disbelief. Gleeward! Nicholas shouted loudly. Gleeward shuddered slightly and turned around slowly. Nicholas tightened his grip on the severing soul's blade in his hand. Gleeward did not even notice that he was behind him. This was unimaginable in the past. There's something wrong with his current state of mind. The Star Killer thought to himself. The lame former heavy swordsman turned around while trembling and looked at the Star Killer. Nicholas stared at Gleeward's face in shock. It was covered in tear stains. It's you. Gleeward bit his lip and another tear fell. He said hoarsely and weakly, Walton's lackey. When he heard the familiar and rude form of address, Nicholas felt slightly at ease. But he still stared at the corpses all over the ground and asked in puzzlement, what happened? These people. What happened? Gleeward shuddered violently and his voice rose sharply. What happened? Gleeward clenched his teeth tightly and closed his eyes in pain. Didn't you see it? Nicholas walked forward and stood next to Gleeward. He faced the young girl in front of him. The young girl with a face full of blood-red spots and a gentle smile. Oh. The blood mystic chuckled. Another one? A puzzled look appeared on Nicholas' thin and pale face. It's okay. Giza shook her head. Her gaze was relaxed as if she did not care. I have enough reserves. In the next moment the mystic gently stroked Kilika behind her. The hydra shuddered again and released 2 large tentacles. The tentacles trembled continuously on the ground, then slowly tore apart, creating 2 openings that were as tall as a few people. Nicholas' pupils shrank. From the 2 openings 1, 2, 3 people slowly walked out. There were dozens of people. The person who walked toward them was an old woman with a face that looked like she had gone through the vicissitudes of life. She was puzzled at first, then confused and then terrified as she looked at her own body. There were dozens of people of all sizes, men, women, the elderly and the young. After their initial bewilderment they became astonished. Then, they all walked towards Gleeward at the same time. Nicholas turned his head abruptly and looked at Gleeward. Could it be? Gleeward shook his head laboriously. His eyes were filled with tears of grief, indignation and desolation. Gleeward? The old woman who led the group opened her fearful eyes. She seemed to know Gleeward. Good child, what is going on? I remember that just now. Ah. The old woman lowered her head in surprise. She looked at her thin and shriveled legs, one in front of the other as she dragged her body forward. How did I stand up? My legs are healed. Granny Daval. Gleeward looked at the old woman's figure and closed his eyes in grief. He stabbed his spear into the ground. Bastard, no. The old woman immediately realized something. She said in panic, my body, why can't I move? Why am I walking? Granny Daval was not the only one who reacted this way. Among the dozens of people almost everyone had the same reaction. Panic, fear and shock appeared behind the crowd. What's going on? My hand, I can't walk so fast, I'm too old, I'll fall. Oh my god, look, it's a monster. It's the monster I saw before I fainted. However, the crowd continued to move forward. At that moment Nicholas, who was in a daze, understood something. They can't help themselves. Tears flowed out of Gleeward's tightly shut eyes again. His voice was intermittent. These civilians of Shield District, after they were eaten by that monster, that bitch, I don't know what she did. Now she's controlling their bodies. Nicholas watched the crowd move forward towards them in disbelief. He watched as they continued to quarrel, question, argue and even cry, shout and roar. Just like the most ordinary residents of Shield District. I didn't eat them. They are perfect, independent individuals. The blood mystic sighed. Every single one of them is a life. Nicholas looked at the corpses on the ground beside Gleeward and completely understood. He took a step forward and his palm unconsciously twisted due to anger. The Soul Slayer Pike? Gleeward swallowed hard and shook his head in pain. She's different from the other tentacle monsters. The crippled, one-eared man suppressed his grief. Extinction can't hurt her directly. Can only kill these people themselves. The blood mystic smiled like a flower. That's right. Didn't you say that you're in charge of this district? At that moment the demon-like maiden smiled. The blood-red stripes on her face were especially strange and terrifying. Then let me see your determination. I have thousands of people. The terrified crowd quickened their pace and blocked the path between the 2 supreme-class warriors and the mystic. Gleeward let out a furious roar. Nicholas took a deep breath and calmed down. They're just ordinary civilians. Or we can break through them without stopping regardless of the cost. The Star Killer swung the Severing Soul's blade in his hand and said coldly, go straight for that monster. Under the Star Killer's gaze, Gleeward still shook his head laboriously. Nicholas frowned. He suddenly noticed that Gleeward had many wounds all over his body. The mystic answered his doubts. Ordinary civilians? Giza smiled softly. No, there are thousands of them. Their thoughts are clear, their minds are clear, and they can even speak on their own. But they're not afraid of death, they're not afraid of pain, they don't cower, they don't stop, they don't hold back, they don't hesitate. The blood mystic tilted her head, swiped her finger across her lips and smiled charmingly. Flesh and blood dolls. As she finished speaking, Granny Daval, who was leading the group, suddenly cried out in surprise. The next moment the old woman suddenly lowered her body and got down on all fours. The crowd behind her instantly burst into an uproar. As she cried out in surprise, Granny Daval used her hands and feet like a feline. With agility and speed that did not match her age and body, she leaped more than 10 meters in a few seconds and pounced on Gleeward as if she was hunting prey. No! Gleeward roared in pain. He turned the pike around and used the handle to sweep Granny Daval back. As Granny Daval cried out in pain, she flew back to a ruin and fell hard. Bang. The old woman's bones seemed to be very fragile. Just like that, Granny Daval's left hand was bent and deformed. Nicholas widened his eyes in anger. He watched as Granny Daval used her broken left hand to support herself on the ground again and pounced on Gleeward while she cried out in pain. The old woman's pained screams echoed in Nicholas' ears. I'm sorry. Gleeward raised his head abruptly and roared. Aya. This time Gleeward widened his eyes in anger. As tears flowed down his face, he trembled as he handed over the pike. Grip. The pike pierced through Granny Daval. Gleeward, child. Granny Daval's face was filled with disbelief. Then Granny Daval's face turned black. She lost all her life and slowly fell down. The crowd burst into a collective howl of panic. Gleeward gritted his teeth and panted continuously. Hey, these people aren't as useful as my cuties. The blood mystic covered her mouth and chuckled. The blood spots on her face swayed like reeds in the wind. Of course, you're also much weaker when you face them. Pitiful humans. Nicholas stared at all of this in a daze. Gleeward's eyes were bloodshot. He bit down hard on his lower lip and pulled the pike out of the old woman's body while his entire body trembled. They won't stop. The crippled man gripped the pike in his hand tighter as if he wanted to leave a palm print on it. No matter how injured or damaged they are, they will only get up again. This was his shield district. They're coming at me wave after wave. These were the people he was supposed to protect. Stop me, kill me. These unarmed, innocent civilians. Unless... Gleeward roared angrily with a face full of tears. He swung his hands and raised the pike. Kill. The crowd drew closer. Panicked, fearful and trembling faces that he was incredibly familiar with appeared before his eyes. Kill them. Gleeward, who was about to break down, was like a trapped beast that had been forced into a corner. He roared in grief, indignation and despair. Kill them. Nicholas watched the waves of people approach them, then looked at the countless corpses that had already fallen beside Gleeward. He felt a chill run down his spine. The blood mystic clicked her tongue. The Soul Slayer pike. Is it? Unprecedented anger appeared in her eyes. I know the power of this thing better than you do. The power it can unleash in Riku's hands is much stronger than a rookie like you. But I am still standing here in one piece. The blood mystic raised her hands. There was a smile on her face and her voice was cold. Guess what this proves? The mystic grinned and laughed with her head thrown back. Very well. Giza thought quickly in her abnormally excited state. This way I can at least buy some time. Enough time to search for that boy. Find him. Kill him. Save him. As her thoughts raced, Kilika extended more and more tentacles underground. 2 patches of red appeared on Nicholas' pale face. He spoke slowly and laboriously. So, you've already planned how to face the Soul Slayer pike from the beginning, right? Starting from absorbing your food. The mystic flashed a bright smile. Gleeward could not stop trembling. He raised his head and looked at the approaching crowd. His eyes were filled with numbness and determination. Nicholas stared at his inhuman opponent. His heart grew heavier. What should I do? Kill all the residents of Shield District who are not dead yet? Kill thousands or even tens of thousands of them? Fight her again? How could this be? The Star Killer took a deep breath and shook his head slowly. The Soul Slayer pike is recorded in the legend of the world, as well as you and the Hydra, but why is there no record of this scene? I'm not sure about this either. The blood mystic exhaled. Her smile did not fade. But I can make some guesses. Nicholas and Gleeward frowned. Did you know that the Soul Slayer Pike's ability was originally called Extermination? The mystic smiled faintly. But later on, it was renamed Extermination. Gleeward shuddered. Giza chuckled. She raised her head and stared at the cliff of the sky, at the statue of the hero who was holding a pike and staring at the ground. It was a statue of perseverance, courage, compassion, tolerance, and greatness. Originally, Raikou had a blood heir. The mystic said faintly, his son, his younger brother, his nephew, his uncle. The Extet family who loved each other. Nicholas and Gleeward stared at each other. Their eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment. Until we met on the battlefield. The mystic narrowed her eyes. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. Your so-called human hero. That heartless, cruel and terrifying man with a heart as hard as stone. Raikou Extet. In their eyes, the terrifying and cruel blood calamity gently raised her slender fingers and slowly pointed at the advancing crowd. Personally lifting the Soul Slayer pike. Giza's eyes shone with a strange and subtle red light. She parted her cherry lips and revealed a secret that sent chills down their spines. All of them, did not spare a single one, killed them all. Chapter 176. Thales stared at the small red sword in his hand absent-mindedly. He did not even notice when little rascal shuddered and moved closer to him. She pulled him up from the ground with all her might. The Blade of Purification. Is that its name? Even under the dim moonlight, the blood-red edge of the sword was extremely bright. Thales tried his best to sort out the thoughts in his mind. He even forgot about the environment he was in. Is this sword a living thing? If it is, why didn't it move in Black Sword's hand? If it isn't, then what is that voice? That voice that came from my ear. No, it's more like it came from the bottom of my heart. Why is it so similar to what happened when the High Priestess of Bright Moon Temple prayed? The moment he touched it, the burning sensation that seeped out of his body reminded him of the scene when his mystic energy went out of control. Is there a connection between the two? It said, my blood brother. What does that mean? It also said, it's been a long time. Have I seen this thing, the legendary anti-mystic equipment, before? More and more questions popped up in Thales' mind, but none of them had an answer. It only made him more confused and confused. What did you do? Black Sword's voice rang in his ear, stern and fierce. Thales was startled. He snapped out of his daze and unconsciously loosened his right hand. Asterisk clang. Asterisk, the small red sword in his hand fell to the ground. Black Sword struggled to lift his upper body with his weak body. He did not know whether it was because of the shock or his injuries, but his expression was very unpleasant. A pair of sharp eyes locked on Thales' face. Why did it suddenly become effective? Thales only reacted then. He looked at the small sword on the ground, took a deep breath and looked up at Black Sword. About that. The second prince forced an awkward smile. I don't know. Black Sword's frown deepened. Little rascal let out a, huh. The girl pointed at the ground, her voice filled with surprise. Change back. Black Sword and Thales were shocked. Their gazes were once again attracted by the small sword on the ground. The small sword that once shone with a red glow in Thales' hand began to change color. The bright blood-like blade on the ground faded once more, turning into the same dull and dark red color as before, as if all its blood had been sucked out. Thales blinked in bewilderment. He was not the only one who reacted this way. The legendary assassin of the Brotherhood shook his head shakily, his expression puzzled. What exactly is this? If only Ramon was still here. Black Sword looked at the dimming small sword. He lowered his head and gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with indignation. Right at this moment, another loud explosion sounded from afar. Bang! Before anyone could react, a dilapidated house not far away suddenly turned into dust. A terrifying giant blood-colored tentacle soared into the sky. In the distance, the Hydra's silhouette was faintly discernible in the smoke. Both Thales and Little Rascal shuddered. They watched in astonishment as the tentacles split into countless tiny limbs. Like a group of densely packed wriggling snakes, they swept towards them from all directions. What are you waiting for? Black Sword roared anxiously, run. Thales shuddered. Without saying a word, he grabbed the pale-faced little rascal. Ignoring everything that had just happened, he dashed in the opposite direction of the tentacles. This kind of tentacle again. So... Thales gritted his teeth. Did Asta really lose? Aren't mystics immortal and indestructible? Then how did he lose? Damn it. I have to keep running. As for Black Sword, who was still on the ground, unable to move, he could only wish him luck. However, this time the tentacles seemed to be exceptionally swift and powerful. They flooded the corpse-strewn street like a tidal wave. Everywhere they went there was a terrifying sizzling sound. When Thales heard it, he felt a chill run down his spine. He was scared out of his wits. Without Asta's protection, they had barely taken 4 or 5 steps when the first small tentacle caught up to them. This time its target was only Thales. In an instant, Thales felt a weight under his feet. His ankle was tightly entangled by the tentacle that came first. Thales felt a chill run down his spine. He staggered and fell to the ground. The tentacle began to twist and drag him backwards. No! Little rascal screamed. She turned around and grabbed Thales' arm tightly, trying to save him from the entanglement of the tentacles. However, how could the strength of 2 children struggle against the multi-headed snake's tentacles? They were dragged towards the snake-like tentacles. Damn it! Thales felt his scalp tingle as he watched his ankle being entangled tighter and tighter. He glanced behind them and saw other tentacles getting closer and closer. In just a few seconds they were right in front of him. The melted, broken, and stuck limbs of the tentacles were clearly visible before his eyes. Thales shuddered. He quickly turned around and yelled, "Run!" However, little rascal only bit her lower lip and refused to let go of his arm. She shook her head violently. They were dragged a few meters back. Sizzling. The terrifying sound of flesh rubbing against each other came closer. Thales felt a chill run down his spine. H*T, it's too late. Soon, countless tentacles blotted out the sky and the moon. Like a raging wave, they swept over slowly. The first tentacle wrapped around little rascal's left arm. The second covered Thales' back. The third, the fourth, and the fifth, from his limbs to his body, these tentacles bound him and little rascal tightly. No. The sticky, warm, yet nauseating tentacles covered Thales' eyes as he roared, blocking little rascal's tear-stained face from his line of sight. Little rascal screamed and let go of Thales' hand as he was pulled. Thales' eyes were about to pop out of their sobs as he watched little rascal's sorrowful face disappear before his eyes. No. Thales desperately reached for JC's dagger as the tentacles pulled on him all over his body. At the juncture of life and death, he no longer cared about secrets or side effects. He had to use mystic energy, or what he thought was mystic energy. However, just as the second prince was about to stab himself with the dagger, another tentacle came from behind and bound his right arm. Then it dragged him backward. He could not touch the dagger. Thales gritted his teeth in indignation. No, he was like a prey hunted by a spider, trapped in a spider's web and unable to move. He could only close his eyes and wait for death. But at this moment, Black Sword's low growl suddenly rang in his ears. Then the sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard one after another. Swoosh. Thales shuddered. He felt the momentum of his being dragged suddenly lessen. In the next moment, the tentacles wrapped around his head and face were suddenly released. Blood splattered everywhere. Black Sword, who was covered in wounds, appeared in Thales' sight. Thales was instantly invigorated. Before he could speak, Black Sword roared and swung the red small sword in his hand amidst the surging group of tentacles. Whoosh. The wind howled, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The blade of the sword drew circles and circles on the flesh and blood of the tentacles. It cut and severed the tentacles one after another. The tentacles trembled and like a pot of boiling oil, they madly attacked Black Sword. With a body riddled with wounds, Black Sword displayed a speed that did not match his physical condition. His body sometimes trembled to break free from the entanglement, and sometimes he turned to dodge the attacks. He fought with all his might in the group of tentacles that surrounded him from all directions. Black Sword dodged a tentacle that reached for his left shoulder. His right arm trembled and with a strange rhythm he shook off a tentacle that was resting on it. Then he roared and cut off a tentacle that was binding Thales' left leg. Black Sword's expression was unpleasant. He stepped on the ground full of tentacles. His legs had been unknowingly entangled, but he was still oblivious. The small sword in his hand never stopped swinging. Sometimes, it would cut off a tentacle that was binding Thales, and sometimes, it would cut off a tentacle that was trying to stop him. Black Sword stood in front of Thales amidst the group of countless tentacles. His gaze was firm and his body moved. At that moment he was like a restless bug that had fallen into a spider's web. He was stubborn and unyielding, struggling with all his might and trembling incessantly. Thales watched the scene in a daze. "Hold on to me," Black Sword roared. His left arm, which was wrapped in a thick cloth and had a thick bloodstain on it, grabbed Thales' shoulder in a death grip. Then he swung the small sword again and instantly cut off 3 tentacles that were binding Thales. Grip. The next moment, Black Sword's expression was fierce. Like pulling a carrot, he forcefully pulled Thales out from the mass of tentacles. Thales hugged Black Sword's arm tightly and coughed continuously. Black Sword swung with great force and threw Thales out of the tentacles' range. Thales rolled on the ground and panted rapidly. A few tentacles wanted to follow Thales, but they were mercilessly cut off by Black Sword before his eyes. As for Black Sword himself, he was increasingly entangled by the tentacles. Thales did not even have the time to catch his breath. He quickly turned around and saw Black Sword, who was almost drowned in the tentacles, struggling bitterly after saving Thales with a burst of power. Thales instinctively wanted to crawl backwards, but when he raised his head and saw Black Sword's gaze, he could not help but stop in his tracks. That man was still fighting ceaselessly in the mass of tentacles. The sword. Why isn't it working? Black Sword looked at the red small sword in his hand and roared, "These things haven't disappeared." Thales, who had just escaped death, felt mentally and physically exhausted. He propped himself up on the floor and listened to the sizzling sound of the tentacles behind him. The helpless expression on little rascal's face when she was finally dragged away appeared in his eyes. He could only feel an unbearable resentment in his heart. How could this be? He gritted his teeth and roared back without thinking, "How the f***ck would I know? I was holding it just now," and as soon as the words left his mouth, both of them shuddered. Thales understood something. A tentacle seized the opportunity to wrap itself around Black Sword's neck, causing him to tremble all over. At the critical moment, Black Sword did not swing his sword again. Almost drowned in the tentacles, he gave Thales a deep look. "Little fella." Black Sword suddenly raised his voice. Thales panted and tried his best to stand up. A few tentacles had already bypassed Black Sword and were in front of Thales. However, in the next moment, Thales saw Black Sword move his arm, causing the wind to whistle. A black shadow spun and pounced towards the prince's face. Thales subconsciously narrowed his eyes. He could not help but raise his right hand to protect his head and face. However, the black shadow made a perfect turn and accurately fell into Thales' right palm, which he had just raised. The Prince of Constellations subconsciously clenched his fist and felt a weight on his hand. Thales bent his knees. In a flurry he caught the small sword that Black Sword had thrown at him. The hilt just flew into his palm. Although I don't want to admit it, Thales took a deep breath. Black Sword's throw was really accurate. Black Sword took one last look at Thales before he was completely drowned by the tentacles. The tentacles that wrapped around Black Sword lifted the prey and swept it backwards. Thales breathed in a daze, but he knew what he was going to do. "Please." He gritted his teeth and brandished the small sword. Stepping on the ruins and snow, he ran forward. "Hurry up and give it to me. Make it work." "Ah." In the next moment, Thales roared with all his might as if that would calm him down. He swung the small sword at the tentacles that were pouncing towards him. One of the tentacles touched Thales' face, causing him to feel numb. The other tentacle reached for his hands and made an unpleasant sizzling sound. However, in the next moment, that strange burning sensation attacked his heart again. His blood vessels began to surge endlessly again. Thales' small sword changed. As if it had been injected with some kind of power, its dull dark red blade, starting from the hilt in Thales' hand, gradually changed color and glowed. It became bright red again as if it had been revitalized, just like before. Red light spread out. The 2 tentacles that were closest to Thales immediately trembled before the small sword's blade. In just a few seconds, their warm and strong flesh curled up and withered into dull gray limbs. With the sizzling sound of roasting flames and red steam, They were turned into ashes. Thales was shocked. It's effective. He did not stop. Instead, he charged forward without a care for his life. Not far away, the blood mystic who was facing off against Gleeward and Nicholas turned her head and cast a glance in his direction. Giza's tentacles were very memorable. Thales did not want to experience the warm, solid, sticky and slippery sensation when he bumped into them. It's too disgusting. But this time Thales only lowered his head, raised his small sword and charged forward with all his might. Surprisingly, Thales did not run into any substantial obstacles that could stop him for more than a few seconds, even though the group of tentacles looked so terrifying. Thales stared at the ground, not letting the surging tentacles in front of him affect his vision. With just one breath he continued to run. His entire body crashed into the massive tentacles that wrapped around the black sword in a disorderly manner. The wall of flesh and blood formed by the tentacles crumbled the moment he touched it. Ashes fell continuously in front of him. If he was entangled by a tentacle, Thales would subconsciously lean the blade against that spot. In just a few seconds the tentacles would tremble slightly, then loosen and turn into ashes. Like ripples on the surface of a lake, the tentacles trembled, retreated, and dispersed in front of him. At a speed faster than when they came, they curled towards the roots. But Thales still did not care. He just raised his sword and charged forward. The next second he felt the ground beneath his feet become empty. Thales panicked and fell to the ground. But he did not fall. Thud. A dull thud was heard. Thales felt a pain in his head. He felt as if he had crashed into a thick wall. Something caught him just in time. Enough. Black Sword's cold voice rang in Thales' ears. Thales shuddered and only then did he raise his head. Freed from his predicament, Black Sword's expression was unpleasant. He grabbed Thales' wrist tightly and held the red small sword in front of his neck. That's enough, Black Sword said coldly and let go of Thales' arm along with the small sword. Thales, who was still in a state of shock, finally found his breath. Having survived the disaster, he looked around. He saw the tentacles retreating in defeat. They curled back in a sparse and sporadic manner, either withered on the spot or disappeared into the darkness. It was as if nothing had happened. The only thing missing was a person's figure. Thales ran 2 steps forward in a daze. He saw nothing but corpses and withered tentacles all over the ground. It's too late. Black Sword's sharp eyes stared into the darkness in the distance. His voice was a little weak. We can't catch up. Thales' heart trembled. Clutching the red small sword, he slid weakly to the ground and bit his lower lip. However, his left hand accidentally pressed against something. A hard object. Thales lowered his head and was immediately shocked. It was Little Rascal's glasses. The pair of black-rimmed glasses that did not suit her. One of the lenses had been worn off. But its owner. Thales could not help but feel a pang in his heart. Little Rascal. He had dragged her away from King Nuvan, away from Asda, and away from Giza's tentacles. But now in the end she was... When he thought of this, Thales felt a lump in his throat. It was as if a huge rock was stuck in his heart. No. Thales picked up the badly damaged glasses and bit his lip hard. In his mind he could not stop the image of Little Rascal hugging his arm tightly. Then she was drowned in the tentacles, screaming as she was dragged away. No. Black Sword clutched his chest, swayed and sat down. He spat a mouthful of blood on the ground. After he regulated his breathing, he raised his head. Thales shut his eyes tightly and lowered his head. Black Sword heaved a deep sigh when he saw Thales behaving this way. Looks like you really did something. Black Sword stared at the tentacles that had withered and turned black around him. Some of the tentacles had even scattered into ashes. He said slowly, "It only reacts to your touch. That sword seems to only be effective in your hands, to restrain mystics." Immersed in indescribable grief, Thales shuddered slightly. Thales glanced at the bright red weapon in his hand with a blank gaze. "Do you have anything to explain?" Black Sword shook his head and put away his previous expression as he calmly asked. Thales furrowed his brows. He stared at Black Sword with a mixture of resentment and annoyance. Why is he still concerned about this? Thales was silent for a moment before he spoke. "Explain." Thales sneered mournfully. "Explain my ass." Black Sword ignored what he said. Instead he stared at Thales' face. A few seconds later, Black Sword suddenly spoke. "Azure ambition." Thales replied absent-mindedly. What? What do you have to do with that place? Blacksword asked seriously. At that moment, Thales felt a surge of resentment in his chest. He had no intention of paying any attention to Blacksword. He said coldly, What the F***ck do I have to do with it? Thales lowered his head and gritted his teeth. He closed his eyes and tried his best not to look at the corpses on both sides of the street. After being attacked by the tentacles just now, they were unrecognizable. Blacksword did not answer him. He only tilted his head and frowned as he looked at the darkness in the distance. A moment later, Blacksword's tone turned cold. Don't you know? She's in this state because of you. Thales trembled and raised his head. His eyes flickered as he looked at Blacksword. Everyone here, including Ramon, thousands of people died because of you. You should know this very well, Blacksword said indifferently. How do you feel? Thales breathed without realizing it. His eyes were empty and lifeless. This is the disaster brought about by those monsters, Blacksword said flatly. 12 years ago I saw such a tragedy. Corpses were strewn all over the place, countless ruins, companions who were snatched away, innocent people involved, and the monsters' indifferent and hateful gazes as though no one was around. To those monsters we're just worms that can think and talk. Compared to their goal, even if it's an extremely ridiculous goal, we're not worth mentioning. Thales gritted his teeth and narrowed his eyes. What are you hinting at? The mystics destroyed the entire city. You and I have to take responsibility for it. Blacksword let out a long sigh. The injuries on his body seemed to have healed a lot. So, we have to do something, even if it's for the sake of the girl beside you, isn't that right? Thales pinched the black-rimmed glasses in his hand and regulated his breathing. You need my help, Thales said with certainty. Blacksword nodded slowly. This sword can only be effective in your hands. Blacksword stared into Thales' eyes. Since we've already obtained this weapon, we have to do something. So yes, I need your help, Blacksword repeated his words. What do you want to do? Thales' breathing became erratic. His voice was a little hollow. This time, Blacksword stared at him for a long time before he slowly spoke. Look around us, look at the ruins they left behind. Blacksword stood up shakily from the ground and gazed into the distance. That thing is still wreaking havoc. I'm guessing that Dragon Cloud City can no longer control the situation. Thales' entire body trembled. He came to a realization. You want? Thales was a little surprised. He followed Blacksword's gaze and turned his head to look at Kilika in the distance. You want to find the Blood Mystic? We want to end all of this. Blacksword nodded. To end this city's nightmare. If we're lucky, we might even be able to save that girl, if she hasn't been eaten by that thing. Thales' breathing slowly quickened. Otherwise, as long as you're still here, as long as that thing is still here, Blacksword said meaningfully, you and the unlucky people around you won't have peace. Even if that girl is rescued, she'll eventually fall into the hands of those monsters again. Even if you have this sword. Thales furrowed his brows and looked at the small sword in his hand. A few seconds later, he said in a low voice, the blade of purification. What? Blacksword furrowed his brows. Thales stared at the sword in his hand and its blood-red blade. A resolute look flashed in his eyes. The name of this sword is the Blade of Purification. Blacksword looked at him and suddenly laughed. You really do know something. Not much more than you do, Thales said emotionlessly, his eyes lifeless. So little guy, what's your decision? Blacksword did not continue the topic. He looked at the young prince with a forceful gaze. As the youngest wielder of the legendary anti-mystic equipment in history, Thales took a deep breath. He stared at the blade of purification in his hand. Only the howling cold wind and the faint sizzling sound of the hydra remained in his ears. Asda's profound gaze appeared before his eyes. Giza's sweet and gentle smile. Little Rascal's tearful expression. The screams of the Northland residents fleeing for their lives rang in his ears. In that instant, Thales' gaze became resolute. All right, I'll go with you. But before he could finish, Blacksword suddenly said, by the way, let me remind you. Thales was stunned. Excessive use of the legendary anti-mystic equipment will put a huge burden on the body, Blacksword said calmly. If you can't control its power, it'll be dangerous. Hearing that, Thales was slightly stunned. He lowered his head and scrutinized the blade of purification in his hand again. Under the moonlight, its blood-red blade looked so bright and dazzling. Dangerous, he said in a daze. Especially for those who have not reached supreme class, they can't guarantee absolute control of the legendary anti-mystic equipment. Black Sword's voice continued to ring. And you better think it through. Black Sword's words were extremely cold. Thales frowned heavily. In that instant he suddenly thought of Gilbert, Yodel and Gines. He thought of their gazes even though he had never seen Yodel's gaze. He thought of what Gilbert had told him, that he had to protect himself first when he encountered a calamity. But he also remembered his own identity. Every time I use mystic energy I have to pay a heavy price, right? And he thought of Giza's smile again and her gentle but determined gaze. She won't let me go. Thales sneered. You were persuading me to go with you to find the mystic and now you're saying this? What's your answer? Black Sword raised his eyebrows slightly. Thales' gaze gradually focused. He raised his head and looked at Black Sword's sharp gaze. Then he nodded heavily. Let's go, Thales said flatly. Let's go and see that cute big sister. Chapter 177. Black Sword stared at Thales' determined face for a very long time. Not bad. Finally, Black Sword nodded slowly and flashed a very ordinary smile. You are indeed a jade star. At that moment Thales was shocked and his eyes widened. He tightened his grip on the blade of purification in his hand. You, Black Sword shook his head with a faint smile. If I still can't guess your identity at this moment, how can I talk about finding a mystic? Prince Thales. The next moment, Black Sword picked him up with his right arm. Hold your sword. Black Sword said coldly. He quickly jumped onto a half-collapsed roof in Kilika's direction and leaped away. In his astonishment, Thales felt the wind whistling past his ears. He knew his identity. Thales could not help but recall King Nuvan and Asda's words. The mercenary leader's skills are strange. Carrying a strange long sword. The map of Renaissance Palace. You're the assassin who killed the crown prince, aren't you? Thales' heart pounded. What would he do? But there was no turning back. An earth-shattering explosion came from afar. It was as if Kilika was angry. What should we do? Thales only reacted after a long while. He forcefully suppressed the nervousness and shock in his heart and asked with a trembling voice. What should we do? Black Sword held him in his arms with his uninjured right arm. His feet did not stop and he continued to advance with his weakened body. The blood mystic. The second prince frowned. That person, I saw it with my own eyes. She can't be sealed by the legendary anti-mystic equipment. If we can't seal her, if we have to fight her face to face with those strange abilities. Thales could not suppress the worry in his heart. Of course there is a way, Black Sword said with certainty. There has never been an enemy that cannot be defeated. That kind of creature only exists in night novels. They are called protagonists. But Thales was stunned. What way? First of all, Black Sword nimbly turned and avoided a tentacle that vaguely appeared in front of him. You have to change your mind. Thales was slightly stunned. Change my mind? You think you're weak, don't you? Black Sword lowered his head and allowed his voice to travel with the wind into Thales' ears. Do you think that your chances of winning against that person are very small? Thales opened his mouth, sucked in a mouthful of cold air and spoke with a trembling voice. Isn't that the case? Thales hugged the blade of purification tightly in his arms and said in a rather dejected manner, I'm very weak. Facing an enemy like that, other than you, not to mention me, even a transcendent magus would be insignificant. When Black Sword heard that, he sneered without a doubt. Actually, I'm far from finished what I said to Asda just now. Black Sword's tone suddenly became a little solemn. Now listen to me. Black Sword paused and stopped in front of a low wall. Next to them was a pair of lovers who were hugging each other, motionless. No, little fellow. Black Sword's tone was extremely cold. The sound of a house collapsing came from afar. The battle seemed to be very intense. Under Black Sword's murderous gaze, Thales suddenly felt inexplicably nervous. He said resolutely and decisively, You're not weak at all. This time when he heard Black Sword's unquestionable tone, Thales was truly stunned. Do you think that you're powerless and vulnerable, and that anyone with the slightest bit of ability can manipulate you? Black Sword lowered his voice and hid behind the low wall with Thales, listening to the sizzling sound that came from nearby. Then why are you still standing here? Thales was a little speechless. I'm lucky? I'm occasionally a little clever? I can bluff my way through every time. Black Sword's eyes narrowed into slits, but the light that shone from them was unprecedentedly threatening. A few seconds later, the leader of the Brotherhood said in a casual but unquestionable tone, "Only a truly weak person would use pure strength as proof of their strength." Thales' eyebrows twitched. For a truly powerful person, strength is but a decoration. True strength does not lie in how many heavy axes you can swing, how fast you can stab with your sword, how sturdy your bow is, or how accurate your blade is. When he saw Thales frown, Black Sword only paused for a moment before he continued expressionlessly. In fact, it does not lie in how many tens of thousands of soldiers you can command, or how many sturdy cities you can break. I've seen famed supreme-class elites die in humiliation in a beggar's sack. I've also seen powerful suzerains fall hopelessly under their servants' axes. Black Sword's pupils narrowed, and his words were cold and threatening. I've also seen an insufferably arrogant mystic being frightened by a frail and sickly girl, panicking and at a loss for what to do. Thales took a deep breath and raised his head. His eyebrows were tightly furrowed as he whispered, "Supreme-class suzerains and even mystics. Those are just coincidences. Under very rare circumstances coupled with some impossible luck, they only have the chance to die in the hands of the weak." However, as Thales spoke, his voice slowly became weaker. He stared at Black Sword, who was shaking his head slowly. "You're right." The ordinary-looking man exhaled. "Coincidences, circumstances, luck, opportunities, and so on. When all of these are added together, they are the key to determining the difference between the strong and the weak, the superior and inferior, and the difference between victory and defeat." Thales widened his eyes, slightly startled. "You mean..." The corners of Black Sword's lips curled up slightly as though he was looking at a mischievous student. "A truly powerful person views all the factors that determine victory and defeat as their own strength." The sizzling sound disappeared beside his ears. In the next moment, Black Sword's figure rose from the ground again. Thales shut his eyes tightly, feeling the frost and snow blowing against his face. But Black Sword's words still reached his ears without missing a single word. They were clear and unmistakable. "A truly powerful person turns disadvantages into advantages, disadvantages into advantages, death into opportunities, and absolutes into uncertainties. They turn their enemy's strength into their weakness and infinitely magnify their own strength. They seek hope in a hopeless situation, fight for a turnaround in a loss, sublimate a favorable situation into a sure-win situation, and turn unforeseen circumstances and accidents into their own aid." Black Sword stepped over a man who had fallen to the ground. The dead man's face still showed signs of suffocation. They turned into an alley that was missing half of its entrance. The sounds of intense battle ahead were getting closer. As the cold wind blew against his face, Thales could not help but say, But Black Sword did not allow him to interrupt. Instead he continued. "They unfold a chessboard in the vast world, using all living beings as chess pieces and everything in the world as chess pieces. They turn a seemingly simple duel into a supreme game of chess to determine the outcome of the battle." Black Sword took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. "These people turn what the enemy relies on into what they own, and regard factors including the enemy, themselves, the situation, and luck as bargaining chips. These people who grasp everything in their hands, take the world into their hearts and see the entire situation. Only they are qualified to be called." Black Sword lowered his head. The profound meaning in his eyes made Thales subconsciously freeze, and he quietly listened to him finish. "A true powerhouse." Kilika's sizzling sound could be heard clearly, and it was even getting closer. There was a moment of silence between the two of them. Only the snow that scraped against their faces reminded them of their situation. Thales slowly opened his mouth. After gritting his teeth and hesitating for a while, he finally spoke. "But..." Thales revealed a bitter smile which made him look rather haggard. "For a mystic who breaks the rules, no matter what kind of scheme or how many factors are considered, their effects are limited." "You're wrong again," Black Sword said with a cold expression. Black Sword made a sharp turn and held Thales in his arms. With a slide shovel he slid across a dry and frozen ditch. The action was a little rushed and Thales only felt dizzy. Even those who seem to have unparalleled power, who can destroy cities and countries with a wave of their hands, who are invincible in the world and who are even immortal. At this point Blacksword seemed to intentionally look around at the ruins around him. But Thales could only squint and try his best to reduce the impact of Blacksword's movement on his sense of balance. Blacksword slammed his left palm on the ground and leaped up. He raised his head and snorted softly. If you can't do this, then you're still a weakling, at best a relatively strong weakling. The Hydra in the distance was already right in front of them. It was clearly visible. Didn't it notice us? Thales was a little nervous. I have my ways. Blacksword glanced at him indifferently. How do you think I survived the Blood Mystic's attack? They stopped again. Blacksword extended his hand and touched a spot on the ground. He closed his eyes slightly. It was as if he was feeling something. But his words rang out again. In short, in the eyes of the truly powerful, even those calamities, even their seemingly unstoppable power, are nothing more than a slightly larger chess piece on the chessboard. As long as this large chess piece is gently removed from their chessboard because of you. Blacksword retracted his hand from the ground and gently tapped the blade of purification in Thales' hand. His eyes were filled with wisdom and shrewdness. These so-called invincibility will be useless and even laughable and despicable. Thales lowered his head thoughtfully. Blacksword took a deep breath. His gaze was unfocused and profound, as if he was immersed in his past memories. He spoke in an ethereal tone. Have you ever seen a supreme-class swordsman who lost both his arms break down in tears after waking up? Thales was slightly taken aback. Blacksword continued. Have you ever seen an elite scout who can travel thousands of miles in a day get drunk and depressed after his leg bones are completely shattered? Have you ever seen a high-ranking official who lost his power and status spend his days in the countryside and go crazy every night? Have you ever seen a famous general who was convicted after commanding 1,000 troops, lose hope in prison and die of depression? Have you ever seen a 1,000-year-old noble who was stripped of his family name and gave up on himself like the most desperate beggar? Have you ever seen a terrifying calamity who is unparalleled and has boundless power tremble in front of a small legendary anti-mystic equipment and flee? I have, the man said faintly. Thales' breathing became heavier and heavier. Ah. Thales exhaled softly and flashed a tired smile. Cheat factor dependence. But I've seen more than just them. Blacksword did not understand what he said. He only took a deep breath as if he was concentrating. I've seen a prince who fell into the enemy's hands overnight. His legs were broken, his reputation was tarnished, and he was reduced to a lowly slave. In 2 years he overthrew his slave master and led a new army to travel thousands of miles back to the capital. I've seen a weak woman who has been deprived of all her strength, but she is able to maneuver among the malicious enemies like a gust of wind. She is able to kill people without leaving a trace and destroy an army in an instant with her sweet laughter and graceful gestures, as well as her eloquence and eloquence. Thales did not speak. Blacksword frowned slightly and pressed his palm on the ground in another direction. Blacksword's keen senses gave him invaluable information about the battlefield. Someone was confronting and dealing with the Blood Mystic. 2 of them. Based on this situation, it's highly likely that they have a legendary anti-mystic equipment. Good chance. But it's not the best chance. I have to wait patiently. That's a true powerhouse. Blacksword, who was distracted, came back to his senses and nodded slowly, as if he had confirmed that the path ahead was safe. The existence of this kind of person is free from the shackles of all power, authority, and status. No matter where they are, they can shine. Even the smallest ant can shake the supreme gods. Thales frowned slowly. Are you also this kind of person? Blacksword fell silent. Oh. The man's tone was low. I can only be considered as one of the people who strives to catch up to them. But you, young man, you have this kind of potential. Blacksword turned his gaze. His gaze was like a blade that cut through Thales' face. Your performance on the cliff surprised me. Thales widened his eyes. You have fewer chess pieces than everyone else, but you try your best to seize all useful and useless factors. You hold on to every possible bargaining chip and place the most crucial piece, thus changing the entire battle. Young man, just based on those few points just now, you are stronger than most people in this world. Blacksword observed the scene in the distance. Kilika's figure was already right in front of him. You're a powerful person. You were able to find a way to escape from that adversity just now and stand firm. This is something that many so-called supreme-class powerhouses can't do, Black Sword said in a low voice. Then you have to believe in this even more. You have to uphold the attitude of a true powerhouse. Thales revealed a doubtful expression. That was your plan on the cliff, the second prince defended himself. From the initial probing attack to holding me hostage to find an opportunity, I even suspect that you accepted my suggestion in the end. Throwing me off the cliff was also part of your plan. Don't forget that you prepared the climbing rope beforehand. Don't comfort me when you talk about the crucial piece and whatnot. Thales pursed his lips. Black Sword's expression froze. I'm doing this to encourage you. Black Sword's expression was unpleasant as he coughed softly. And, don't interrupt. Thales flashed a sheepish smile. Black Sword heaved a sigh. A man's furious roar traveled into his ears from Kilika's direction. Thales was a little hesitant. He wanted to stretch his head out to look at the scene outside, but Black Sword unceremoniously pulled him back down. In comparison, those who regard pure power and authority as a single factor that determines victory and defeat as the supreme scripture to distinguish between the strong and the weak, are long outdated. The era of knights dueling one-on-one has long passed. Sadly, in this era where crossbows can pierce through armor, horses' hooves can crush flesh, catapults can break city walls, and mystic guns can roar, most people still think of the ridiculous era of knights. They see battles as comical shows where two people arm wrestle on a table. Black Sword revealed half of his head and observed the outside world. His eyes shone with a brilliant light. Most people still think of the ridiculous era of knights. They see battles as comical plays where two people arm wrestle on a table. Their pitiful vision is locked on their wrists and muscles, on their bodies, on the table, and on their arm wrestling wrists. Black Sword smiled disdainfully. Just like you right now, your vision is locked on the mystic's inextinguishable myth and unparalleled power. What else can I do? Thales retorted, a little unconvinced. It's not as simple as a big chess piece. It's a big chess piece that can smash through the chessboard. Then work harder. Black Sword cut him off coldly. Let it smash through the chessboard and into the ground. Thales was a little stunned. Is he quibbling? Remember, from what I see, you are not a weakling. Black Sword lowered his head. His tone was very serious and frightening. Never have the doubt that I'm not strong enough. That's for the weak. How did the humans defeat the ancient orcs when they were at an absolute disadvantage? How did they win the Battle of Eradication? Black Sword's eyes shone with unprecedented determination. Isn't it clear enough? Thales stared blankly into Black Sword's eyes, those determined, cold but extremely clear eyes. Northland military sword style. Thales said subconsciously. Black Sword's expression changed. What? I remember now. Earlier on the cliff of the sky when you charged towards Asda, it was the Northland military sword style. Thales narrowed his eyes. The sword style used to defend against the ancient orcs. He quickly raised his head and looked at Black Sword. Why are you telling me this? Black Sword stared at him. The corners of his mouth slowly curled into an ugly smile. First of all, I won't bring along a burden, Black Sword said flatly. Especially a burden who has the potential to be powerful, but is full of the awareness of a weakling, and only knows how to try his luck at a critical moment. This kind of person is the most troublesome. Thales raised his eyebrows in resignation, but he was a little anxious. What are they waiting for? Kilika and Giza are right in front of us. But Black Sword stubbornly finished his sentence. Secondly, only when you change your mind and understand this principle can you make the best use of all your chess pieces. Thales thought of something. He looked at Black Sword, puzzled. Chess pieces? You mean this sword? Thales scratched his head and raised the blade of purification in his hand. Yes. But it's not just this. Black Sword slowly adjusted his breathing. His gaze became colder. You have a strange power, don't you? In that instant, Thales felt as if he was struck by lightning. No way. Strange power? Don't tell me he's talking about my mystic. However, Black Sword's next words stirred up waves in his already shocked heart. It's that power that allowed you to see Asda's air wall, see through its essence, and even warn me. Black Sword's words were like a heavy hammer pounding on Thales' heart. It even allows you to see further, run faster, have more strength, and have more acute reflexes. Power. Thales stared at Black Sword in a daze. Not mystic energy? Wait a minute. It's that fluctuation? How did he know? It's because of that power that you were able to dodge that tentacle just now, Black Sword said coldly. Thales opened his mouth wide and could not close it for a long time. The silence lasted for a few seconds. You mean? Thales could hear his heart beating faster and his blood surging. He could not help but frown. That power. That's the power of eradication. Black Sword answered his doubts straightforwardly. It's an extremely rare power of eradication. The sin of Hell's River. Thales widened his eyes. His pupils kept shifting between focusing and unfocused. Power of eradication? Hell's River. Hell's River. Although I don't know how you obtained it at such a young age, Black Sword took a deep breath and furrowed his brows as if he was a little disappointed, but there's no doubt that it's one of your most powerful chess pieces. It can even decide the outcome of the battle. Hell's River? After a long while, Thales came to his senses and said absent-mindedly, "What the hell is this name?" "I didn't say that its name is nice." Black Sword stared at his expression as if he wanted to see flowers blossoming on his face. "This needs to be useful." "That's enough." "Useful." Thales raised his head and tried hard to adjust his chaotic thoughts. He remembered the first time the fluctuation surged in the birch tree forest. He also remembered the moment when he first saw those strange fluctuations on Ramon's body in Broken Dragon Fortress. "I don't even know what that is." Thales frowned. "Do you?" Sparse rumbling sounds came from behind the low wall. A few seconds passed. Under the moonlight, Black Sword's ordinary face actually looked a little frightening at that moment. In that moment, Thales vaguely felt that Black Sword's expression was a little lonely and sorrowful. "I don't just know." Thales blinked. As the hydra's hissing became increasingly noisy, Black Sword spoke softly. "We're more of the same kind. The kind of slaves who are cursed." Thales sucked in a breath in shock. "Same kind? Slaves?" "Wait, that power." But Black Sword did not give him any chance to ask. "Listen carefully." The legendary leader of the Brotherhood raised his head and looked at Kilika's terrifying body that was growing stronger by the second. Using the most ordinary and even somewhat dull tone, he said in a low voice, "Before we make our final move, about how to use the sin of Hell's River." Chapter 178. At 6 in the morning in the center of Shield District in Dragon Cloud City, the moon had already set in the west. The darkest hour of the day was about to arrive. The Hydra Kilika seemed to be very excited. Its gigantic body emitted a chilling sound of flesh rubbing against each other. Could not help but make people think of the scene of someone grinding pork with a millstone. It waved its limbs and tentacles in a frenzy, continuously releasing wave after wave of people to surround Nicholas and Glee Ward. The two Supreme Class elites who held legendary anti-mystic equipment, fought with all their might in the crowd controlled by the mystic and advanced with all their might. With great willpower, the two of them endured the cries and screams of the residents as they killed their way through a layer of the crowd. With great difficulty they managed to get closer to the mystic. However, the girl with a bright smile only shook her head slightly. A gigantic tentacle reached out from behind her and sent her 20 meters away. More people who were controlled walked out of the tentacle in confusion and surrounded the two Supreme Class humans. They could not help but block the space that the tentacle had vacated. Just a dozen meters away, under an inconspicuous low wall, Thales listened attentively to Black Sword's explanation with shock and astonishment. The power of eradication originates from the untapped potential in the human body. We use special methods such as specific martial arts and sword styles to guide it into usable power. Black Sword's words seemed to carry a faint sense of authority, causing people to unconsciously perk up their ears to listen. It can more or less increase a person's abilities for a short or long period of time, or adapt to certain battles. He stared at Thales sternly and fiercely. The forms of existence of the power of eradication vary from person to person. There are many types of power of eradication. Some will form visible light, some will fuse with organs and tissues, some will even circulate around the body day and night, some will be used on special parts, and some will permeate the entire body. Even if it's the same type of power of eradication when used by different people, there are often great differences. Thales frowned. If there are great differences, how should I teach him? Black Sword seemed to have heard his thoughts. As the Hydra roared from its flesh, he said calmly, but they still have something in common that can be used as a reference. Most of the powers of eradication have a specific form and function at the moment of awakening. Black Sword exhaled. His muscles trembled as though he was doing his final warm-up. He said, for example, the glory of the stars, which greatly increases nerve excitement and human endurance. The thawing of glaciers, which continuously increases one's resistance to pressure and senses. The Pegasus music, which maximizes the resonance with the external environment. And the death of the sword, which instantly breaks the human body's self-protection mechanism. The people who awaken these powers of eradication will naturally form biases and habits based on the specific forms of their powers of eradication. When Thales blinked, Black Sword changed the topic. But the sin of Hell's River is different. Black Sword's expression turned cold. It is one of the least recorded powers of eradication. Based on my and some of my predecessors' experiences, it comes from the most unbelievable potential of life, Black Sword said slowly. Survival. Thales' heart tightened. He remembered the encounter in the birch tree forest. Serena strangled him in midair. So, the sin of Hell's River exists to prolong a dying life. Black Sword inhaled slowly and adjusted his breathing. It is a final struggle at all costs. He gave the prince a profound look. This is also the prerequisite for us to awaken the sin of Hell's River. It awakens at the moment of death and it will stimulate all the essence of life. Because of this, it is different from most powers of eradication. The sin of Hell's River does not have a specific form. In other words, it can exist in any form and be effective. Thales' pupils shrank. Any form of existence for the powers of eradication? Thales' pupils shrank. Any form? He somewhat understood what Black Sword meant. That's right. Black Sword smiled and nodded. He looked at Kilika in the distance. That's right. The sin of Hell's River. Black Sword narrowed his eyes. It's the omnipotent powers of eradication. While the two of them spoke, Nicholas and Gleeward were struggling to hold on. We can't go on like this. With a cold expression, Nicholas chopped off a woman's head with the severing soul's blade. Her terrified gaze before she died made the battle-hardened warrior's chest feel heavy. Then he faced the next old man with a dazed expression. With the legendary anti-mystic equipment, we won't have to worry about protecting ourselves. Nicholas gently swung his slightly sore arm. He glanced at the corpses around them and could not help but frown. But in the end we will be exhausted to death. The Star Killer glanced at Gleeward, who had a crazed expression and whose eyes were filled with rage. Or Gleeward will have a mental breakdown after he reaches his limit. Gleeward roared and brandished his spear. The spearhead slashed through 3 people, but his left arm was scratched by a little girl who attacked him from behind. The civilians of Shield District who were scratched by the spear died under the effect of extermination. Gleeward tried his best not to look at their expressions before they died, but his entire body was trembling violently. Do you have any way to break through? Gleeward gritted his teeth and took a step back. He was very agitated. Don't tell me that you're actually the kingdom's wrath. We can't break through. Nicholas stared at the girl standing in front of the Hydra and drew a blade. But we can make it so that she can't retreat. Gleeward's expression changed. In the next moment the Star Killer's aura changed. 2 patches of red appeared on Nicholas' pale face. He retracted his arm and stopped attacking the densely packed crowd in front of him. He stroked the severing soul's blade with his finger. In an instant, with a loud crack, the severing soul's blade, which had 2 curved sections, broke into 2 halves from the protruding part of the blade's spine. The blood mystic raised her eyebrows as she watched all of this. She instinctively felt that something was wrong, and the blood-red stripes on her face shuddered. The cut on the blade seemed to be very regular. The Star Killer held the broken blade in one hand and the remaining half of the severing soul's blade in the other. He revealed a mysterious smile. World break begin, he said softly. In the next second Nicholas moved. The power of eradication in his body began to tremble. He turned his body sideways and squeezed past the 3 civilians controlled by the mystic in front of him with unbelievable movements. As they screamed involuntarily, he tapped the ground lightly, stepped on their shoulders and leaped into the air. If Ida was here, she would immediately recognize that this was the same movement Nicholas displayed when they first met. It was the kind of footwork that allowed him to weave through the crowd perfectly, yet it was impossible to dodge. Giza's expression changed slightly. Immediately, a few controlled civilians bent their knees and jumped like monsters, pouncing towards Nicholas in the air. But at that moment, Gleeward's Soul Slayer pike drew a circle in the air, which was rarely seen. Bearing the injuries on his shoulders and back from the encirclement, Gleeward roared and swept away all the civilians who tried to stop Nicholas, turning them into lifeless corpses. Nicholas leaped into the air without any hindrance. In that second he cast a profound glance at Giza in the distance. Separated by dozens of densely packed people, the Star Killer shook his arm. The broken blade let out a whooshing sound in the air as it sliced through the air and went straight for the mystic's face. Giza's expression changed drastically. Amid the piercing sound of the wind, she cautiously extended 2 tentacles from her body, struck the ground and pushed herself backwards. Thud. The blade stabbed into the ground only a few meters away from the blood mystic. Nicholas' expression did not change. He descended from the air and used the broken blade to block an enemy who was about to ambush him from behind. Giza narrowed her eyes and stared at the broken blade on the ground. He did not say a word. However, a second later, Nicholas swung the blade lightly. His eyes shone brilliantly and he said coldly, "World break completed." The mystic's expression did not change. He did not even look puzzled. But at that moment, Nicholas suddenly let out the most emotional roar he had since the start of the battle. Charge! As if he had received a supreme order, Gleeward opened his mouth and brandished the trembling pike with a ferocious expression. He pierced through the 2 innocent enemies in front of him and charged forward with tears in his eyes. Woo! As Gleeward roared, Nicholas did not show any signs of weakness. The half-broken blade in his hand shone with a glint so bright that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. In an instant he slit the neck of a wailing teenager and charged towards the mystic. There's only one chance. Breakthrough. In the blood mystic's eyes, the 2 Supreme-class mystic charged forward without caring about the cost, injuries and defense. The dense crowd of dozens of people was crushed by their charge. Giza tilted her head slightly. More people walked out of the tentacles and surrounded the vanguard. However, Nicholas and Gleeward's charge did not stop. Both of them had scratches and cuts all over their bodies, but they burst forth with their most ferocious forms and charged at the mystic at the same time. They were getting closer and closer to the mystic. In the end, Giza still closed her eyes. Soon, Kilika stretched out a giant tentacle from behind her, grabbed her waist and swept her backwards. But an accident happened at that moment. The mystic on the tentacles retreated no more than 10 meters. The blade of the Severing Soul's blade that was stabbed into the ground suddenly shone brightly. The broken blade shone with the most dazzling yellow light. The tentacles that protected Giza continued to drag her backwards, but a yellow light that was identical to the one on the blade suddenly appeared behind Giza. Giza's expression changed. The tentacles were still retreating, but Giza seemed to be held back by an invisible hand from behind. She was forced to a stop in front of a barrier formed by the yellow light. No matter how hard the tentacles tried, they could not drag Giza out of the area of the yellow light. It was as if it had been stuck by something. Giza raised her head abruptly and looked at the broken blade of the Severing Soul's blade on the ground in front of her. It's that broken blade. There's something wrong with it. Giza did not have much time to think because in an instant, the 2 Supreme-class elites broke through the densely packed crowd. Covered in blood, they charged fiercely towards the mystic, who could not retreat even a single inch. 10 meters, 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. The distance between the 2 of them and Giza was getting closer. Attack! Nicholas roared and elbowed an enemy to his left. Then he turned around and swung his blade decisively. As blood splattered, he cut down 3 or 4 people, protecting Gleeward at all costs. With tears still on his face and a heart full of resentment, Gleeward swung the fatal Soul Slayer pike and stepped within 3 meters of the mystic. Then he thrust the pike forward. The yellow light behind the blood mystic flashed faster and faster. It still obstructed her and prevented her from retreating or dodging. The tip of the pike approached the spot between Giza's eyes. Thud. At that critical moment, the body of the Soul Slayer pike was once again gripped tightly by the veteran big leather belt, who suddenly appeared beside Giza. Chief Glee Ward. Big Leather Belt held the Soul Slayer pike with a face full of tears. I'm sorry. Nicholas' figure flashed again. The broken blade flew and clanked against metal. In a short period of time, Glee Ward was protected so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. It's nothing. Glee Ward gritted his teeth and glared at Big Leather Belt, who was forced to stand between the Mystic and the Soul Slayer pike. It's just another unlucky battle. The three of them were locked in a stalemate. The crowd surrounding the three of them seemed to have received some sort of order. They stopped abruptly and retreated in unison amidst the terrified howls of those who were being controlled. Only then did Nicholas get a chance to catch his breath. He took a step back and leaned his back against Glee Ward, who was holding the Soul Slayer pike against the Mystic. Giza lowered her head. Her lips moved slightly, and her voice rang in the ears of the two Supreme Class individuals. What is this? The Mystic asked flatly. This is the ability of the Severing Soul's blade. Nicholas clutched his chest. He glanced at the blade on the ground, then at Big Leather Belt, who was blocking the Soul Slayer pike. His expression was unpleasant. With the separated blade as the center, it can isolate an area that is completely isolated from the outside world for a short period of time. It only allows entry and no exit. Glee Ward gritted his teeth. His eyes were full of hatred. It's enough to trap you here, Bam. Giza narrowed her eyes. He did not seem to mind at all. Without moving her lips, she asked, how rare. It's another equipment I've never seen before. This ability has a terrible name. Nicholas' face twitched a little. In the end, he took a deep breath and said somewhat stiffly, it's called, You Can't Escape. Humph. The Blood Mystic snorted coldly. It sounds like the work of that B*Teeth blood spike. Nicholas looked at the crowd around him warily. Without batting an eyelid, he nudged his companion behind him. The Blood Spike Empress originally forged this equipment to fight against the Void Mystic, that kind of illusory, untraceable existence. The Hydra Kilika let out an enraged and indecipherable roar. Just to deal with Zarkul? The Blood Mystic shook her head slowly. You don't know how sad that fool will be when he hears you say that. Nicholas turned his head and fixed his gaze on Giza. Of course, we later realized that if the Severing Soul's blade is used with other equipment, it will be quite effective against most calamities. For example, right now, it's You Can't Escape. The Blood Mystic fixed her gaze on them. Her expression became more and more stiff. Game over, bitch. Wielding the Soul Slayer pike, Gleeward's expression was terrifying. He looked as if he wanted to cut the Mystic into pieces with his gaze. Do it. Nicholas urged his companion behind him in a cold voice. Let's end this. Are you ready, Big Leather Belt? Glee Ward nodded. Staring at his former comrade who was being controlled, anger and reluctance flashed in his eyes. Of course, boss. Big Leather Belt smiled miserably at first. Then his expression stiffened and he said sorrowfully, I still have a daughter. Hearing that, Glee Ward frowned slightly. Shield District is almost completely destroyed. Only a small number of residents in the periphery were evacuated. My daughter is probably. But Glee Ward still took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and said, I'll take care of her for you. Tears flashed in Big Leather Belt's eyes. At that moment he flashed a serene smile. Thank you. In the next second, under Big Leather Belt's relieved gaze, Gleeward's entire body let out a terrifying crackling sound. The Soul Slayer pike in his hand seemed to have the strength of 1,000 kilograms. Trembling, Gleeward's hands, which had been freed from Big Leather Belt, thrust forward. Thud. The Soul Slayer pike pierced through Big Leather Belt's chest, producing a muffled sound of metal rubbing against his sternum. Big Leather Belt's relieved smile froze on his face. His entire body turned into a withered corpse. Grip. The tip of the pike pierced through Big Leather Belt's back again. Then it pierced right between the Mystic's eyes. It came out from the back of her head. At that moment, the Mystic opened her mouth wide and trembled, but no words came out. It was as if she was experiencing endless pain. Behind her, Kilika let out a terrifying sizzling sound. His huge body slowly fell limp. The crowd around them stopped moving. Giza's face began to turn black and brittle. Like cracked, dead wood, pieces fell off. Nicholas exhaled. Panting, he staggered 2 steps forward, picked up the blade that was stuck in the ground, and slowly fastened it to the broken severing soul's blade. A dazzling yellow light flashed at the broken part. Then the two pieces of metal fused together seamlessly. It was as clean as new, as if it had never been broken. Gleeward closed his eyes. Leaning on the ground with the pike, he knelt down on one knee in exhaustion. It's over. Nicholas turned around and looked at the tottering hydra. Wait. Gleeward's violent roar rang in the air. Nicholas immediately cast him a surprised and bewildered gaze. What? The Soul Slayer pike is still vibrating. The lame veteran opened his mouth in disbelief. He stared at Giza, who was shattering like broken pottery. With all his might he pulled the pike out. This isn't her. Gleeward roared in grief and indignation. It's not that bitch. Nicholas was instantly shocked. Under their shocked gazes, the shards on Giza's face fell off piece by piece, revealing a pretty but lifeless gray face. Once the mystic's appearance was stripped away, an innocent girl appeared before their eyes. This is just a civilian. Gleeward roared at the top of his lungs. The battle-hardened Nicholas' expression was cold. He spread his arms like lightning and turned to the crowd around him. But it was too late. Countless people instantly moved and pounced on Nicholas, who had just relaxed. They drowned him in the crowd. In the next moment, a tentacle was quietly flung out from the crowd and reached him in an instant. Bang. Unable to react in time, Gleeward was struck by the tentacle. Under the boundless force, the lame veteran flew more than 10 meters away. Thud. Like a broken sack, Gleeward crashed into a ruin. Dirt and stones flew everywhere and he rolled a few times before he fell to the ground, motionless. He seemed to have lost consciousness. His Soul Slayer pike flew in another direction and rolled on the ground with a dull clang. No. Nicholas' sorrowful and indignant roar pierced through the crowd. He fought his way out of the countless people whose strength, speed, and reflexes surpassed that of ordinary people. He was covered in wounds. Blood splattered everywhere. The Star Killer rolled a few meters away. With one hand on the ground, he lifted his head weakly and looked at Gleeward, whose fate was unknown. The multi-headed snake, Kilika, who was on the verge of collapse, became active again. It sent out a tentacle and split it open. A gentle and beautiful girl, the real blood mystic, appeared in the tentacle with a pleasant smile on her face. With a gloomy expression, Nicholas looked at Giza, then at the substitute who had fallen under the Soul Slayer pike. No. When did you change your true form? Nicholas said, trembling in disbelief. Giza only looked at him with a smile as if she was looking at a naughty child. Nicholas closed his eyes, punched the ground and howled in grief at the sky. It was his fault. He should have thought of it earlier. From the beginning, the mystic had never smiled, never moved her lips, and never had much of an expression on her face. Now that I think about it, that was just a substitute. The blood mystic's gentle voice came from afar. Look, it's not that difficult to change a person's appearance with a bit of dead skin tissue, right? Giza shook her head mischievously. It saves my little cuties the danger of being attacked by the Soul Slayer pike, which would affect me. I can also enjoy the wonderful expressions on your faces when you get tricked. Giza giggled as she looked at Nicholas' resentful expression and waved her hand. And I only need to stand in a straight line with the substitute. Even the Soul Slayer pike, which can locate mystics, can't tell whether it's a substitute or the real one. The Soul Slayer pike is out. The mystic narrowed her eyes and looked at Gleeward in the distance. Listen up, this is a lesson from the bitch. At that moment, Giza's expression became extremely cold. Never let your guard down at any moment. In the next moment, countless tentacles and the controlled crowd pounced on the unconscious Gleeward and the injured Nicholas like a raging flood that broke through a dam. They covered the sky and the earth, and they blotted out the sky and the moon. In the end, the two controllers of the legendary anti-mystic equipment were defeated by the mystic. Nicholas gritted his teeth. The hand that held the blade trembled in anger. He staggered to his feet and looked at the enemies attacking him from all directions. He lifted the blade helplessly. The blade sliced through a tentacle and turned it into ashes. The hilt knocked away a wailing child who pounced on him like a hunting eagle. Goodbye, Gleeward. Nicholas felt the blood trickling down his forehead and thought in despair. We failed. But at that moment the blood mystic's expression suddenly changed. She turned her head abruptly and looked in another direction. Their Kilika's two giant tentacles trembled at the same time. Then they turned into ashes simultaneously. Giza narrowed her eyes. The legendary anti-mystic equipment? The third one. Soon the mystic saw the figure who attacked her. It's you? Giza's eyebrows twitched. It was her old acquaintance. Black Sword's figure appeared vaguely in the middle of the tentacle's encirclement. He was less than 20 meters away from her. But wherever he went, the blood mystic's creations of flesh and blood were all reduced to ashes. Remember. Black Sword charged towards Giza with an indomitable will. He whispered to Thales, who held the blade of purification in his arms, "We only have one chance. It's time." Thales took a deep breath. His gaze was firm as he nodded slowly. Chapter 179. The battle later will be very intense. If you feel nervous, afraid, and your limbs are stiff, it's very normal. Recruits are like that. When that time comes, you only need to do one thing. Repeatedly think about what I'm saying now to focus. Black Sword charged through countless obstacles and rushed towards the blood mystic at an astonishing speed. The shadow of the Northland military sword style could be vaguely seen in his movements. Thales was held in Black Sword's embrace with one arm. He tried his best to look up as the air whistled past his ears. He held the strange blade of purification tightly in his hand. Following Black Sword, he charged forward at high speed. Those two men, even if they are rare supreme class elites, even if they both have powerful legendary anti-mystic equipment, I still have a feeling that they will lose in the end. The Blood Calamity, that seemingly harmless little girl, is an extremely terrifying opponent. Over the past 12 years, she is the only existence that can make me feel fear and anxiety at the same time. In the howling cold wind that was so piercing that he could not open his eyes, the second prince opened his mouth and struggled to suck in the air that drifted past his mouth to maintain his breathing. He could not help but recall Black Sword's last words before they charged forward. Her fearsomeness doesn't lie in her uncanny power or her infinite power. Instead, it lies in the fact that she truly possesses the heart of the strong. Even as powerful as she is, she remains calm, cautious, decisive, and resolute. She seizes every opportunity and never underestimates any opponent. She reacts quickly and adapts in a timely manner. Even if she occasionally shows madness, it does not affect her attitude and instincts towards battle. That monster has a deep understanding of battle, a perfect understanding and rich experience. I've only seen it in a few people. When Black Sword took the first step forward with Thales in tow, the prince's mind was blank. It was as if he had returned to the cliff of the sky and was rapidly falling to the bottom of the cliff hundreds of meters below. Until the first Hydra's tentacle appeared before his eyes, he heard the terrifying sizzling sound of flesh and blood rubbing against each other. Black Sword calmly grabbed his hand and swung the blade of purification. Asterisk, the tentacle turned into ashes flew past his eyes. Thales finally regained his breath. A variety of emotions instantly surged into his heart. Nervousness, fear, apprehension, and a little excitement and agitation. We need to understand one thing first. That monster, the Blood Calamity, has never faced us in her true form. Thales thought of this and gritted his teeth. He recalled Black Sword's words over and over again in his mind, digesting the shock and surprise he felt just now. The her standing before us is a fake body created from flesh and blood. This is the information I obtained after fighting her twice, treading the line between life and death. I exchanged my blood for it. In other words, it is not as you said. The legendary anti-mystic equipment cannot seal that monster. It's because the person who tried to seal her was unable to lock onto her true body amid the countless pieces of flesh and blood. Thales frowned a little and looked at the gentle girl in front. Not her. In the distance, Giza raised her head and stared at them with a strange expression. This Giza, who appeared after defeating two legendary anti-mystic equipment, is also a fake? So in the birch tree forest, when Sonia shattered her, under the supreme shield, how could she appear unscathed? Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk, a sharp whistle cut through the air. Two medium-sized tentacles, one above and one below, swept towards them. When we face her, we must exhaust all possibilities, seize every advantage and bet all our chips, just for the final victory. Let's start by finding her true form. Thales felt waves of power surge in Black Sword's body. Black Sword's feet trembled and he stepped lightly on a short stone block. They rose a foot into the air. Black Sword turned in the air in disbelief and slid through the middle of the two tentacles. First, it's the time to attack. When the two men completely fail and she kills them, it will be the moment we step into the battlefield. At that time, whether she hesitates, is bewildered, or is simply distracted, it will be a precious, weak advantage for us. Even if it can only save us half a second to charge and get close to her fake body. In the air, Thales looked up and watched as one of the tentacles flashed past his eyes. In the distance he could vaguely see Nicholas, who had fallen to the ground. The Star Killer fought with all his might, and in the end he was drowned in the mass of tentacles. There was a piece of tissue that looked like half a tongue in the tentacle. It brushed past Thales' nose and gave off a nauseating smell of blood and acid. Thales suppressed the discomfort in his stomach and throat and forced himself not to close his eyes. He wanted to see his enemy clearly. All possibilities. All advantages. All my chips. He gritted his teeth and repeated Black Sword's words in his heart. Next, it's our offense. Once the battle starts, we will immediately reveal the legendary anti-mystic equipment, which is the natural enemy of mystics. While intimidating her, we will make her immersed in shock and doubt for even a second, which will expose more flaws. We will also attract more of her attention. On me. Black Sword gripped his sword-wielding hand tightly. The blade of purification danced in the air and slid past the two tentacles, leaving 2 wounds on them. The tentacles quickly withered and turned black as if they were instantly burnt and finally turned into ashes. They were only 30 meters away from Giza. In the distance, the blood mystic who had been paying attention to them let out a soft, huh. Giza inhaled slowly. The blood-colored patterns on her face began to tremble slightly. That's right. Aside from the Soul Slayer Pike and Severing Soul's Blade, the third legendary anti-mystic equipment. What a night full of surprises. The flying ashes stained Thales' face and mixed with the melted snow. In the next moment, Thales felt his entire body freeze. Black Sword landed on his feet. He supported himself with his left hand and regained his balance. He did not lose his momentum and continued to press forward. The oncoming cold wind quickly turned the melted snow on Thales' face into ice crystals. The little prince grimaced and the ice crystals slid down his almost frozen face. A huge tentacle attacked out of thin air. In an instant, it split into countless small tentacles and intercepted the Black Sword from all directions and angles. It looked as if it wanted to stop them at all costs. And they could not avoid it. Thales was already prepared. Black Sword was going to use his blade of purification to carve out a path of survival that would be filled with flesh and blood and ashes. Then Black Sword lowered his body and faced the hundreds of terrifying tentacles that resembled snake tongues. The power in his body surged and he immediately spun around. In his shock and bewilderment, Thales suddenly felt dizzy. We must also carefully consider the direction of our breakthrough. Find a path filled with ruins and obstacles. It will provide us with the best field of vision and cover for our defense, even if it can only cover an inch of our bodies and block one attack. Black Sword chose a rocky road filled with obstacles. Houses that had collapsed due to the fierce battle between the two mystics could be seen everywhere. They turned into a low house that had been destroyed. A wall of earth stood between them and the countless small tentacles. The tentacles attacked in a large area, covering a far larger area than the wall of earth. The tentacles that were scattered all around quickly swept past the wall of earth. Bang. The tentacles that were concentrated in the center mercilessly exerted force and smashed the wall of earth. Soil and stones flew towards Thales' face. Black Sword raised his arm and blocked some of them. However, just as the wall of earth shattered and the momentum of the tentacles that smashed it weakened, Black Sword moved again. A strange power spread through his legs. With a calm expression, Black Sword instantly sped up. Swoosh. Black Sword charged head-on and broke through the cracked wall of earth. He squeezed into the weakest gap, allowing the flying soil and stones to graze the other parts of his body, leaving behind countless bloody marks. Thales shut his eyes tightly, feeling the dust and soil graze his face. Black Sword held Thales' hand tightly against the flying soil and stones. He swung the blade of purification lightly and cut off 5 to 6 small tentacles in front of the wall of earth. The stench of blood and burning filled Thales' nostrils. The ashes of flesh and blood scattered around them. Black Sword broke through the wall of earth and they rushed another 5 meters forward. Only by cherishing every opportunity in battle, just like how a traveler in the desert treasures every drop of water, can we accumulate every little bit to make a mickle and build a wall out of sand. Victory and survival are built on the meticulous carving of every detail. Single quote. Especially when facing the blood calamity. With the strange and rare power of eradication, Black Sword dodged left and right under the Hydra's frenzied attack. Occasionally he would use the blade of purification to open a path. The path under their feet stirred up waves of dust. Under the contrast of the flying snow, it became even more hazy. Thales could only grit his teeth and endure the double torture of extreme speed and cold. He only felt that Black Sword's right arm, which was holding on to him, was tightening, almost cutting him into two. However, they were getting closer and closer to Giza. There were less than 20 meters left. When we reach a certain distance, you will enter her field of vision. Giza saw the boy in Black Sword's arms clearly. She then smiled. I see. I was wondering why Kilika couldn't find you after searching everywhere. The mystic said softly. Her clear voice sounded as if it was right beside his ear. Thales could vaguely see the blood mystic's terrifying expression as he moved, dodged, broke through and fought with Black Sword in a frenzy. My condition is terrible. I can't maintain my charge for too long. Fortunately, we have the blade of purification which can ensure that we are not affected by her ability. At least we won't be suddenly captured by her bizarre manipulation of flesh. So you found yourself a new bodyguard. What an amazing child. Hizig glanced at the expressionless Black Sword who had extraordinary skills. She watched as their charging figures closed in. Don't worry. The blood-red stripes on Giza's face branched off again, making her smile look even more bizarre. Everything will be over soon. Thales shuddered. If her target is you with such a close distance and a weak prey that she is determined to capture, there is a high chance that she will not retreat or evade. She will rely on the advantage of being unable to be sealed as you said to kill me and take you down in the shortest time possible. Giza raised her hands abruptly. Pucci. Behind her the Hydra Kilika roared. 6 gigantic tentacles grew out of its body. Amidst the exaggerated tremors and noises, the gigantic tentacles attacked them from the ground, under the ground and in the air. That will be our chance. A giant tentacle of flesh and blood blocked their path. Black Sword gripped Thales' right hand calmly. At that moment, Black Sword turned his gaze and looked in one direction with a cold expression. Hiss. The tentacles split open. Countless black monsters with long, narrow, tiny limbs and hideous spikes instantly sprang out from the flesh formed by the broken limbs. They were the size of a child and were covered in hideous spikes. The monsters landed on the ground and shuddered one after another. The spikes on their bodies stretched out like blades. Her true body should be hidden in those disgusting creatures made of flesh and blood. Underground, in the tentacles, in that huge monster or in any other possible flesh and blood. Just like how water melts into the sea and trees are hidden in the forest. We need to find her true body among the countless piles of flesh and blood. Asterisk hiss. Asterisk like starving larvae, the monsters opened up an organ in their bodies and let out a terrifying hissing sound. In the next moment the pitch-black monsters raised their heads and swung their limbs. Some of them ran, some jumped, some rolled and some crawled. There were even a few monsters who spread their equally ugly black wings in the air. They swarmed towards Black Sword and Thales, covering the sky and the earth. They surrounded Black Sword and Thales in a densely packed manner. At that moment the smiling Giza, in front of them, was obscured by these terrifying little things. Asterisk hiss. Asterisk Thales shuddered. He looked at the horrifying scene in front of him and felt his skin crawl. The blood mystic is extremely good at gaining experience in battle and quickly turning it into combat power. When she encounters enemies and methods she has used before, such as myself, for the second time, she will immediately have a corresponding new method to counter them. This means using the same move a second time is ineffective against the remaining fighters. Bah. Thales threw away the unnecessary thoughts and tried his best to focus his mind. He was in the most dangerous battle. I can't be distracted. Thales faced the cold wind that blew against his face. He opened his eyes in pain. He felt as if his heart was about to jump out of his chest as he moved at high speed. He bit his lip hard and could only focus by recalling Black Sword's words. The first time we fought I used tremor a move I learned from a supreme class assassin and modified. I slid her tentacles away. However, the second time we met in the alley, once I used Tremor again, she immediately changed her strategy and used a new method. She transformed her flesh and used sharp bone spikes to break the move. Did you see that? The monsters with bone spikes. Black Sword's words traveled into Thales's ears intermittently amidst the sound of the wind. They exist to suppress my tremor. Thales sucked in a deep breath and focused his gaze on the black monsters. They were hideous in shape, but when they were combined with their shocking numbers, Thales felt a chill run down his spine. That feeling was like a group of child-sized black locusts, tens of thousands of them, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they pounced towards him. Without hesitation, Black Sword rushed towards the group of monsters in front of him, as if the danger before him was not life-threatening but a beautiful dream. So, the second time we fought, I was suppressed by her in just a few seconds. I almost died in the hands of these little monsters. This time Black Sword did not hold back. He did not use tricks or save energy. Thales felt Black Sword's body tremble beside him. A pulsation that seemed to have a substance surged from the depths of his body. He knew that this was the sin of Hell's River. It was the sin of Hell's River that belonged solely to Black Sword, and it was 10,000 times stronger, more skillful and more effective than Thales' own power. The chill that surrounded the surface of his body seemed to have a substance that seeped into Thales' heart, causing him to tremble. Thales felt that the man beside him had become different. Black Sword's expression became solemn and gloomy. His faintly discernible aura began to become fierce and violent, and the muscles on his body began to swell. Black Sword's pupils, which were already firm and fierce, slowly widened as more and more light entered his eyes. At that moment, Black Sword was like a fierce beast that slowly opened its eyes and bared its claws and teeth. Finally, the first pitch-black monster attacked from the air. It was only a foot away from Black Sword's head. The bone spikes on its body trembled slightly and seemed to have become sharper. Behind it were countless ferocious and terrifying monsters of the same species. Amidst their roars, they swarmed towards Black Sword from all directions. Compared to them, the size of the blade of purification seemed insignificant. At that time I had no choice but to use instant death in the midst of those monsters. I extinguished all signs of life to avoid her senses and snatched my life back. I think when we meet for the third time later, she will immediately have a way to counter instant death. Hiss. The spider-like monsters surged towards Black Sword like a huge pitch-black wave. They wanted to capsize this powerless boat in an instant. Thales sucked in a sharp breath and held it tightly. He clamped his left arm, which was trembling unconsciously, under his armpit. No matter who the man beside him was at this point, he could only trust Black Sword. Trust him. But at that moment, when she transformed her tentacles into countless bone spikes, I sensed. In the next moment, Black Sword let out a low growl as he faced the boundless wave formed by the pitch-black monsters. He pressed Thales into his arms with his forelimbs and held the blade of purification tightly in front of his chest. Just before the first monster pierced its bone spikes into Black Sword's head, Black Sword instantly restrained his entire body. Then he tilted and fell forward, towards the monsters. He was like a small boat that was capsized in a huge wave. In an instant, Thales felt everything around him spin. The countless pitch-black monsters that belonged to the mystics also began to spin in his field of vision. They were getting closer and closer. Thales was also getting more and more dizzy. Then a wave that belonged to him surged into Thales' brain in a timely manner and calmed his dizziness. I sensed a vigorous wave coming from a certain direction in the flesh she hid underground. Black Sword's body had long since shrunk into the shape of a ball. He rolled towards the aggressive pitch-black monsters with ferocious bone spikes. They continued to roll forward. In my senses, that wave is extremely obvious. It's almost impossible to hide. Black Sword's right elbow hit the ground hard. Thud. It landed on a low stone block. I believe that's her true form. I'm sure. In the next moment, Thales felt Black Sword's right arm, which was wrapped around him, vibrate intensely. Bang. A muffled cracking sound came from the ground. It sounded like an explosion in a stew pot. Then the stone block shattered in an instant. A huge slab of stone strangely rose from the ground. The moment the stone slab flew into the air, Black Sword's tumbling body suddenly stopped. Thales felt nauseous. He saw stars and was about to vomit. Black Sword then stomped his feet on the ground. Using inertia, he formed a sharp angle with the ground and charged forward at an accelerated angle. Black Sword used his muscular right arm to block the huge stone slab. In an instant it was right in front of Black Sword and he pushed it forward. This reduced Black Sword's speed. However, it provided him with protection. This is our biggest bargaining chip. The ability to lock onto the monster's true form. However, that momentary sense can only give me a rough direction. If we attack recklessly, she will only notice it in advance and evade it. So, what we need to do next is to endure her attacks and charge a certain distance away. Then we can force out that abnormal wave of hers for the second time. This way, the place where the two straight lines intersect in two directions will be where her true form is. In that second, Black Sword pushed against the thick stone slab and charged into the group of monsters. Everything around them darkened. The monsters that filled the sky and the ground blocked their entire vision. Asterisk hiss. Asterisk countless hisses filled Thales's ears, making him agitated and flustered. Will they succeed? Yes. I guess. The first monster's spike went straight for Black Sword's cheek. Black Sword lowered his head slightly and hid his face behind the stone slab. Asterisk shing. Asterisk the monster's bone spike pierced the stone slab and created bright sparks. However, it could not even scratch a hair on Black Sword's body. It could only watch as Black Sword rushed past its side. The second monster extended a barbed bone spike and slashed at Black Sword's abdomen, where Thales was. Thales watched the bone spike get closer and listened to the hissing in his ears. His mind was blank. However, Black Sword only moved slightly. The stone slab immediately changed its angle and stuck to his abdomen, blocking the monster's sudden spike. Asterisk bang. Asterisk with the protection of the stone slab, Black Sword continued to charge forward. Countless black spider-like monsters swarmed around Black Sword and Thales like a swarm of locusts. Amidst the sounds of countless stone slabs and bone spikes colliding, scraping and knocking, Black Sword held Thales, whose face had turned pale and whose lips had turned blue. He lowered his head and pushed against the stone slab as he charged forward wildly. Occasionally, one or two monsters would slip through the cracks between the stone slabs and leave trails of blood on Black Sword's abdomen, thighs, shoulders, and other areas. However, they were all reduced to ashes by the blade of purification that Thales held in his hand, or flung away with extreme speed. Thales kept his eyes wide open. In his field of vision, countless black bone spikes and appendages flashed past his eyes like flowing water. The second time we forced her to transform, force her to release fluctuations and reveal her true form, is at. The protective stone slab shattered inch by inch under the countless impacts in just a few seconds. Gravel and blood fell from Black Sword's body at the same time. However, at the same time, Black Sword's body trembled. At asterisk shing. Asterisk a black monster's spike grazed his shoulder, drawing out a streak of blood. Asterisk shing. Asterisk then the second one pierced his left thigh. The second time I fought her, I used instant death. However, Black Sword seemed to have lost his sense of smell. His face was ashen. Other than holding Thales tightly in his arms, he did not react to the increasing number of wounds on his body. It was as if he had lost his senses. He charged forward without feeling anything. A skill that extinguishes the vitality in the body for a short period of time, thus disappearing from the enemy's senses. In an instant, Thales felt the man's muscles stiffen. He continued moving, but the strength in his body seemed to have disappeared in an instant. His breathing stopped, his skin stiffened, his movements slowed, and even his eyes lost their luster. In an instant, Thales even felt that Black Sword's figure in his field of vision. He did not know if it was an illusion, slowly became blurry. Thales knew that Black Sword's instant death had been activated. He anxiously stared at the black monsters that were still charging towards them with hissing sounds. Soon Thales no longer had to be anxious. Countless black monsters charged towards them in a frenzy. However, like headless flies, they surged past them. Amidst the terrifying hissing sounds, the monsters that were originally charging in the same direction like a raging wave suddenly became chaotic, like disturbed lake water. Almost every monster froze on the spot and trembled madly. Like helpless children, they continuously looked around them. The monsters started jumping and circling around them, but they did not notice Black Sword, whose movements had slowed down. Black Sword was like an old man slowly crossing a river, but also like a small boat going against the current. He slowly advanced through the densely packed black monsters on the ground. It made Thale's skin crawl. From time to time, Black Sword was tripped by a monster, bumped into his shoulder, and even got scratched. However, he still carried Thales and walked among the monsters and scathed all the way forward. Thales exhaled slowly. Black Sword, along with himself, had completely disappeared from the monster's senses. At the same time, he remembered Black Sword's warning. Double quotes, "She has seen instant death before. She will definitely have a new way to counter me, whether it be transformation, rampage, amplification, proliferation, or instigation of that big monster to transform." In the distance, Giza's figure paused for a moment. The mystic's lips twitched slightly. In the next moment, the Hydra Kilika behind her roared again. At that moment, all the black monsters beside Black Sword transformed simultaneously. Thales watched in astonishment as 1 to 3 bone spikes on the back of these little monsters let out cracking sounds before they turned into soft, straight, and thin limbs. The limbs became smaller, sharper, and softer. Like antennae? The monsters that had transformed into antennae seemed to have suddenly seen light in the dark. They no longer trembled and spun around like headless flies. Instead, they raised their antennae and slowly turned them around. The monsters' antennae trembled slowly as if they had a life of their own. They swept towards Black Sword and Thales in unison. Then they slowly stopped. They seemed to have sensed Black Sword's location. It was as if they were making a final confirmation. *T. Thales was shocked. As expected, even though it had only been 15 minutes since their last fight, Giza had already prepared a way to counter instant death. And it seems to be quite effective. He anxiously looked at Black Sword, who was still holding him and struggling to move through the horde of monsters. However, the latter only closed his eyes and moved slowly like a dead tree. Thales was extremely anxious. Giza has already moved, shape-shifting or some other method. So, Black Sword, isn't it time for you to wake up? When that time comes, I will be able to sense her true body's location for the second time, and completely lock onto her. Thales hugged the blade of purification in front of his chest and watched the little monsters gradually aim their antennae at Black Sword. His heart thumped furiously. In the end, he could not help but extend a finger and poke Black Sword's chest. But this time it was as if he had poked a hornet's nest. In an instant, all the black monsters seemed to have suddenly awakened from their slumber. They carried trembling antennae on their backs and ferocious bone spikes. Once again they let out a terrifying hiss and stomped their hind legs together. They pounced towards Black Sword and Thales. Hiss. At that moment, Thales had goosebumps all over his body. But it was also at that moment. Black Sword, who looked like an old man with one foot in the grave, suddenly moved. As if it was the first breath of air he had taken since he was born, Black Sword took a deep breath. Then his entire body trembled as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. Chapter 180. Black Sword, who had just woken up from instant death, calmly looked around at the countless monsters that were pouncing on them. In a fraction of a second, Black Sword suddenly let go of Thales and crouched down. His right arm stretched heavily towards his feet and into the ruins of a pile of wooden planks. The next moment, Black Sword abruptly raised his right arm from the ruins. The worn-out wooden planks fell. Black Sword grabbed a strange black sword that Thales was very familiar with. It was the weapon that the blood mystic had seized in the battle just now. "How did you find this?" Thales was shocked. He suddenly realized that they were in the alleyway from before. However, the surrounding buildings had been flattened by the mystic's battle. There was no time for them to discuss. In the next moment, Black Sword grabbed his own weapon. Facing the encirclement that had no blind spots, he suddenly turned around and swung his sword. Just like when they were on the cliff of the sky, Black Sword was like a dancer as he spun around twice in an instant. Thales only felt his vision blur. The sounds of metal clashing entered his ears in an endless stream. The dozens of black monsters that were the first to pounce on them were sent flying backwards in the air. They fell into the midst of their comrades. "Didn't I tell you just now? You must have a clear sense of the environment and," Black Sword said coldly, "make sure you have the most suitable weapon in your hand, the first rule of the battlefield." And Thales looked at him anxiously. Black Sword lowered his head and gave Thales a deep look. "Found it," the ordinary-looking man said concisely. He raised his head and looked in another direction. Thales shuddered violently. You mean, the second wave of monsters pounced on them in a densely packed manner. Before Thales could react, Black Sword extended his injured and weak left arm without hesitation and grabbed the back of Thales' neck with a trembling hand. Then he charged in a direction that was far from where Giza. He rushed out recklessly. As Thales screamed, Giza's expression froze in the distance. What? That direction? In that instant, the pitch-black monsters beside Black Sword no longer maintained their coordinated wavy attack rhythm. Instead, they swarmed toward Black Sword as if they had gone mad. From time to time, monsters would collide with their own kind, but they would still crawl up from the ground and charge at Black Sword at all costs, just to stop them. This time, Black Sword's charge was especially fast and unstoppable. He was also determined to pay any price. Black Sword dodged most of the obstacles in his way as he spun rapidly. He swung his strange sword repeatedly and knocked away other obstacles. Even when he was occasionally injured by the monster's attacks and left a long trail of blood behind him, Black Sword did not stop. He continued to charge forward without a care. A second later, the blood-red stripes on Giza's face rose at an unprecedented speed. Behind him, Kilika also began to thrash about madly. Disregarding everything else, it extended its giant tentacles towards Black Sword. Soon, more and more tentacles, as though they had gone mad, swam over from nearby or afar, above or below ground, and joined the ranks of those who surrounded them. Giza's expression quickly changed again. Because this time, Thales closed his eyes and thrust the blade of purification in front of him. Black Sword waved his strange sword with one hand, pushing away most of the obstacles and forcing them to retreat. With his other hand he grabbed Thales and used his legendary anti-mystic equipment to deal with the obstacles that could not be avoided. The blade followed Black Sword's charge and moved forward. It turned the pitch-black monsters into ashes. It turned the intercepting tentacles into ashes. It would turn all the blood mystic's toys and flesh into ashes. Soon, Black Sword rushed out of the pitch-black monster's encirclement. Behind him, he left behind a trail of ashes and creatures made of flesh and blood that chased after him in a frenzy. Thales opened his eyes as he breathed rapidly. He lowered the blade of purification slightly. They charged towards a gigantic dark red tentacle. The strange thing was that this tentacle did not act like its kind and stop Black Sword at all costs. Instead, it slithered forward and kept retreating. Thales furrowed his brows. It's like, it's afraid? As he watched the tentacle flee for its life, Thales understood what was going on. He gritted his teeth lightly. They found Giza's greatest weakness. Her true form. However, in the next moment, the situation changed again. A limping figure appeared on the path in front of Black Sword. Black Sword's pupils froze. The wielder of the Soul Slayer Pike, the boss of Shield District and Hammer District, Northland's heavy swordsman Gleeward stood in front of them with an unpleasant expression. Run. Gleeward gritted his teeth and said hatefully, that monster is controlling me. Black Sword frowned. Thales, on the other hand, opened his mouth in shock. That's the Supreme Class Elite from just now. He's actually being controlled by that monster? Is he just being controlled by his limbs, or... Thales recalled the scene in the birch tree forest where Serena and Katerina involuntarily walked towards Giza. He could not help but have goosebumps. In the next moment, Gleeward's entire body trembled. He lowered his body and kicked horizontally. Black Sword's expression changed. The strange sword in his right hand drew an arc that was difficult to dodge as he swung it mercilessly. However, Gleeward retracted his limping leg and kicked the spine of Black Sword's sword, causing the latter's sword to freeze in place. A strong force traveled into Black Sword's body as Gleeward stepped on the strange sword firmly. Then he followed up with a heavy punch. Black Sword had no choice but to put Thales down. He swung his weak left arm and withstood Gleeward's heavy punch. Behind them, the monster and the tentacles that were chasing them were getting closer and closer. I am a heavy swordsman. The instinct that is carved into my bones is to intercept and kill. Gleeward and Black Sword were in a stalemate. He said angrily, and after I reached Supreme Class. You better run, don't let her have her way. Black Sword trembled as he withstood Gleeward's attack. Sensing his opponent's great strength, a solemn expression appeared on his face. He looked at the enemies who were chasing them from afar and his breathing grew heavier. Humans controlled by the Calamity's ability? If I use the legendary anti-mystic equipment, I should be able to undo it? Black Sword took a deep breath and glanced at the pursuers, who were about to arrive behind him. Then he looked at the giant tentacle that was fleeing further and further away. He sighed. It's too late. In the next second their figures intersected and they let go of each other. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Black Sword's words rang in his mind again. The most ideal situation would be for me to break away from instant death, as soon as I find her true body. Then I'll bring you to attack her vitals and seal her true body before she can react and escape. But as I said before, the Blood Calamity is an expert in combat. She has an endless stream of strange tricks up her sleeves. Besides, I'm far from being in my best condition. Hence there will definitely be accidents in my plan. We have to minimize these accidents as much as possible. For example, consciously gather these accidents at the places we want them to happen. For example, me. Thales' heart rate increased without him realizing it. In that instant, Black Sword had already exchanged several blows with the empty-handed Glee Ward. The unarmed Glee Ward had the flesh and blood granted to him by the mystic. He fought with his life on the line, and with his combat instincts he actually managed to suppress the injured Black Sword to the point that he was in a dire situation. She doesn't know that you're the user of the legendary anti-mystic equipment. She'll focus all her attention on me. So once an accident happens, once I'm held back by the Blood Calamity and can't. You little one, you're our final trump card. When I'm held back, restrained, suppressed, or even directly killed, you have to take over my role. Take the Blade of Purification and continue with my unfinished goal. Thales took a deep breath and heard Black Sword suddenly speak. I'm counting on you, little one. The next moment, Thales felt his collar tighten. Wait. Thales was so shocked that he could only spit out one word. Then the scene before his eyes instantly changed. It was only when the whistling sound of wind brushed past his ears that Thales suddenly realized that he had been thrown out by Black Sword once again. Thales could only hold the Blade of Purification tightly in his bosom. It fell towards the tentacle that might contain the Blood Mystic's true body. In that instant the sin of Hell's river surged into Thales' brain, making him shudder. Everything around him slowed down again. Thales watched himself float in the air and slowly descend towards the giant tentacle. Black Sword's words lingered in his ears. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, I hope that you can also do this. Use the sin of Hell's river and the Blade of Purification to identify and seal the Blood Calamity. I've said it before, the sin of Hell's river is an omnipotent power of eradication. It can instantly increase or strengthen your agility, reflexes, explosiveness, speed, strength, perception, vision, willpower, nerves, thinking, recovery, endurance. Everything you can think of. Thales took a deep breath and felt the sin of Hell's river fluctuate under his skin and blood vessels. He felt its waves of agitation. That's right. This is the feeling. Just like the time when he fell towards Katerina in the birch tree forest, the sin of Hell's river gradually strengthened his sense of balance in the air. In the distance, Thales trembled as he saw Black Sword and Gleeward's figures being drowned in the tentacles and the group of pitch-black monsters. Precisely because of this, the sin of Hell's river is often not easy to control. When you need to increase your agility, the sin of Hell's river may give you the agility of an acrobatic boy, but it may also turn you into a Scud, a Hercules, and a Lookout at the same time. This involuntary dispersal of power will greatly reduce its efficiency and durability, as well as your ability to control it. Hence, as the controller of the sin of Hell's river, your first lesson is to learn how to summon. Summon. Unlike other powers of eradication, you need to consciously guide the sin of Hell's river to focus on something you want to accomplish. Don't treat it as a tool. Instead, treat it as a companion that you can talk to. Tell it, as the master of life, what do you want? While in midair, Thales gently closed his eyes and let the cold wind blow past his ears. Very good. The sin of Hell's river. It was an instinct that came from between life and death. Right now I am faced with such a choice. What was needed was, seal the blood mystic. So I need your help, the sin of Hell's river. At that moment, Thales could clearly feel the sin of Hell's river, which was originally scattered all over his body. It was fading away. That strange wave gathered in his heart, and a moment later, it surged towards another place. Everyone's power of eradication is different. How far you can go with the sin of Hell's River depends on your own exploration. Tremor and instant death are the moves I completed while I was exploring. Everyone's power of eradication is different. Here I will teach you my own experience and understanding of the sin of Hell's River. It is an extremely effective use. Perception. The perception I obtained from the sin of Hell's River originates from vibrations and waves. I named it feedback. Even the slightest breath will cause vibrations in the air, and they will be transmitted to the ground, walls, and even the pulsations in the human body. With feedback, I can sense even the slightest movement from 100 meters away. Thales inhaled one last time. He opened his eyes. His gray eyes were filled with the sin of Hell's River like never before. The moment the sin of Hell's River surged into his eyes, the effect of slowing down time suddenly disappeared. His originally agile limbs seemed to have suddenly become much slower. Thales fell hard on the top of the tentacle. His hand felt slippery. More small tentacles instantly burst out of the tentacle and bound Thales' legs tightly. Thales endured the nausea. He gritted his teeth and repeatedly thought about his mission. Little rascal's tears flashed before his eyes. And the countless corpses on the streets of Shield District. When he thought of this, Thales could not help but grit his teeth and roar to gather his spirit. Arg. But at that moment he noticed something unusual. Thales raised his head. He immediately felt that the scene before him was different. Thales was stunned. Unlike the feedback Black Sword received, which detected the waves and vibrations, the perception Thales received was in a different form. It was vision. His vision became clear again. This time the sin of Hell's River gave him another world. It was colorful, but the details were vivid and full of life. This time the sin of Hell's River's feedback gave him another world. It was colorful, but the details were vivid and it was full of life. It was as if the resolution had been increased by countless times. He could see every inch of flesh and blood in the huge tentacle before him clearly. Every pulse was clear to him. Thales could even guess the general flow of blood in this tentacle, the specific path of muscle contraction and expansion, and which inch of tendon he would be able to break free. He stared at the new sensory world before him and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. But that was not all. Thales looked at the tentacle that was emitting endless red light. He suddenly realized that these lights were layered and some were deep and some were shallow. As he confirmed his target, the sin of Hell's River gathered in his eyes and became denser. Soon, in the deepest part of the tentacle, a spot of light that was so red that it was almost purple was slowly shrinking and pulsing. So, that is, Thales felt a chill in his heart. The tentacle under his feet tightened. He did not hesitate anymore. Thales raised the blade of purification and once again felt the heat from the sword. Then he stabbed it down. The blade pierced into the tentacle. In Thales' eyes, two similar red lights fused together on the blade and on the tentacle. Then the latter's red light collapsed the moment it came into contact with the blade. From the spot where the blade pierced, the tentacle's flesh, which was made up of the creature's limbs, melted, evaporated and turned into ashes. Thales only felt his feet loosen. As the tentacle turned into ashes, his entire body sank into the huge tentacle. In a panic, Thales waved the blade of purification in his hands randomly. Wherever it went, ashes scattered everywhere. The inside of the tentacle, which looked like a red cave, seemed to be whimpering in pain. The endless tremors made Thales dizzy. Finally, Thales' legs landed on the ground. The second prince panted heavily, sucking in the stinky, sour air. Damn it. This place is too disgusting, isn't it? He raised the blade of purification and stepped on the sticky and slippery flesh. He forced himself not to look at the limbs around him that were still moving slightly as if they were breathing on their own. They were heads, arms, stomachs, lungs, eyes, noses, and so on. He suppressed the desire to vomit and walked slowly towards the brightest red spot in his field of vision. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk, a few fine tentacles and spikes attacked him. But Thales only grabbed the blade in his hands and without hesitation he hacked them into ashes. He got closer and closer to the bright spot. Soon, Thales' target appeared in front of him. It was a purplish-red naked girl whose limbs and back were embedded in the wall of flesh and blood. The young girl's face was covered in layers of blood-red patterns that were constantly trembling. It was extremely strange. She did not have a gentle expression, nor did she have a pleasant smile. She only closed her eyes and breathed in and out slowly. Her skin was also the same strange purplish-red color. Countless thick and thin dark red blood vessels extended from the wall of flesh and blood and connected to the girl's body. He could vaguely see flowing liquid within them. Thales, who was dumbfounded, could not help but stop in his tracks. The prince stared at Giza, who was almost fused with the flesh and blood behind her. His breathing slowly quickened. What the hell is this? The girl opened her eyes abruptly. Thales, who was already restless and had goosebumps all over his body, jumped in fright. You shouldn't have come here, Giza's true form said slowly. The stripes on her face trembled slightly, like a wandering parasite. How did you find me? Thales first glanced at the blood mystic in this form in a daze. Especially the countless blood vessels on her body. When he thought of the people she dragged into the tentacles, and how they might be flowing in the form of fragments or liquid, Thales felt another wave of nausea. A second later, Thales took a deep breath. Under Giza's cold and crazed gaze, he slowly walked up to her and said resentfully, "About this, I can only say that you met a powerful person." Thales sighed. His gaze was firm. Well, I can only say that you met a powerful person. I'll remember this. Black Sword, a terrifying opponent. Giza slowly narrowed her eyes. I should have been vigilant when he disappeared from my senses again. How could an opponent like him use the same trick so easily? Thales slashed away two small tentacles that tried to stop him. He mustered his courage, ignored the disgusting limbs around him and stood in front of Giza. And you, child, you will regret it. Giza fixed her gaze on the red blade. There was deep wariness in her eyes. Become a mystic, obtain power, be immortal and be omniscient? Well, it is not as good as you think. This is not a gift but a shackle. At that moment, Giza's eyes were filled with deep loneliness. A curse, and I. Giza revealed a subtle and profound expression. Her words contained an unprecedented emotion. I only want to free you. Thales furrowed his brows. He really could not understand what she said. Otherwise, Giza said slowly, from the day you found your name of origin, you will never be free. Thales shook his head to clear his mind. The heat from the blade of purification in his hand reminded him of his current situation. Very well. Thales ignored her words. He looked at Giza, raised the blade of purification in his hand, and aimed it at Giza's abdomen. He spat harshly. Then I will free you first. Giza only looked at him gently with a sad and pitiful gaze. It was as if she was looking at an ignorant child. This threw Thales into chaos. No, Thales gulped. Thinking about Dragon Cloud City, thinking about little rascal. I have to end this. In the next moment, Thales gritted his teeth, threw away all his thoughts and thrust the red small sword in his hand. But his sword suddenly stopped halfway. Thales raised his head in shock and looked at the person in front of him. A person stopped in front of Giza. Little rascal was trembling. Her eyes were wide open, her arms wide, and she used her throat to block the blade of purification. Little rascal's eyes were almost swollen from crying. It's not me. Thales only hesitated for a moment. In the next moment, little rascal pounced on Thales. Thales looked at little rascal's tear-stained face. His arm involuntarily trembled. He wanted to bypass her and stab Giza. But he did not have the chance. Thales only felt a violent tremor under his feet. This is... Following that, layers upon layers of tremors continuously attacked from beneath his feet. The moment panic rose in his heart, little rascal who could not stand steadily pounced on him. Both of them slid on the ground made of flesh and blood. No, in the chaos, little rascal was on top of him. Trembling, she slapped the blade of purification in Thales' hand. Thales turned pale with fright. No. Slap. Thales felt a chill in his heart. The red small sword in his hand left his palm. It fell into another corner made of flesh and blood. It brought up countless ashes. Then, the blade of purification that had left his palm gradually dimmed. Could no longer be of use. In that second, Thales' mind went blank. Purification. Blade of purification. Amidst Giza's maniacal laughter, the flesh on the tentacle squirmed and swallowed the blade of purification, which had lost its effectiveness. It disappeared without a trace. This is a move I learned from Black Sword. The blood mystic on the wall smiled coquettishly again. Unleash an extremely high-frequency tremor over a large area. If you can't even stand properly, how are you going to seal me? How do you feel? Thales's face was pale. He pushed little rascal who had regained her freedom of movement. He stared in the direction where the blade of purification had fallen. However, apart from the red light formed by flesh and blood, there was nothing else in front of him. The legendary anti-mystic equipment, the only thing he could rely on when he faced the mystic. Lost it? No, no. I don't have a chance anymore. Thales's heart was dead. He turned his head in a daze and looked at Giza. I failed. Beside him, little rascal hugged him tightly and kept sobbing. Giza inhaled slowly and narrowed her eyes. Two tentacles extended from the inner wall of flesh. As little rascal screamed, they wrapped around Thales's arms and legs and pulled him up. Thales struggled with all his might, but like an insect caught in a spider's web, his efforts were futile. More tentacles grew from the inner wall. As little rascal covered her mouth to stifle her sobs, the tips slowly sharpened and hardened. They became ferocious, sharp and deadly thorns. I'll give you a piece of advice. Giza stared at Thales, who was pulled before her. His face was ashen and he was in despair. She flashed a pleasant smile and enunciated her words like orchids. In battle, abandon unnecessary emotions. You saw it for yourself. You saw how badly it harmed you. Thales trembled all over as he stared at the blood mystic in a daze. This time there was no Sonia, no Asda, no Black Sword. He was the only one who could save himself. In that instant, Giza's face revealed tender love and pity. As I promised, you won't feel any pain, child. Thales gulped slowly. He could only feel the tentacles wrapped around his limbs getting tighter and tighter. The tentacles with their sharp thorns slowly moved to Thales. One of them even extended a sharp thorn and stopped a few inches away from his left eyeball. The fear of death instantly struck him. Thales could even hear his heart pounding violently. He could feel his blood vessels swelling and surging. His muscles trembled uncontrollably. The heat generated from his excitement slowly spread from his chest to his entire body. Is this the end? No. I have to save myself. I have to save myself. Giza smiled faintly. The panicked Thales looked at the smiling mystic and spoke with great difficulty and pain. But this time he only spat out the first word. In the next moment, countless tentacles with sharp thorns shot out at the same time and sank deep into Thales' body. Thales shuddered violently. No, his eyes were lifeless as he stared at the blood mystic in disbelief. No, the first thorn pierced his left eye and penetrated the back of his head. No, the second thorn pierced his throat and penetrated the back of his neck. No, the third thorn pierced his heart and came out the back of his chest. No. There were even more sharp spikes that pierced Thales' body mercilessly, without any hesitation and without reservation, but he could no longer feel it. In that second, all his senses seemed to have left Thales' jade star in an instant. He seemed to have sunk into eternal silence and darkness. He would never return. Chapter 181. I said I'm done. Why am I still reading? Thales opened his eyes gently. Where is he? It's not important. What's important is that he felt something. His thoughts seemed to have changed. They seemed to have become unorganized, like the gurgling water behind a veil. He seems to be indifferent to everything. How could this be? Thales vaguely knew his own situation, but he did not want to change this feeling. This is good, isn't it? It's like I've entered another realm. Thales looked up. In front of him was a gray, round grain. Yes, Thales saw a gray stone grain. It was not one. It was one of the countless stone grains embedded in it. Amazing. These stones were so far away from each other that no matter how much time passed, they would not be able to get closer to each other by even an inch. But they were so close. They were closer to each other than most of the existences in the world. They were so close that they were almost connected. For thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years later, they maintained this distance between them. Sometimes they were as far as the heavens, and sometimes they were so close that they were almost face to face. What a magical world, isn't it? There's such an interesting and vivid relationship between two solidified stone grains. What about all the other existences in this world? Do they also have such an interesting relationship? Definitely. Why didn't I notice this before? Didn't I notice the wonders of this world? Maybe I was too stupid before. Thales thought calmly and without a ripple in his heart. He slowly lifted his gaze. The stone grains were getting further away from him. Or maybe closer. That was still not important. What was important was that the distance between him and these stone grains was changing. And at every moment when this distance changed, they also became different from each other. The stone grains were him and he was the stone grains. It was the same. He continued to look up. So that's how it is. Thales suddenly understood. These stone grains formed the surface of a floor tile. A rough, uneven and uneven surface. What a wonderful combination. They were just stone grains, but because of the special distance and position between them, they became another kind of existence. An existence called the surface of a floor tile. Just like humans. When distance and position were lost, each individual was an independent person. But when they increased or decreased the distance between them, changed their positions and stood together, at the same time, they stood in the same dimension, in the same region and in the same society. They became different existences. An existence known as the crowd. Wait a minute, a small voice told him in Thales' senses. Maybe it's the other way around. It's precisely because of their existence that the location and distance are determined. How did he know all this? Forget it, it's not important. The important thing is, it's fun. Let's see more. Thales saw it. It was a grayish-black octagonal floor tile, and it was connected to countless other floor tiles of the same shape. Are these tiles made by people? That was why the distance between the floor tiles was so uneven. Or perhaps the person who put them together thought that they were very even? Because they could not perceive the beauty of uniformity? The beauty of balance? Or perhaps this was what they meant by evenness. That's right, if you zoom in a little further, wouldn't these tiles be a very even floor? Thales raised his gaze to the highest point. He knew that it was daytime. This was because the existence known as day was defined by the position of the ground and the sun. The sun had already passed its zenith, forming a beautiful angle with the ground. In front of him was an exotic house. The four corners of the strange, flaky eaves curled up. The door was made of heavy, sunken wood, and the windows were made of glass and crystal drops. There were also black-haired and black-eyed humans dressed in flowing robes moving in and out of the gorgeous house from time to time. Without exception, they all looked nervous. Why are they nervous? Thales' thoughts moved a little. He knew why. In that house there was a woman, a young woman with black hair and eyes. She was surrounded by a group of women, and she was crying out in pain in a pool of blood. The woman's lower abdomen was swollen. She was in labor. They did not have to be nervous. He saw that the life in the woman's abdomen was strong, and it was moving its limbs continuously. She would give birth naturally. And a man who looked like the woman's husband, who wore elegant and noble clothes and accessories, was blocked outside the house by another group of men. He had a difficult expression on his face. I see, Thales thought. The inside and outside of the house are isolated. This is why the inside of the house is tense and dignified and the outside is tormented and difficult. What a pity, if only they could see each other's situation. Even if only they could see the girl in the woman's abdomen. Would they not have to be nervous, worried, afraid, and tormented? Soon the woman's screams stopped and her abdomen slowly flattened. And with a weak wail, a baby girl covered in blood was carried out. The man outside the house got the news. He broke through the blockade and rushed into the house without a care for anything else. The man trembled as he knelt in front of the bed. He held the woman's weak hand and comforted his wife nervously and anxiously in a language he did not understand. The woman smiled. Finally, someone respectfully handed the baby girl, whose eyes were tightly shut, to the man. The man trembled as he took his daughter. Oh my God! Thales, who was watching all of this from the side, looked at the excited man with black hair and black eyes, then at the woman with black hair and black eyes, who had a gratified expression on her face. He could not help but want to laugh. What would happen if they knew the truth? The baby girl slowly opened her eyes and looked at the first person she had ever seen in the world. The man who was holding the baby girl trembled when he saw the baby girl clearly. The man raised his head in shock and looked at the people around him in panic. He spoke in a language Thales did not understand, as if he did not know what to do. Someone walked forward with a frown and glanced at the baby girl. Then he froze on the spot. There was an uproar in the house. Then the woman's trembling screams and wails, the servants' anxious comforts, and the man's roars came one after another. Thales laughed as he watched all of this. Yes, he looked at the baby girl and her blue eyes. Her crystalline blue eyes were completely different from the black eyes of her father and mother. That man probably did not expect that his wife's daughter was not his daughter, right? How ridiculous. Thales looked away and the thoughts in his mind turned over like a machine. If the man had seen that his daughter had a pair of blue eyes that were not inherited from him a few months ago. No, that's not all. The baby girl's skin was obviously fair, her hair was curly and the bridge of her nose was a little high. This was already very obvious before she was born. Unfortunately, the man did not know. If he knew, then do I still need to be like today after being filled with anticipation, worry, torment and wait to be greeted with disappointment, pain, resentment and anger? No, I don't need it. But the man can't see through his wife's belly, so he can't see his wife's betrayal. So he's destined to experience all of this. His vision is too narrow and his knowledge is too limited. This is the price of stupidity and ignorance. Sad and ridiculous. Thales was tired of all this. He turned his head. That's not right. He was looking forward to seeing the inner walls of the mansion. But what did Thales see? The rising sun. And black, perhaps with a little white? No, black is the color of water. White is the foam and reflection on the surface of the water. What he saw was the ocean under the morning sun. An endless ocean. Endless? No, it's too narrow. This ocean. From one end to the other, this ocean was very small. On one side of it was a smaller island, and on the other side was a long and narrow coastline. But it was also very, very big, almost boundless. This was especially so for this long and narrow sailing ship that was like a small boat sailing in the ocean. Thales quietly looked at the flag on the ship. On the flag was a white seagull holding an anchor in its beak. Interesting. The seagull and the anchor. The sky in the bottom of the sea. The distance that seems so far away, but it's so close that it can't be separated. The sailors on the ship did their work dutifully. A young man without even a beard, dressed clean and tidy, behaving appropriately and politely, a stark contrast to the boorish sailors around him, who were covered in sweat and dirt, stood beside the rudder, chatting with the helmsman who looked impatient. He stared at the surface of the sea in front of him with an excited expression on his face. Believe me, the previous difficulties were just Errol's test. We've already passed through the black whirlpool. According to the sea chart passed down by my ancestors, we'll soon find it. This time, Thales understood. The man's common language had a rather strange accent. The rise and fall of his voice and the cadence of his voice were particularly obvious. It was different from the crude, vague, short and forceful Northland accent and the meticulous Constellation accent. This young man seems to be someone, the captain? Or the employer of this ship? Unfortunately, Thales laughed again. Once the man turned his head, he would see the contempt and disdain in the sailor's eyes. Why would the boss listen to this brat? I heard that he's a ruffian from Valir gang, not a noble? One of the sailors whispered to the old sailor beside him, who was tidying up the mooring ropes. He even followed him and took the risk to sail the ship to this place? Of course he's a ruffian. It's just that a few generations ago his ancestor was elected to one of the 36 seats. The latter glared fiercely at the young man. He owes the boss a huge debt. For some reason, not only did the boss not touch him, but he also immediately left Crystal Jade City and rushed to this cursed place. He didn't even go to Evergreen Island, which was scheduled for the voyage. The Eye of the Sea's eradication. Is this place really that unlucky? The first sailor frowned. Everyone's complexion is terrible. Of course. Think about it. The old sailor spat on the ground. His expression was unpleasant. The entire empire is buried under our feet. We don't know how deep the sea is. There are also millions of people from the empire. They've been soaked in seawater until they've turned into dry bones, and they've been bitten to pieces by the sea fishes. Legend has it that their wronged souls haven't been able to rest in peace for 600 years. They're filled with resentment and pain. Strange things happen here every year. They're very, very strange. But the young man could not see the scene behind him. Even when he turned his head, the sailors put away the emotions in their eyes and lowered their heads to do their work. Because of this, he would never know his true position on this ship. Why is he so stupid? Doesn't he know that the helmsman's heart is beating faster, His blood is flowing faster, and his entire person is becoming more and more agitated. Why is he still nagging at the helmsman? Doesn't he know that when almost everyone on the ship looks at him, their pupils will shrink and they'll release disgust and disgust? Doesn't he know that a piece of wood at the bottom of the ship can no longer bear the weight and might be lifted by a huge wave at any moment? Doesn't he know? Of course. Thales continued to laugh. None of the people on the ship could see that in the thick fog about a few thousand meters away, a ferocious warship with a blood-red parrot flag was heading towards them. The fierce pirates on the ship opened their foul-smelling mouths. Amidst the noise and intoxication in the midst of wine and blood, they counted their harvest from a few days ago and toyed with the shivering captives, especially the women. The leader of the pirates was still excitedly announcing that they would return to port after seizing one more ship. In the pirates' armory, polished blades, swords, crossbows and bows were waiting quietly. That young man and the ship he's on. Why are they so stupid? Why are they still sailing forward? It's such a simple and obvious thing. Why don't they know? They're in the most amazing world but they know nothing about everything around them? What a waste. How boring. Thales could not help but feel agitated. He turned his head again. He saw a grain of sand under the moonlight. Sand. A wonderful creation. It was stacked together with countless others of its kind, and with the same wonderful and average relative positions, it formed an entire desert. Just like that, countless grains of sand rubbed against each other, squeezed against each other and stuck close to each other. Just like that, countless grains of sand pushed, resisted and moved away from each other. Thales looked at every grain of sand in the desert and sighed in his heart. They form an equally wonderful desert. He turned his head again. I see a leaf in the dark. This time he had experience. It's not just leaves. It's a forest. A dark forest under the night sky. Pairs of fluorescent eyes could be vaguely seen in the forest. They were the eyes of countless animals that were either hunting or being hunted. But they're still too pitiful. Thales sneered in his heart. A badger happily dug an ant's nest next to the wet soil. There was a huge beetle in the nest which made the hungry badger overjoyed. Unfortunately, it did not know that hundreds of meters away its companion who had a night of pleasure with it had already become prey in the mouth of a lone wolf. And an old lone wolf who had hunted a badger and was excited about its dinner, did not know that a wolf of its kind who had been in the same pack as it, was being hunted down by a forest panther from a branch under another tree. The panther also did not know that the offspring she gave birth to 6 years ago was dying under the hooves of an angry giant rhinoceros by the stream. The giant rhinoceros also did not know that in the upper reaches of the stream, a group of fully armed humans were excitedly skinning the remains of its cousin, keeping the bones and extracting the flesh. And this group of humans also did not know that in the dense forest behind them, countless eyes that flashed with a faint purple light were coldly staring at them, and in the dark they silently drew their bows and arrows. These purple-eyed, sharp-eared creatures probably also did not know that in a sentry post in the forest several miles away, one of their kind was engaged in a life-and-death battle with another white-skinned, sharp-eared creature with a machete and a sword. At the last moment his chest was pierced by a sword. The white-skinned, sharp-eared victor spat on the ground and left in disdain, leaving the purple-eyed corpse on the ground to slowly rot. Then it was turned into food by a group of ants beside it. This group of ants had only migrated here a few days ago. Their faces were covered in dirt and they were the losers of another war. Another powerful ant colony had chased them here. But perhaps they would be very happy to know that the group of old enemies who chased them out of their habitat had just brought back the carcass of an old beetle when they were killed by the claws of a mischievous badger. Thales watched quietly as the most complete food chain dominated everything in this place. These creatures don't know about all this? This is really interesting and sad. At this moment, Thales suddenly felt a strange heat flow. From his entire body. Wait, his entire body? Thales suddenly realized a problem. Where's my body? In the next moment, a strange feeling was transmitted to every one of his senses. Countless scenes flashed before his eyes at the same time, like rapidly flowing water curtains. Eves with different styles. A ship sailing under the sea. A quiet desert under the moon. A forest full of life. Thales watched everything without blinking. Interesting. Fun. Wonderful. More and more scenes flashed before his eyes. a glacier in a blizzard, a castle on a sea cliff, a warm wetland, a grassland under the setting sun, a vast plain at dusk, a fortress at night, the sea reflecting the moonlight. Soon Thales felt that the world in front of him became clearer and clearer. It became stranger and stranger. He also became more and more excited and satisfied. Everything in the world was displayed in front of him. He saw and heard everything. He knew everything like the back of his hand. But not only that, he knew everything. It was as if he was standing in the place where everything happened. He was in everything. He was everything. Thales became happier and happier. He was enjoying this feeling. And he wanted more. More. He wanted to see more, know more, get more. More. The scenes in front of him flashed faster and faster. More and more urgent. The scenes became shorter and shorter. In the next moment, asterisk boom. Asterisk it was as if thunder exploded in his ears. Thales only felt his vision go black. All the scenes no longer changed. Instead they were fixed in front of him. It was as if he was watching countless movies at the same time. The movies showed everything in the world. It was as if he was standing in all corners of the world at the same time. It was more than that. It was more than that. Thales suddenly felt a heavy pressure on his senses. In the next second, all Thales could feel was a violent tremor. A dull sound reverberated in his consciousness. His consciousness seemed to have bumped into something. But the sound was like someone knocking on the door. But his consciousness swayed again. But the third sound. Thales trembled slightly. After an unknown amount of time, Thales suddenly felt that everything around him moved in an instant. At that moment, it was as if a door had been pushed open. He entered a new world. In this new world his senses were extremely clear. From the tiniest particles, the deepest underground to the vast sea, the boundless sky, he not only saw everything in the world. At that moment, it was as if he was the world. But it was also at this moment that an accident happened. A tingling sensation that irritated his skin approached his consciousness. Thales trembled slightly. A faint doubt rose in his heart. What's wrong? His consciousness seemed to have suddenly risen into a silent and dark void. Almost at the same time he entered this void, Thales immediately sensed something strange. It was like instinct. Right. It felt as if someone was spying on me. He did not know how he sensed it, but his instincts told him that there were a number of strange gazes behind the darkness of this void. Thales subconsciously raised his gaze, wanting to see through the darkness. However, the moment he thought about it, he sensed the existence closest to him without warning. It was a ball of light. A colorless ball of light. But there was another violent collision. In the darkness, this colorless ball of light suddenly appeared. It gave him a vague feeling as if it was shrouded by clouds and fog, as if it could not be touched. Before he could react, the ball of light moved slightly. Soon after, a lifeless sentence reverberated in his ears. Rude. Thales' vision swayed. What? This ball of light has a consciousness? Huh. At this moment the colorless ball of light asked. Its words were still dry. I have never seen you before. Where is your name of origin? Name of origin? The first mystic covenant. Thales recalled a few familiar terms from his memories which seemed to be separated by a layer. He suddenly shuddered. But before he could think about it, his gaze suddenly moved away from this ball of light. Hey! The dry voice slowly became softer as if it was shouting from afar. Who are you? Thales ignored it. His consciousness seemed to be sinking. But Thales felt his vision tremble again. He encountered a pile of iron-gray, shining fragments. Unlike the ball of light just now, this pile of fragments seemed to be lifeless and unconscious. But just as Thales was confused, another puff of brown smoke appeared in front of him. But this puff of smoke also gave him the same feeling as the iron-gray fragments. It seemed to lack vitality. It also did not know how to speak. Thales' heart stirred. The pile of fragments and the puff of smoke slowly left. But there was another collision. Thales was already somewhat used to it. Soon a green light appeared before him. But this time this light was conscious. The green light had an ever-changing silhouette, from a circle to a rectangle, from an oval to a long strip. Aya. A gentle but rude voice came from the green light. Just like its owner, the voice floated around. Which idiot is it? Is his brain damaged? Knocking on the door? Boss Fruland? Little Asta dummy? Old Devil Zarkle? Fierce Kirai? Cute top student L? Or the flat-chested Giza? These names sound familiar? A few questions rose in Thales's heart. Where am I? What am I doing? Why can't I remember anything? The voice from the green light continued to laugh. Don't tell me you're the legendary Taurus. After thinking of a few questions, Thales's thoughts suddenly became chaotic. In his panic, the green light suddenly disappeared before his eyes. Hey, why did you leave? You can't really be Taurus, right? The green light's voice came from afar. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. You're my idol. At least leave an autograph. Thales crashed into the door twice more. He encountered two strange, lifeless and soundless existences. One was a silver wall of light and the other was a golden cube. While Thales was at a loss, a faint purple light appeared before his eyes. The purple light flickered slightly, but it gave him a sharp and fierce feeling. He could not look at it directly. And its reaction was very simple. Get lost. It seemed to be a bad-tempered fellow. Get lost. The fierce voice continued to travel into his ears. Immediately after, the faint purple light disappeared. Thales was slightly taken aback. A question emerged in his mind as he drifted about. What's going on? The next second, thud. After another crash, Thales arrived in front of a glowing human silhouette. A human silhouette? It flashed with a familiar blue light. Another one? This feeling. It's like it's flowing endlessly and it's everywhere. However, a familiar voice slowly traveled into his ears from the silhouette. Stop knocking on the door. Thales. A thought appeared in Thales' mind. It knows me? This familiar voice. All of us can feel your presence. All of us? My presence? Me. At that moment, many memories seemed to suddenly return to Thales' mind. Thales thought of something. Wait a minute, you are. Thales stared at the ball of light, puzzled. A vague name emerged in his fuzzy mind. You're Asda? The blue silhouette flashed slightly. Thales confirmed his guess. I was trapped underground. I don't know what happened to you and I don't know why you can knock on the door directly. The air mystic Asda Sakurn's pleasant voice traveled slowly from the ball of light. It sounded calm and steady without a hint of extra emotion. But this is too dangerous. You must immediately leave your original form. Thales revealed a puzzled expression. What? But Asda did not respond to him. He only heard the mystic say anxiously, listen. They sensed it too. They will definitely come for you. Before you are completely locked onto. Chapter 182. What's wrong with me? Thales felt as if he was floating in the sky. His mind was extremely relaxed. He asked faintly, where am I? Listen to me. Asda's faint voice seeped out from the glowing silhouette. I don't know how to explain your current state. You're just a contactor. Whether it's your understanding of mystic energy or your own name of origin, you're far from becoming a mystic. No, you're still not a mystic. I can feel that you're not one of us, but you're definitely knocking on the door. Just like a newborn baby who can't even control his limbs being suddenly sent 10,000 meters into the sky. The air mystic's voice was a little unsteady. You're in great danger now. Danger? Thales did not know how he spoke, but he did. What do you mean? Knocking on the door? Asda sounded a little anxious. After breaking through the first threshold, a mystic will leave his physical form and enter his original form. Taurus called the moment of transformation, knocking on the door. After a mystic knocks on the door, his consciousness will be connected to the other mystics in the world. The intensity of the connection is like knocking on their door. In other words, the door knocker is like lighting a torch in the dark. At that moment he will be detected by all the mystics. Those who intend to do so will be able to directly lock onto your current location. At this moment, thud, a muffled sound similar to the one just now seemed to ring in Thales' heart. This muffled sound was ear-piercing and sharp. The lingering sound made people restless and uneasy. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. Thud, another muffled sound. This muffled sound was like the low throbbing of a heart. There was a soul-stirring shock and heaviness. In an instant, Thales suddenly felt that there was something extra in this part of the void. He felt a sense of panic for no reason. He was not the only one who felt this way. They're here. Asda's voice became extremely urgent. Go. There's no time to explain. Hurry up and return to your physical form. Thales grabbed a few strands of his vast thoughts and used them to think about the current situation. Right. Whatever they are, they're definitely not friendly to me. Thales lifted his gaze and looked at Asda, or rather his silhouette, which was getting further and further away. At this moment, two sharp and threatening gazes were directed in his direction from the dark void. The owner of the gaze was getting closer and closer. While he was terrified, Thales' thoughts raced like flowing water. I should get going. It's time to go. Go where? Think about who you are. Think about what you should do. Think about what happened before you knocked on the door. The glowing outline said anxiously, don't immerse yourself in your original state and lose yourself. Was that important? Just as Thales was thinking about this. Thales. A clear yet fearful, childish and sobbing voice came from an unknown direction. His consciousness suddenly shook. In the next moment, the dark void in front of Thales was instantly cleared. Asda's silhouette disappeared right before his eyes. The countless scenes that had stayed in his mind, whether it was the sea or the desert, humans or animals, all receded like the tide. It was as if the curtain in a theater had suddenly collapsed, revealing the original wall. Snowflakes, corpses, streets that looked like ruins, Dragon Cloud City's magnificent heroic spirit palace that was built halfway up the mountain, and the multi-headed snake made of severed limbs and flesh flashed across his vision. In the end, he stopped inside a tentacle made of flesh and blood. Where is this? He thought in confusion and bewilderment. Inside the tentacle, under the horrifying backdrop of scarlet blood and severed limbs and flesh, Little Rascal knelt on the ground, sobbing in despair as she watched the boy who was hung up and impaled to death. The blood mystic, Giza Streelman, stared coldly at Little Rascal, who knelt in the flesh and cried. You killed him. Tears streamed down Little Rascal's cheeks. She stared in agony at Thales, who was bound by the tentacle. Giza frowned, the blood-red spots on her face slowly faded. Little Rascal obviously thought that Thales had met with misfortune. She sobbed and extended a hand to Thales, who was in a terrifying state. Tears rolled down her face. I'm sorry. Tears streamed down Little Rascal's cheeks as she bit her lip. Giza stared at Little Rascal. The coldness in her eyes slowly turned into gentleness. Child. Pressed against the inner wall of flesh, Giza's expression changed. As if comforting a child whose candy had been snatched away, she said gently, Don't be sad, it's not his fault. It's not your fault either. Giza closed her eyes in desolation. Two more tentacles extended from the inner wall behind her. It's our fault. The tentacles curled towards Little Rascal. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk immediately, Little Rascal's face was filled with terror and sadness. She was pulled deeper into the flesh by the countless tentacles. She disappeared. But in the next moment, the blood mystic opened her eyes abruptly and screamed. She turned her head in disbelief and stared at Thales' corpse, which was tied in the air by the tentacles. Why? Giza shook her head slowly, her eyes filled with disbelief and shock. This is impossible. In her eyes, Thales, who had been pierced by countless tentacles, slowly opened his eyes. So, I'm back again. As if he had just woken up, Thales slowly raised his gaze. In his daze and dizziness, he looked at the person in front of him. His thoughts were a little chaotic and he could not quite recall what was in front of him. That's a severed arm? Organs? A ball? Flesh? Thales saw the environment he was in clearly. Wait a minute. He tried his best to divert his attention and consciousness from his hazy and chaotic thoughts. He fixed his gaze on what was in front of him. It was a young girl covered in blood, and her naked body was stuck to countless pieces of flesh. With a subtle and complicated expression, she was staring straight at him. Thales shuddered all over. At that moment, as if a curtain had been suddenly lifted, all of Thales' memories from that night surged back into his mind like a tidal wave. Northland, King Nuvan, the Archduke, the duel, Asda, the Mystic, Black Sword, Ramon, Little Rascal, Giza, the Hydra, the destroyed Shield District, the Blade of Purification. And, at the last moment, he was pierced by Giza's countless spikes. The last scene reappeared in his mind. A spike mercilessly pierced through his left eye. No. Thales shuddered. No. Fear, panic, nervousness, worry, surprise, doubt. It was as if all the emotions he had once lost returned to Thales in an instant. Seeing the mystic in front of him clearly, Thales's breathing instantly quickened. The illusory illusion just now, the isolation of all thoughts and the indifferent attitude seemed to be just an illusion. It was just a dream. How? Thales panicked and realized that his limbs were still bound by the tentacles. What terrified him even more was, countless sharp thorns were still stabbing into his body, piercing through his body. One pierced through his left eye. One pierced through his throat. One pierced through his heart. There were also countless spikes of the same kind that pierced through almost every inch of his body. He was like a hedgehog suspended in the air. Thales panted rapidly and his heart was filled with extreme fear. Especially, the spike on his head. It was still in his left eye socket and it had pierced through the back of his head. But, Thales noticed something strange. There was no blood flowing out of his body where he had been pierced. It doesn't hurt? It doesn't itch? What's going on? This is... Thales panicked as he felt the tentacles and spikes all over his body. What happened to me? Did I become a ghost after I died? But Giza's words had answered his doubts. How did you... Giza looked at the second prince in surprise. Her tone was filled with confusion and astonishment. Why aren't you dead yet? Thales was stunned when he heard that. Not dead yet. He stared at Giza nervously, and then at the spikes all over his body in shock and bewilderment. I'm not dead? Giza's expression became more and more unpleasant, and the blood-red spots on her face trembled rapidly. Then let's do it again. Wait. Thales was shocked and his heart beat violently. But the mystic ignored him. In the next moment the tentacle that pierced Thales' left eye, along with the spikes at its tip, suddenly retracted, and with a vicious turn, it pierced through the top of his head. Feeling the movement of the tentacle, Thales shuddered violently. But Thales still did not move. Wait. It doesn't hurt, or not. Thales was shocked and then slowly breathed a sigh of relief. I'm fine. It was as if he was not the one who was pierced. Impossible. The blood-red spots on Giza's body began to grow violently. She narrowed her eyes and revealed a fierce expression that had never been seen before. Your entire body was pierced, but why are you completely fine? Can't you even feel pain? Thales was about to answer with, how would I know? Giza's expression suddenly changed. He felt something. With an unpleasant expression, Giza raised her finger slightly. Immediately, all the spiked tentacles that pierced through Thales' body moved at the same time. Thales felt his skin crawl as he watched all the tentacles on his body move continuously. This. God. Sizzle. The familiar sound of flesh and blood sizzling came from these murderous weapons. Countless tentacles pierced, slashed, and cut his upper body from all directions, starting from his chest. Starting from his head, they pulled horizontally, slashed vertically, and pierced through his brain. It was as if someone was holding countless knives and continuously whipping, piercing, and cutting Thales from the front, the back, the left, and the right. But Thales did not move. He only stared blankly at Giza, his gaze occasionally wandering back and forth from the tentacles. It was as if he was not the one being cut. The cutting and piercing continued for a total of 10 seconds. Then Giza stopped in a daze and all the tentacles and spikes gradually slowed down as well. How can this be? The mystic shook her head in shock. Attacks are ineffective against you? Thales panted anxiously, completely at a loss for words. At this moment his heart was also filled with panic and bewilderment. Sizzle. Countless tentacles and spikes retracted from Thales' body. But as if they had left his shadow, there were no wounds or blood left on Thales' body. Even his clothes were intact. It was as if the Thales before him was just an illusory shadow filled with colors. Thales was completely shocked. Am I immune to physical attacks? But my hands and feet are still tied tightly, aren't they? Out of the situation, he opened his mouth wide and did not know how to react. But vaguely he seemed to have experienced a similar feeling in the void just now. For example, Thales had a hunch that no matter how terrifying Giza's spikes were, when she instigated the tentacles and spikes to attack him, the mystic seemed to have stabbed in the wrong direction. Suddenly, Giza's expression changed drastically. He seemed to have remembered something. Then she gritted her teeth and raised her head abruptly. With an angry expression she said, Zarkal. Zagar Todd. Come out. You despicable obscurant. The mystic turned her head and looked around vigilantly and resentfully. There was deep anger in her words. Is it you, damn old ghost? Is it your ability that's playing tricks? Her voice reverberated in the flesh. A few seconds passed. Aside from the sound of flesh rubbing against flesh, no other sound responded to her. Giza was slightly startled. She quickly reacted. The mystic turned her head and looked at Thales with a strange and subtle expression. No, it's not Zarkul, Giza muttered, her eyes filled with disbelief and surprise. It's you. Giza stretched out a tentacle and passed through Thales' body without any hindrance. The tentacle retracted. The place where Thales was pierced was unscathed, as if it had only passed through an illusion. Giza refused to believe it. She stretched out another tentacle and stabbed at Thales' bound right hand with the spikes at its tip. The result was the same as before. His right hand, which should have been bound by the tentacle, was easily pierced by the spikes and pulled out. He was unscathed. This time even Thales was speechless. Giza frowned deeply and stuttered, This is your ability? Did I lose control, due to mystic energy interference? Impossible. If I lose control, how can I do this? Thales was also panting in a daze. He looked at his limbs, which were still tied up, and then at his body. My ability? What kind of ability is this? Giza raised her eyebrows and shook her head violently as if she had seen the strangest thing in the world. You're just a contactor. How can you use mystic energy? But then she frowned hard and remembered something. Her expression changed drastically. Just now, you knocked on the door? Thales was still staring at his body, thinking hard. Did I become a mystic? But why did I not feel anything at all? Except that Giza could not hurt me? How can this be? Giza gritted her teeth. Her voice was low and filled with hatred. You're just a beginner contactor. You're not even a mystic. I just lost control. How can I knock on the door? Thales frowned. He remembered what Asta said about losing control, being uncontrollable. Could it be, am I really special? Giza stared at Thales with a terrifying gaze. You really knocked on the door? At that moment, Thales swore that he saw despair, sadness, grief and pain in the eyes of this unreasonable crazy woman. And guilt. Though. Giza shut her eyes tightly and said in a sorrowful tone, You still became a mystic? Thales looked at her in confusion. What's wrong with this crazy woman? No. Giza gritted her teeth. Tears streamed down her face as she screamed hysterically, No. You're not a mystic yet. You're still a contactor. What happened just now was an accident. She opened her eyes abruptly. Her expression was fierce and determined. There must be a way. There must be a way to kill you. Let's start with mystic energy interference. In the next moment, the flesh and blood inside the giant tentacle began to change shape again. One by one, the little black monsters Thales had seen before broke out of the wall of flesh and blood. Thales was shocked. He took a deep breath. His brain worked quickly. Don't think about things I can't figure out. The most important thing is to solve the problem at hand. Get rid of this crazy woman. But the moment the second prince raised his head, a newborn little black monster kicked its hind legs and pounced into Thales' almost illusory body. Puff. Then it exploded into flesh and blood inside his body. If Asta was here, he would have recognized that this was the move Giza used to prevent him from turning back into a human after dispersing him. At that moment, Thales felt his whole body tremble. It was like a ripple on the surface of water. Then a shard from the exploded spike slashed his left arm. Grip. Pain shot through him. This time, Thales discovered in great terror that his left arm had been cut open and was bleeding. His illusory body seemed to have lost its effectiveness. See, I knew it. Giza saw this scene and smiled excitedly. Mystic energy interference is still effective. As Giza moved, more and more black monsters pounced into Thales' body. Then they exploded. Severed limbs flew out of Thales' body in an explosion. Thales cried out in pain. The side of his calf was pricked by an exploded spike. Blood flowed. Starting from the surface of his body, Thales' special ability seemed to be gradually losing its effectiveness. Thales stared in horror at the countless monsters pouncing on him. Pain came one after another from the surface of his body. More and more pain. It was mixed with Giza's laughter and the monsters hissing. Asterisk hiss. Asterisk Thales closed his eyes in pain, feeling the monsters pass through his illusory body surface and explode inside him. Then they left wounds on the surface of his body. He had a feeling that it would not be long before the ability he relied on for survival would completely lose its effectiveness. When that time came, asterisk hiss, asterisk no. Another monster exploded on his lower abdomen. When a sharp pincer flew out of his body, it pierced the left side of his abdomen. Pain. Asterisk hiss. Asterisk amid the pain and the monster's explosions and hissing, Thales desperately tried to recall. Hurry, hurry. Anything that can save me. Asterisk hiss, splat. Asterisk Blacksword's words flashed in his mind. I used Tremor to slide away her tentacles. Thales shuddered violently. He remembered the high-frequency vibration that Giza used to shake him off. More and more small monsters pounced on him. In the next moment a black monster swept past his cheek, but it did not go through. Instead it left a bloody mark. His illusory had officially lost its effectiveness. The blood mystic snorted softly. Thales did not have time to be shocked and terrified. He did not care. He just gritted his teeth. Following the instructions Blacksword taught him, he summoned another power in his body. Help me, Sin of Hell's River. It's a matter of life and death. Help me. As his resolute will rose, the Sin of Hell's River spread to his limbs as if it had a life of its own. I need to be able to get rid of these tentacles. Power. As long as I can slip away from them. In the next moment, asterisk hum, asterisk there was a low hum. Only Thales could hear it. Thales' limbs trembled violently at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye. The second prince sucked in a sharp breath. He felt as if his entire body was about to be shattered by the tremors of the Sin of Hell's River. This feeling, Giza's eyelids suddenly widened. In the next second the 4 tentacles that bound Thales swayed, and he was immediately freed from midair. A monster flew over his head and sliced off a strand of his hair. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Thales fell on the ground, which was also made of flesh and blood, and panted heavily. The Sin of Hell's River faded from his limbs. Thales gritted his teeth and tried to stand up. But he only felt his muscles go numb. Then he fell backwards again. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Thales touched the flesh under his feet. There was a sticky bloody ear inside and he was shocked. But in the next moment, a great soreness came from his limbs. He trembled violently. He was sweating profusely and his limbs were weak. So tired, so sore, so painful. All his muscles began to ache and he almost lost all his strength. He finally got rid of the restraints, but he did not even have the strength to take a single step. But more little monsters were already pouncing on him. Thales widened his eyes. He only felt extremely vexed. It seemed that the extreme tremors just now had exceeded the limits of what his body could bear. So, no. Thales felt his aching limbs and stared at the monsters in front of him in despair. Chapter 183. No. Thales slowly clenched his teeth. I can't give up. It's not over yet. There's still a chance. Didn't Blacksword say that a powerful person? I have to consider all factors and bet everything. Just for the final victory. Bargaining chips. What other bargaining chips do I have? Thales clenched his teeth and forced himself to calm down in just a few seconds. The Northland military sword style that he had only practiced for a month and could barely use. The Sin of Hell's River that far exceeded his body's load and could barely be used again. The blade of purification that was lost in countless pieces of flesh and blood. The mysterious mystic energy that turned him into an invulnerable phantom. The title of Prince of Constellation, the identity of a mystic candidate. No. Wait. There's more. There's still another bargaining chip. The last one. Thales stared at the first monster that ran towards him and clenched his fists. Giza's smile became more relaxed. In the next moment, Thales clenched his teeth and extended his trembling right hand to his back. When he pulled his hand back there was already a weapon on it. It was a trifling dagger. One side of the dagger was stained with the blood of the tentacle. 2 letters were reflected on the blade. Giza was slightly taken aback when she saw his actions. Thales panted heavily and raised the dagger with a trembling hand at the monsters that were inches away from him. Dagger. The mystic snorted. That's not a legendary anti-mystic equipment, is it? Are you going to stab me with that thing? Dagger. Giza watched quietly as the dagger-wielding boy was surrounded and attacked by the monsters. This scene. It's really familiar, isn't it? Thales lay on the ground and his lips trembled. He weakly executed iron body style to block the first monster. Asterisk clang. Asterisk no. Thales rolled to the side in pain and avoided the monster's sharp spikes. He felt his muscles ache more and more. He panted and raised his head. He ignored the other monsters that continued to run towards him and looked straight at the blood mystic. I'm not stabbing you. In the next moment, Giza could not help but be stunned. She watched in puzzlement as the boy put the dagger into the palm of his left hand. Thales said faintly, I'm stabbing myself. The two monsters leapt into his arms and extended their sharp spikes towards him. The boy, who had a defeated expression on his face, just pulled the dagger in his hand. Pain and warmth came from his palm at the same time. Thales' physical strength had reached its limit, and his eyes were unfocused. He allowed the monsters to pounce on his body. He pushed him down. A familiar burning sensation came from within his body and slowly turned into a burning sensation. Scenes appeared before Thales' eyes. He raised his dagger and rushed toward the ferocious Quide. He lay on Jayla's back and the two of them sprinted through the streets. In the dungeon of Vine Manor he reached for the lock on Ralph's body. He stood in the Hall of Stars, gritted his teeth and spoke to the dukes of the kingdom. His hands were tied up and he struggled to get up in front of Serena, who was confident in her victory. Amidst the bloody siege of Black Sand region he hugged Araka's neck tightly. He picked up the heavy sword with difficulty in front of the 5 archdukes of Extet. Under Asda and Black Sword's intimidating gazes, he raised his hand and spoke, his skin crawling. It's just another game. A familiar and gentle voice rang in his ears. The burning sensation was getting stronger and stronger. He needed to win. He needed to put an end to everything. He needed the best methods. Giza narrowed her eyes and watched the countless little monsters pounce on Thales, who was on the ground one after another and covered him tightly. She was very satisfied. She knew that her little cuties would mercilessly kill this boy, who was not a mystic yet knocked on the door for no reason. But at this moment, the blood mystic seemed to have sensed something and her entire body trembled. What? A ray of red light leaked out from the densely packed monsters, coming from the direction of the boy. Then a second ray, a third ray, a fourth ray. The light grew brighter and brighter, illuminating the flesh cave. Giza watched the scene in astonishment. Then the black monsters shuddered in unison. A few streaks of ash drifted out from the gaps between the densely packed monsters. More and more ashes appeared. The black monsters fell powerlessly, shriveled, dissolved, and were charred. Then they turned into ashes. In the end, most of the pitch-black monsters disappeared. Only a few of them managed to escape with their last breaths by hiding and dodging. The blood mystic stared in disbelief at the boy who climbed up from the countless piles of flesh and ashes. How could this be? Thales knelt on the ground, his right hand pressed against his knee, and he bent over, panting. He almost bit his teeth off. At some point in time, the blade of purification, the magical red sword that was lost, had reappeared in his trembling left hand. The blade was crimson red and it shone brightly. Your ability again? Giza stared at Thales left and right with an unpleasant expression, as if she wanted to burn a hole in his palm. No, you are walking further and further down the path of misfortune. Thales furrowed his brows. Misfortune? Mystic, this is not a gift or a blessing. The mystic said slowly, her eyes filled with sternness and hatred. It is a curse and misfortune. Thales propped himself up on the ground and listened to her. He held the blade of purification that suddenly appeared in his left hand and spat on it. Enough. The second prince roared in frustration. Giza stopped talking and looked at him in surprise. You lunatic who won't listen to others. Thales struggled to get up from the ground. Listen to me. He took a step forward and cut an intercepting tentacle into ashes with his sword. Asda wants to force me to become a mystic. Thales felt that his steps were light and his body was uncomfortable, but he still gritted his teeth and walked forward step by step. And you want to stop me from becoming a mystic? Go to hell, Thales panted fiercely. Go to hell. The blood mystic stared at him quietly. Since I came to this world, what I've done has always been the same. Thales exhaled. With another swing of his sword, he pierced through a monster that tried to ambush his left leg. He watched as it turned into ashes under the blade of his sword. Struggle, survival, that's all. Thales took a difficult step forward. Whether it's a child beggar or a prince. Giza narrowed her eyes. Her gaze was complicated and profound. But I don't like this world. I want to be free to choose the life I want. Thales sucked in a mouthful of stinky, sour air and said hoarsely, I want to choose who I want to be. I choose who I want to be. I don't need to be pushed, forced, or dragged by anyone else. I struggle with this. Thales walked to stand in front of Giza. His eyes were resolute and determined. This is who I am. Thales Jadestar. The blood mystic stared at him without saying a word. But in the next moment something strange happened. Asterisk boom. Asterisk it was as if a torrent was surging through Thales' body from his blood vessels. In an instant, Thales felt a tearing sensation from the blade of purification to his hand. It was as if someone was cutting his palm. Thales looked down at the blade of purification in his hand, only to see that the red light on it was becoming brighter. What's going on? In the next moment the pain of being cut escalated to excruciating pain. It spread to his entire body. Ah! Thales could not stand it anymore. His face twisted and he could not help but scream. The blade of purification is rejecting me? The pain traveled from his arm to his body, causing Thales to tremble and kneel on the ground. T. He felt more and more pain as if the weapon was destroying everything in him. He remembered. The legendary anti-mystic equipment is the bane of mystics? Thales shook the blade of purification in his hand as he trembled in excruciating pain, but he could not shake it off. It was as if it was stuck to his hand. He recalled Serena's words regretfully. He also remembered the tingling sensation he felt when he was on Araka's back when the motionless bow was activated. But the tingling sensation at that time could not be compared to the excruciating pain he was feeling now. At this moment Giza laughed. You're still a little too young. Thales stared at the blood mystic's expression in disbelief as he listened to her say softly, You wanted to defeat me, so you had to get your hands on the legendary anti-mystic equipment, right? And you did succeed with your unformed mystic energy. But, did you almost forget? Giza sighed. You are considered half a mystic. Thales cried out in pain. Panic struck him again. Giza, did she even calculate this? He remembered Giza's words. That is not the legendary anti-mystic equipment, is it? Are you going to use that thing to stab me? So, Thales thought regretfully. At that time she was already hinting at me when she had the upper hand, and made arrangements for my possible counterattack? Just to limit my vision to the blade of purification? The blood mystic shook her head and said, See, this is one of the sorrows of mystics. This little thing can suppress us. Even if you are not a true mystic, the mystic energy you used earlier is enough for it to take effect. And if you become a true mystic? Giza stared at the screaming Thales. She stopped smiling and sorrow appeared in her eyes. The moment you touched it, you will lose your consciousness and power forever and enter the eternal seal. Thales was not in the mood to listen to her. He only felt that he was about to be devoured by the power emanating from the blade. Don't worry, I will free you. Giza sighed. If becoming a mystic is your unavoidable fate, then let me save you, the mystic said flatly. Just as I promised. Save my foot. Thales shut his eyes tightly, enduring the rejection from the blade of purification. He really wanted to let go. But in the extreme pain his face was distorted and he almost couldn't feel his own hands. Giza took a deep breath. Following the mystic's will, another batch of tentacles grew out of the flesh on Thales' side. They slowly aimed at the boy who was repelled by the legendary anti-mystic equipment and could not move. Once again Giza flashed a charming smile. The flesh under Thales' feet turned into a trap, trapping him firmly. The tentacles drew sharp spikes, preparing for the next round of attack. No. Thales shut his eyes tightly, his whole body trembling. No. At this moment, a burning sensation similar to the first time he held the blade of purification suddenly came from his hand. The red light on the blade gathered as if it had a physical form, and traveled along the blade to Thales' left hand. Thales shuddered. At that moment he felt as if he was being caressed by a hand. Even the pain seems to be alleviated. The red light continued to crawl up along the veins on the back of Thales's left hand. It looked as if glowing blood was flowing through the veins. It was extremely strange. For some unknown reason, after the red light from the blade of purification surged out and entered his body, Thales suddenly felt that the feeling of being cut and repelling him had actually started to diminish. Thales sucked in a sharp breath. He had held his breath for too long in extreme pain and even forgot to breathe. He felt his hand again. The sharp pain of being cut and destroyed slowly reduced to a slightly tolerable prickling pain. What's the principle behind this? It can actually alleviate the rejection from the legendary anti-mystic equipment? Thales trembled and his doubts about the sword deepened. But he was saved after all. Thales stood up slowly. He raised his head and fixed his gaze on Giza. There was a strange look in his eyes. Giza's expression changed. She noticed his abnormality. You? Thales looked at her, then at the flesh and blood trap under his feet, and the spikes of the tentacles around him. He felt the prickling pain and burning sensation from the blade in his hand. Maybe I will become a mystic one day, Thales said slowly as he endured the pain in his hand. But it is definitely not because of some unavoidable fate or because I have no other choice. On the wall, Giza's pupils shrank. It is because I want to become a mystic. Thales bit his lower lip and lowered his head. I will use my own eyes to see what it means to be a mystic. I will judge and understand what mystic energy is. What kind of power I will obtain and what kind of risks I will face. Then I will decide whether to become a mystic. Thales raised his head. His eyes were filled with unquestionable determination. And what kind of mystic I will become? How far I can climb and what kind of scenery I can see are not important. What is important is that it must be my own choice. This is what I have been struggling and working hard for since I came to this world. Thales exhaled one last time. Then he raised his sword and slashed the trap under his feet and the tentacles around him. In the ashes, Thales supported himself with his trembling legs and stood up. Giza's eyes moved. Don't even think about it. The girl grinned. Her gaze was cold. Soon Thales felt his feet sway. The continuous tremors that caused him to fall to the ground and lose his grip on his sword appeared under Thales' feet again. Thales' body swayed. He was on the verge of falling. But he had experienced it once. Thales reacted quickly. He knelt down and lowered his upper body. At the same time he stabbed the blade of purification into the flesh under his feet. It prevented him from falling again. The flesh sizzled as if it was being roasted. It slowly dissolved, evaporated and blackened. Then it turned into ashes. The ground made of flesh and blood contracted in the tremors. Seemed to be moaning in pain. Giza let out a low growl of indignation. Thank goodness. Thales thought. He stood still in the face of the same tremors. What I need to do next is, don't think about it. Giza was a dozen steps away from him. She said coldly, you can't even stand up. You can't even get close to me, let alone seal me with that weapon. Thales furrowed his brows. Let us see. The flesh around Thales bulged again. The silhouettes of monsters were born from it. The blood mystic narrowed her eyes and stared at the blade of purification Thales stabbed into the ground. That sword of yours. Are you going to use it to maintain your balance or to destroy your enemies? At that moment, Thales suddenly had a strange feeling. The monsters around him were born from the flesh, but Thales ignored them. He did not even care what kind of monsters they were or whether they were dangerous. He seemed to have entered that state again. The feeling of being cut off from his emotions and thoughts surged again. But it was not as complete, wonderful, and enjoyable as before. Thales glanced at Giza in the distance. It was a dozen steps away. Under the endless tremors he could not even stand steadily. It seemed like he could not get close. But, even though it seemed very far away from him. But for some reason Thales knew that his sword could pierce Giza. As he thought about it, the pain in his hand suddenly increased. Thales smiled faintly. He somewhat understood it. He knew that in this state he seemed to be able to use more mystic energy. Even though he did not even know what mystic energy was. But, since the blade of purification's rejection of him increased again. That's right. The corners of Thales' lips curled up. His smile grew wider. Giza was expressionless. Her monsters advanced towards Thales again. But Thales only panted absent-mindedly and gripped the blade of purification that was stabbed into the ground. Then he pulled it out. The moment the countless flesh and blood monsters pounced on him, Thales knelt on the ground, raised the blade of purification in his hand, and gently pushed it at Giza, who was a dozen steps away. Boom! The sound of his blood vessels surging rang in his ears. At that moment, the pain and cutting sensation that the blade of purification gave Thales increased like never before. But Thales did not care. He had succeeded. Giza lowered her head in disbelief. When? The young girl asked, puzzled. At some unknown time. Thales had already taken a dozen steps away in an instant. He knelt in front of the mystic. The red blade in his hand had already sunk deep into Giza's naked abdomen. Thales' expression was indifferent. Giza trembled as she stared at her wound, then at Thales. But in the next second, relief appeared on the young girl's face. As if she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. So this is our end, Giza said casually, as if she did not care. She completely ignored the legendary anti-mystic equipment in her abdomen. Thales withdrew the blade of purification. Blood seeped out of the blade and the young girl's abdomen. Then it slowly evaporated and dissolved. Even the tissues in her abdomen withered and scorched. At that moment, Thales withdrew from that strange state again. Thales took a deep breath, as if he had just emerged from the surface of the water. Many emotions returned to his mind again. He stared blankly at the blade of purification in his hand. Then he raised his gaze in a daze and looked at the blood mystic, who had a gentle and relieved expression on her face. Thank you for your hard work, child. Giza slowly extended her hand and gently caressed Thales' face. Take care of yourself. For some reason, Thales felt that Giza was filled with complicated emotions at that moment. I'm sorry that I couldn't help you, Giza said softly. What happened? Thales, breathing gradually, calmed down. I'm sorry. Giza's eyes were sparkling. You have to walk the rest of the path on your own. At that moment, Thales could not summon any hostility towards such a young girl. The lovely young girl slowly lowered her head. The purplish-red patterns on her body gradually faded. She gently lowered her soft lips and placed them on Thales' forehead, a gentle kiss. Thales shuddered slightly. Giza snorted softly when she saw Thales' reaction. Then she slowly exhaled. Be careful of Asda. These were the last words of the blood mystic, Giza Streelman. In the next moment, the young girl with the gentle smile on her face started to crack. Her face, along with her smile, slowly fell apart like a cracked sculpture. Then it was her neck, chest, abdomen, her entire body. In just a few seconds, the blood mystic, along with the insides of the gigantic tentacle, turned into ashes of various sizes. The night sky of Dragon Cloud City reappeared before Thales' eyes. The ashes flew. They were like countless black butterflies. They scattered all over the sky. In the distance, all of the blood mystic's creations, flesh, monsters, tentacles, and severed limbs, withered, scorched, and dissolved at the same time. All turned into ashes. Chapter 184. Under the darkest night sky, ashes flew everywhere. The people who were previously controlled by Giza slowly woke up from the ground. Some of them regained control of their bodies. In the panic of surviving a disaster, they hugged each other and wept bitterly. However, there were even more people whose bodies had been greatly deformed by the blood mystic's modifications. After they regained their senses and control, they howled and died under the flying ashes. I am Nicholas of the White Blade Guards. Do not panic. A pale-faced man covered in blood, holding a strange-looking blade, shuttled through the crowd. He mercilessly pushed away an old man who was questioning the people around him in a frenzy and strode forward. Everyone, stay where you are and don't move. The higher-ups will send someone over. In the name of the king. The Star Killer's awe-inspiring reputation intimidated the poor people in Shield District. Many of them hesitated and quietened down. There were also a few people who were more stubborn. Nicholas had to use the blade to persuade them. Nicholas panted as he walked to one of the ruins. He pulled out a thick arm from under a collapsed signboard. I thought you were dead. The Star Killer laboriously moved the injured man. Did that calamity let you go? The owner of the thick arm, the crippled former heavy swordsman Gleeward, pushed away the dirt, stones, and ashes on his body. With Nicholas' strength, he crawled out from under the collapsed signboard. Gleeward coughed violently. He laboriously hung his body around Nicholas' neck and raised his hand to touch his bleeding forehead. That man with the child. The veteran frowned. His expression was solemn. He was the one who let me go when I was being controlled by that monster. Nicholas was slightly taken aback. Man? With the child. The Star Killer helped Gleeward stand up. His eyes were filled with suspicion. He can move freely in front of that calamity. Does he have a legendary anti-mystic equipment? Gleeward staggered and shook his head. I don't know. Maybe. Nicholas narrowed his eyes. His words were straightforward. Where is he? He was here a few minutes ago. Gleeward chewed on the salty taste in his mouth and spat out a bloody tooth. He said in a rough voice, Damn it, that guy withstood the attacks from me and those monsters. Nicholas pushed aside a wooden plank. Is he very powerful? Gleeward froze. Wariness and graveness flashed in his eyes. Very powerful. Nicholas put the Severing Soul's blade back into its sheath. So, it was that guy who dealt with the calamities? I don't know. Gleeward still shook his head with a dejected expression. Maybe. Thales panted in a daze. A few pieces of black ash gently touched his face and shattered. Was it over? He raised his head and looked at the sky full of flying ash and the surrounding ruins. Thales did not recognize this place. He had been brought too far away while Giza was fleeing. But he could still see the dead body lying on the street. At his feet lay a white-haired old man. Before he died, he tried to reach out his hand as if to touch the hope of survival. Thales' ears twitched. He sensed something. He turned around and was immediately shocked. Unscathed, Asda stood behind him, looking as elegant as ever in the sky full of ashes. The air mystic stared at the blade of purification in Thales' hand with a complicated expression. Thales panted and calmed himself down. Can you make a sound next time? Or send me an invitation first? Asda did not speak. He only shifted his gaze to Thales' face. Thales sighed and gestured at his surroundings with his chin. Also, aren't you late? Asda raised his head and looked at the fluttering ashes. There was a subtle emotion in his eyes. Coming out from underground. The mystic said slowly. His expression did not change. I need time. Thales sneered. After the battle with Giza, and especially after listening to Blacksword's words, he seemed to have suddenly been enlightened. The wariness and fear that he used to suppress when he faced the air mystic, but was still hidden deep in his heart, began to slowly melt. Mystic? Compared to Giza, the one in front of me is just a slightly stronger opponent. Thales called Asda's surname softly. By the way, Mr. Sakern, I've thought about the matter regarding the mystic. The mystic raised his eyebrows slightly. He lifted his gaze and looked at Asda with determination. I am not ready yet. Thales stared at the mystic's aggressive gaze and enunciated each word clearly. This is my answer. It is also my choice. Asda's handsome face did not move. They stared at each other in silence. After a while, the mystic closed his eyes and sighed. But, Thales spoke again. Under Asda's strange gaze, Thales calmly enunciated his words. I am not prepared to reject you and I am not averse to becoming. Under Asda's strange gaze, Thales said, but I need time to learn, understand and obtain everything about mystics and perhaps everything about magic. And I need your help. And perhaps the truth about the bloody year. A strange blue light flashed in Asda's eyes. Besides, you definitely know about your current situation. Thales turned his head and looked at the corpses and ruins strewn all over the street. It's not without reason that this world hates mystics, even if you did it to protect me. At that moment, Thales felt so oppressed that he could not breathe. So many lives. All because of... He took a deep breath and got rid of the emotions in his mind. He tried his best not to think about the fact that he was an executioner who killed without batting an eye. Thales sorted out his thoughts and slowly said, Perhaps I can help you as a prince and as the future king of Constellation. Asda raised his chin slightly and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. A strange look flashed in his eyes. You mean, after knowing the cause and effect, perhaps I can find a way for all of you, a way for all of you to gain a foothold, a way for the world to be safe and sound, and a way for both sides to live in harmony. Thales raised the blade of purification and said resolutely, Mystics cannot go on like this. Amidst the drifting black ashes, Asda stared at the small red sword in Thales' hand. There was fear in his eyes. If I really cannot avoid becoming a mystic, then for my own sake I have to do this. Thales nodded. And a human king with power and an army will undoubtedly be more helpful than a powerful and unrestrained calamity. This time Asda was silent for a long time. Thales patiently waited for his answer. For a second or two, the second prince swore that he saw an unusual flow of emotions on Asda's face. Nostalgia and sorrow? Thales had only seen this expression on Asda's face when he was explaining about the magic tower. Many people have the same idea, that mystics and other races can coexist peacefully and even help each other, Asda finally said slowly. His tone seemed to hide the sorrow he did not want to face. Whether it is mystics, humans, or even elves, there are countless similar efforts and attempts. They all failed. Asda said softly. They stood in the ruins, one tall and one low. Thales returned the mystic's gaze with a firm and unquestionable gaze. He took a step forward without hesitation. First, their efforts are not enough. Thales' voice spread in the air. Second, I am not them. Not those losers. Thales felt the chill in the air. His pupils shrank slightly. His tone was calm but his voice was slightly deep. I am Thales. Under Asda's puzzled gaze he said faintly, Thales Theranjarana Kessel Jade Star. The descendant of the imperial family, the Jade Star bloodline, the future king of Constellation. Speaking of this, Thales took a deep breath and raised the blade of purification. He was not surprised to see Asda frown and take a step back. Thales smiled faintly in his heart. His expression did not change as he said firmly, I am also the blood mystic sealer. And a traveler from an unknown world. Countless unknown emotions flashed across Asda's eyes, but in the end, they were all suppressed by a crystalline blue light. Thales put down the blade of purification. He quietly waited for the other party's reply. But only he knew that his palm, which was holding the blade of purification, was already sweating slightly. He did not forget Giza's last words before she disappeared. Be careful of Asda. The mystic still stared at him, his gaze unwavering. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Thales gulped. His palm trembled slightly. Finally Asda suddenly smiled. Thales was stunned and looked at him, puzzled. It's not just you. Asda's chilling smile appeared again. After today I realized that I wasn't prepared for you either. The mystic nodded slightly. You are too special. Thales furrowed his brows. Asda's gaze drifted to the blade of purification, and his words paused in a barely noticeable manner. Whether it's as a human prince or as... Asda raised his hands and gestured elegantly at himself. Therefore, I will respect your decision. Under Thales' slightly moved gaze, the mystic nodded slowly. And I also need time to study your abnormal condition. Whether it is the inexplicable knocking on the door or the spontaneous loss of control. Perhaps your path will be easier than ours or even more arduous. We can't say for sure. Thales suppressed the fluctuations of emotions in his heart. He put on his friendliest and most composed attitude and pursed his lips into a smile. Negotiation. Succeeded. Yes, I won't force you to come with me anymore and I won't urge you to become a mystic. Asda looked at his reaction and smiled faintly. But since you said you want to understand mystic energy and magic, I can spare some time to think of a way. Thales reacted quickly. He raised his eyebrows. Even as a prince, I have to have some secret extracurricular interests or hobbies. Thales enunciated the word, secret, slightly. I will contact you regularly and in secret. Asda understood Thales' words. He flashed a mysterious smile and emphasized the word, in secret. It's still the same old way. Pay attention to receiving invitations. Thales did not bother to hide the fact that he rolled his eyes right in front of him. Asda chuckled and said slowly, then, we will meet again. Thales Jade Star. He flashed a playful and profound smile. His gaze was subtle. It was just like the first time they met in the chess room. My interesting junior. Thales took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He nodded slightly. Thank you, Sir Sakern. Asda bowed slightly. His elegant figure turned into blue light. The blue light slowly faded, until only a colorless breeze was left. It blew at Thales' hair and made him narrow his eyes. I won't disturb you anymore. She has been looking for you for a long time. Asda's melodious voice came from the wind. Thales was a little stunned. A few seconds later the sound of the wind disappeared. Thales stood on the spot for a few seconds, holding the blade of purification tightly in his hand. After making sure that the other party had left, he exhaled. The anxiety and tension in his heart instantly relaxed. Oh my God! He looked at the dark night sky and heaved a long sigh as if he was relieved. Giza's expression before she disappeared and Asda's gaze before he left still lingered in his mind. Mystics, what kind of existences are you? What does the world look like in your eyes? Thales immediately lowered his head and looked at his hands. JC's dagger was in his right hand, and the small red sword in his left. He was absent-minded. He sighed dejectedly. He put JC back into the sheath at his waist but touched a foreign object. Thales froze. That's... He lowered his head and bit his lip. An indescribable sorrow welled up in his heart. At this moment, a timid voice suddenly came from behind him. Thales, is that you? The second prince was shocked and turned around abruptly. His eyes suddenly widened. Little Rascal, who was in a sorry state and had filthy hair, stood behind him with her arms crossed. She was shivering in the cold. She was squinting hard as if trying to see everything clearly. Thales was stunned. Little Rascal seemed to be used to everything in front of her. Her eyes were bloodshot. She sniffed, reached out her hands and groped her way forward. Amidst the ruins and corpses on the ground, she was like a child who had just learned how to walk, moving forward with trembling steps. She was also like a helpless blind person, moving forward alone in a lightless world. This reminded Thales of the time in the library, when she leaned over a thick book and read it with narrowed eyes. Then she raised her head in horror. Is that Thales? Little Rascal staggered and tripped on the uneven ground. Thales stared at her blankly. He only reacted after a few seconds. It's me, Little Rascal. Hearing the affirmative answer, Little Rascal first took a deep breath, then pursed her lips. Tears welled up in her eyes. Thales exhaled. He bit his lip, stepped over the mess on the ground and rushed to the girl in a few steps. He stood a step away from her, gasping for breath as he carefully extended his bloody left hand. Then he held Little Rascal's palm. Feeling his hand tighten, Little Rascal shuddered as if she was afraid. But after a moment she resolutely and confidently held Thales' left hand with both hands. They stood in the ruins on the ground holding each other tightly. Thales looked at Little Rascal with a complicated expression. He clenched his fists and felt his heavy heart lighten a little. Are you okay? He asked hesitantly. Little Rascal seemed to have calmed down a lot. She squinted her highly myopic green eyes and nodded shakily. Those tentacles let me go. The girl stood in front of him, her lips slightly pursed. Looking at the disheveled girl, Thales closed his eyes and took a deep breath as well. Little Rascal sniffled. Her hands, which were holding his arm, trembled slightly. But before she could finish, Thales suddenly smiled. A second later, he took a step forward without hesitation and hugged the dazed Little Rascal tightly. Little Rascal shuddered, but she obediently leaned against Thales' shoulder. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. That's good. Thales gritted his teeth and mumbled. He stared at the streets of Shield District, which were only left with the howling wind and snow. He looked at the countless corpses lying by the roadside and the scattered ashes. He hugged the only warm and trembling life in front of him tightly. At that moment Thales felt his eyes blur. It's okay, he said softly. We're safe. Little Rascal hugged him tightly, sniffling, her tears drenching his shoulder. At least King Nuven. Thales grabbed the blade of purification and wiped his tears with the back of his hand. Hearing King Nuven's name, Little Rascal froze slightly. Thales smoothed out his breath, forced a smile and continued. At least he won't hang me on the city gate for kidnapping a girl. Little Rascal froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Thales chuckled as well. All right. A moment later, Thales let go of Little Rascal. He reached towards his waist, towards the foreign object. This is for you. Thales took it out and stuffed it into Little Rascal's hand. Little Rascal was slightly stunned. She fumbled with the object in her hand. It was the thing she was most familiar with. Little Rascal sniffled hard. Then she gently raised the object in her hand, put it on her head and pressed it behind her ear. Behind the comical, thick, dusty and cracked black-rimmed glasses, the little girl opened her crystal-clear green eyes again. Little Rascal stared at Thales in a daze. She stared at the boy who was covered in blood and dirt, with messy hair and a big red bump on his forehead. A few seconds later, both of them looked at each other's disheveled appearance and laughed together. At that moment, little rascal's expression changed. What's wrong with you? She asked, a little shocked. Thales raised an eyebrow. Huh. In the next second, little rascal widened her eyes in horror. Thales frowned. He quickly sensed that something was wrong. He lowered his head, his face pale. A drop of blood appeared on the ground. Then a second drop, a third drop. Thales shuddered violently. He reached out and touched his nose. It was wet and slippery. Thales' expression froze. What's wrong? Clang. The blade of purification fell from his hand and fell to the ground, swaying slightly. Under little rascal's shocked gaze, Thales staggered a step back and subconsciously covered his chest. The prince's hands trembled uncontrollably. He stared at little rascal with widened eyes, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing. At that moment, little rascal remembered Alex's expression before she died a few hours ago. She covered her mouth and screamed. No, it can't be. Following little rascal's scream, Thales swayed and fell. Little rascal turned pale with fright. She quickly extended her hand and helped him lie down. Arg! Thales let out a pained and suppressed moan. A heart-wrenching pain suddenly spread from Thales' body. It was as if his soul was being torn apart. No. The pain he felt when he was assassinated by a psionic assassin, when he was bombarded by a mystic gun. It was as if every inch of his body and every cell was being torn apart. The price of using mystic energy. Again, is this the price of victory? While he was in extreme pain, Thales vaguely heard the sound of something cracking as if it was real. It came from within his body in a chilling manner. It was as if his body was slowly disintegrating. Arg! Thales' body convulsed and he let out another pained cry. Chapter 185. Dumbfounded, Thales stared at the invitation in his hand. His thoughts were in a mess. No way. Is this real or fake? Anti-theft, He blinked in disbelief, confirming that everything in front of him was not an illusion. Is someone playing a prank? A few seconds later he put down the invitation and took a deep breath. He tried to make sense of the current situation. First of all, wasn't that guy killed by Yodel? Then Ida is next door. Waya and Ralph took turns guarding the door. And the other soldiers and guards in the diplomat group, the countless guards in Heroic Spirit Palace, and even those so-called cool-looking white blade guards. How could they let that guy? Suddenly Thales felt his heart palpitate. He stopped breathing. Thales felt something. He turned his head, feeling his skin crawl. He shifted his gaze to the window. At that moment the prince's heart skipped a beat. His long-lost friend, Asda Sakern, stood by the window with his hands behind his back. He stared at Thales with a pair of seemingly indifferent eyes. Just like when they first met, the mystic wore a thin but neat blue robe. His posture was tall and straight, and there was a mysterious but confident smile on his handsome face. He was as elegant as ever, as composed as ever. At that moment Thales' mind went blank. What happened to 15 minutes? Hello. The air mystic nodded at him slightly and said in a gentle tone, my smart, mature and mischievous little friend. Thales opened his mouth and took a deep breath. From now on, no sound between us can travel more than a foot away. As if he knew what Thales was thinking, Asda slowly raised his right index finger and shook it at him with a smile. No one else will disturb us. When Thales heard this, he was like a deflated balloon and he exhaled the breath he took in. He gave up on the idea of calling for help. Asda's smile was so warm, but in Thales' eyes, it chilled him to the core. Wait. He and the mystic were not the only ones in the room. Thales thought of something. Following Thales' line of sight, the mystic glanced at little rascal, who was deep in slumber beside the bed. Of course, your adorable little maid won't be woken up either. Little rascal's mouth was still opening and closing in her dreams, but Thales could no longer hear her murmurs or even her breathing. Thales sighed softly. He turned his head and curled up the corners of his lips to reveal a smile that was uglier than crying. You're still the same. How considerate of you. Asda nodded politely. Thales forced himself to start thinking about everything he knew about this mystic. However, the first memory that popped up was the chess room in the center of Red Street Market, where 3 people were squeezed into balls. The second prince gulped and laughed dryly. He tried to imagine something acceptable. Like comparing him to the adorable Giza? Oh right. Thales shrugged in a feigned relaxed manner and waved the invitation card in his hand. He tried his best to speak in the most normal tone and said nonchalantly, "I thought you would only arrive after 15 minutes. You know," Asda flashed his pearly white teeth, "I like to enter early." Thales tried hard to keep his thoughts in check and swallowed the sarcasm that was at the tip of his tongue. "Is that so? I thought you wouldn't appear so soon." Thales changed his sitting position and smiled awkwardly. Everyone said that you would disappear for a long time." Asda stared straight at him. His gaze was as calm as water and it made Thales' skin crawl. "The weapon in your masked friend's hand is obviously not complete," the air mystic said slowly. "Otherwise, a legendary anti-mystic equipment that is in perfect condition and fully activated can seal a mystic for a period of time. It should be." Asda's gaze was still calm, but the words he spat out startled Thales slightly. "Permanently. Legendary anti-mystic equipment. Sealed. Mystic. Permanently. Even so, that incomplete equipment can still seal me for at least 10 years. Asda curled up the corners of his mouth and continued to smile. "But I received some small help, and that's why I was able to get out of prison so quickly." Thales did not know if it was due to the curiosity he inherited from the memory fragments of his previous life, his natural personality, or his anxiety towards the mystery of himself, but at that moment, Thales' exuberant desire to learn about mystics overwhelmed his fear of his identity as a calamity. He yearned to know more. "First of all, I would like to congratulate you." Asda put his hands behind his back and walked towards Thales with a smile that was clearly friendly but inexplicably terrifying. "Your Highness, although I know from your behavior that you are definitely not ordinary, I have to admit that this identity has surprised me." Thales watched Asda approach him and his heart slowly raced. He forced himself to shrug. "I remember that there are chairs for receiving guests in the room. We can sit down." Asda shook his head and said nonchalantly, "Don't worry about it." The next moment, Thales felt his skin crawl as he watched Asda walk towards him. Then he bent his knees and sat, in an invisible space. Asda grinned brightly on the transparent chair. "I brought my own chair." The prince looked at this strange scene and tried his best to control his facial muscles so that they would not twitch too much. "Let's talk about your future." Asda watched Thales' performance with interest. "Your Highness." Thales knew that although he addressed himself as Your Highness, the man before him did not care about this special identity at all. This made Thales, who had experienced all kinds of gazes after becoming a prince, instantly feel a strange feeling. Thales took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Only then could he understand the situation and protect himself, even if the existence before him was a calamity that could not be understood with common sense. "Of course." He recalled his conversation with Ramon and muttered, "During this period of time, I have thought of ways to investigate some things about air mystics and magic." First of all, in this asymmetrical conversation he had to seize the initiative. "Very good. This will save us a lot of time." As expected, Asda's eyes brightened. "What do you know?" "Not much but not little either." Thales carefully chose his words. "For example, what exactly is magic and the 3 great magic towers?" "I met a person who is quite knowledgeable about magic." Asda's interest was piqued. While Thales was on tenterhooks he briefly repeated what Ramon told him. Even Asda could not help but sigh softly. 1,000 years have passed since the collapse of the magic tower, and magic has been banned for 6 centuries. To think that there are still believers in magic. This is indeed beyond my expectations." Thales observed Asda's expression and at the same time, tried his best to think of a way to escape. "The other party is a mystic. I don't even need to think about non-peaceful means. Stall for time. I can consider this. But can I really stall for time until help arrives? Or will help really work? The other party's goal should be to become one of them. Damn it, the mystic that everyone hates. Then my best choice is to deal with the other party on this issue and achieve some results by making concessions and lowering my stance. So, is magic the kind of existence he mentioned? A kind of meaning, a kind of belief?" At the thought of this, Thales asked cautiously. At the same time he was really curious about this question. "What do you think?" But the air mystic did not answer immediately. Asda's lowered gaze did not move. Under Thales's curious gaze, he crossed his hands and remained silent for a long time. No. Magic is not like this. Not only that, it doesn't have to be like this. Finally, Asda shook his head slowly and spoke slowly. Everyone has their own understanding of magic and they believe in the magic they understand. Thales was stunned when he heard this. Asda raised his left hand and looked at his palm. His gaze was complicated. At that moment, Thales felt that the Asda in front of him was more like a normal person than ever before. And not a terrifying calamity. Magic is a kind of choice. Asda stared at his palm and slowly clenched his fist. And these choices are neither exclusive nor mutually exclusive. There is no superiority or inferiority. This is the basic philosophy of the seat of all magic in Soul Tower. Thales shuddered. Wait a minute. He heard a special word. It is also one of the philosophy of magic that I agree with and recognize, Asda said flatly. Thales raised his hand subconsciously. This was a habit from his previous life in the memory fragments. He quickly realized that this was not his previous life, and there were only the two of them. Just as he was about to put his hand down in embarrassment, to Thales' surprise, Asda very skillfully and naturally extended his palm, tilted it up slightly and then nodded. He was allowed to ask questions. That feeling was as if he had done this hundreds and thousands of times. Both of them looked at each other's actions and were stunned for a moment. Asda reacted and smiled slightly. Very good. It seems that I don't have to teach you the etiquette and habits of a wizard apprentice in class. Thales put his hand down and asked eagerly, Soul Tower? I know this, but what kind of magic tower is it? What about its origin? Thales did not even realize that he had completely forgotten that Asda before him was an extremely dangerous non-human existence. He even forgot his original intention. At that moment, his desire for unsolved knowledge completely surpassed his consideration of reality. Soul Tower? Asda narrowed his eyes and smiled mysteriously as if he knew that Thales would ask this. This time the mystic did not keep him in suspense. He answered without hesitation. In the year 618 of the Era of Kings, not long after the battle for survival between the humans and the three races ended, the imparter, wizard Yuri New Moon, who returned from the battle, left the ascetic tower with his 5 students due to differences in philosophy. Along the way they preached their own philosophy and taught their own methods. They gathered many wizards who were exiled due to the war in the world. As time passed, their group grew larger and their theories and methods became clearer. In the end, Wizard Yuri, whom we later respectfully called the Master, and the other 21 wizards led a group of wizards to the Tripping Peninsula, by the coast of the mainland. Here the wizards built a twin tower and settled down to study magic. Asda's gaze pierced through Thales as if he was looking at the past many years. But Thales did not have time to care about Asda's expression, because he was already engrossed in the story. With a perplexed gaze, Asda continued, Soon this new magic tower attracted many wizards to visit. The novel, free, casual and equal atmosphere of magic research gathered a large number of people, turning this piece of land into a small gathering place for wizards with the twin towers as the center. Unlike the painstaking contemplation and protection of the ascetics, and the fanaticism and destruction of the alchemists, this gathering place quickly became the forefront of theoretical research in the magic world. After various magic theories and hypotheses were proposed, they were gradually perfected through endless debates and demonstrations. Branches of magic that were originally not recognized by the 2 great magic towers were established one after another, forming the Soul Tower magic system that we are in contact with today. Just like that, the sages jointly built the 3rd branch apart from the ascetic tower and the alchemy tower. It is also the youngest, the most special, the most active, the most prosperous and the most influential wizard inheritance in the world. Speaking up to this point, Asda lowered his head and let out a sigh that only he knew. After Yuri Shinue passed away, his ashes were placed in the middle of the twin towers, suspended in the air. A sentence was engraved on the surface of the box with iron elements. May every wizard have an independent and free soul. That was how the Soul Tower got its name. Asda closed his mouth gently. Thales came back to his senses and exhaled a long breath. The Heir of the Kings. The battle for survival. Wizard Mindes. The youngest wizard's inheritance. The origin of the Soul Tower. These were taboo knowledge that he could not easily obtain from books. Thales' heartbeat quickened as he listened. It was as if an unprecedented world had opened up. If Ramon was here, Thales thought, would he kneel down and cry in excitement? He continued to raise his hand eagerly. Also, you mentioned the seat of all magic just now? What is that? The seat of all magic is an important research branch in Seoul Tower. Asda did not seem to notice Thales' expression. He continued to speak slowly and at a moderate pace. His clear and pleasant male voice echoed in the small space as he narrated the world's most taboo lost knowledge. It originated during the first civil strife in the Empire and was officially established in 373 of the Empire calendar. It flourished between the 5th and 7th centuries of the Empire calendar. At its peak, half of the wizards in the entire Seoul Tower came from the seat of all magic. Every time it opened, apprentices and wizards from the Alchemy Tower and the Ascetic Tower would come to listen, comment, and oppose each other. I can't use simple words to summarize the characteristics of this branch of theory. That would be irresponsible to the students. But I can give you a list of the most influential books of this branch. No, to be exact, it should be 23 important works. If you want to have a deeper understanding of the seat of all laws, Roland said with a smile on his face. Thales' heart raced as he listened to the mystic's words. An inexplicable sense of excitement filled his brain. But he quickly calmed down and realized a problem. Mr. Asda, you are a wizard, right? Thales looked at Asda in surprise. Before you became a calamity? He did not even think about whether his choice of words had offended the other party's taboo. Wizard. That is a title that only those who have achieved widely recognized achievements in a certain field of magic can obtain, at least in the Seoul Tower. Asda crossed his arms, grinned slightly and shook his head slightly. I was just a small apprentice back then. Thales' heart skipped a beat. Ah, so as expected you were once. Yes. Asda nodded, a strange color flowed in his eyes. An apprentice of the Seoul Tower. Thales frowned. But you just said, the magic tower has collapsed for 1,000 years? So, I know what you want to ask. Counting from the time I was born. Asda looked at him and smiled faintly. 1,190 years. That is my age this year. Thales was shocked. 1,190? In other words, this guy. Thales stared blankly at the young and handsome Asda Sakern, who had not changed at all compared to the first time he met him. But he was almost 600 years older than the king of Renaissance Tormund Jadestar and the hero Rykuru Extet. Thales opened his mouth wide. Don't be surprised. Every mystic is an immortal, indestructible and immortal existence. Looking at Thales' expression, Asda did not care at all. This age is very normal. The oldest mystic has even existed for more than 1,600 years. Thales subconsciously wanted to find a notebook, until Asda stopped him with a hand gesture. There is no hurry. Asda raised his head and stared at him with a burning gaze. We still have a lot of time to spend together and I have enough patience. I will teach you from the beginning, from basic knowledge, from magic to the magic tower to mystic energy and everything about mystics. From philosophy to power, from history to the future, all the secrets of the magic world will be open to you. Asda's tone was full of temptation. Then, you will obtain the secrets and power of mystics that are superior to all of them. Until you truly become a mystic. At that moment, Thales felt like he was pulled back from a dream world to reality. Become a mystic. Thales swallowed hard. He remembered Gilbert's attitude towards the calamity, and the drama of the Battle of Eradication in Dark Knight Temple. And that crazy and unreasonable blood mystic. The mystic who is hated by everyone? Can I say no? But a voice also whispered in Thales' heart, but I am very curious. I want to know more, learn more and understand more. Thales realized that the knowledge that Asda described earlier had captured his thirst for knowledge and his thirst for knowledge. Moreover, with his obviously abnormal body, he had to understand his current situation better. Thales frowned with a bitter expression and said tentatively, about this. If I don't want to become a mystic. The air mystic did not speak. But the prince felt that the atmosphere around him suddenly became tense. Thales tried hard to control the rate of his breathing as he waited anxiously for the answer. Thales. Asda stopped smiling and looked at him sternly. He said softly but seriously, becoming a mystic is your destiny. You cannot avoid it. There is no second choice. Thales panted slightly. It seemed that things were a little bad. Why don't you tell me first? Tension and stress returned to Thales's heart. He tried his best to smile and asked cautiously, mystics. What exactly are we? This time Asda stared at him expressionlessly for a long time. As he withstood the mystic's seemingly emotionless yet pressurizing gaze, embarrassment and helplessness crept onto Thales's face. Until Asda spoke slowly. I cannot tell you the answer to this question because you are still not a mystic. Asda's gaze was still fixed on him, but his tone and words had become cold and mysterious, as if he had returned to that night in Red Street Market. Only when you truly become a mystic that only you can understand, can you finally know what a mystic is. Asda's gaze was still fixed on him. Thales furrowed his brows slightly.